Good morning, we are live. So the first heat of the Open is going to be getting underway ever so shortly, and we've got here at the moment one very special friend, which is this incredible Czech, and there's a chance that we're going to be joined by a co-commentator within a few seconds. It's interesting. It's been a really tough journey to work for most of the surfers and organisers of this event this morning. Incredible floods, lots of the Vale has been washed out. I think the Ogmore River has decided to divert itself across several of the important roads, but everybody's here. Mark Vaughan will be joining us in a second. He was leading the race to win this yesterday for a brief period of time before being overtaken by Logan Nicol. Now, we've got a couple of important pieces of news before we go to the water. I think Heat 1 has not quite started yet. Unfortunately, this morning, Patrick Langdon-Dark, the reigning champion and arguably Wales's top surfer at the moment, has withdrawn from the event. So Patrick's got an injury, and I think we'll hear a little bit more about that as it comes through. I think there might be another withdrawal from within the round as well. Yesterday's conditions were very challenging. But today it's going to be all about the title. But this, so Barty's Wave of the Welsh, a £500 prize for the single best wave of the Welsh so far. Yesterday, Mark held that for a little while with a 7-point ride. And then as the day progressed, Logan Nicol took that with a 7.17. So a very narrow. I think you can hear in the background that the horn has just gone. So we are going to be in the water now, and we're going to move over and start some beach commentary. The beach announcers are going, and we're going to start some commentary on the webcast. So what we're going to do, we're going to leave this little check by here to tantalise you. This microphone will be being picked up by somebody else very shortly. We're going to jump over so that we can look at what's going on in the water. We've got Rob Blythe, Blake Jones, a couple of other surfers in the water right now. And then in Heat 2, we've got, that's the one where there would have been Patrick Langdon-Dark, but that heat is now maybe slightly more open. And then Mark himself is actually in Heat 3. And then we'll be going through and we'll be finishing the longboard today. We'll be seeing the ladies in the water. I saw Josie Hawke up and in here earlier. Let's get to the water's edge then. We're going to have a short little break. And when we come back, we'll be seeing the action.
First wave of blue.
And there it is, up and riding, the surfer in white. Straight away, that was Blake Jones. I am joined by Mark Vaughan in time to call this wave of Logan.
Yeah, on his backhand, swooping turn. Nice little entry into today's nice section here. Bang, ooh, up through the lip, comes unstuck. Right, just getting my breath back. Been doing some contest site repairs.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's been a bit of a wild 24 hours with Stormbird.
You're a jack of all trades down here, Mark. There's been some pretty exciting journeys to work this morning, hasn't there?
Yeah, look, it's challenging road conditions. You know, there were some warnings of surface water on the road, so slightly later start just to allow everyone to get here safely. Looks like everyone has, and we've got great waves, solid, you know, sort of 3-4 foot. Still, that southwest wind isn't that kind on us at the moment, but opening ride, I'm trying to think whether Blake got the better of Logan on that one.
Oh, the first turn from Logan was pretty solid and on rail, wasn't it? But it'll be close, I reckon.
Yeah, I mean, it's
good conditions, actually.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be too much rip effect in competitors. We've got tiny tides this weekend, Tom,
Yeah.
So that's really going to help.
And high tide today is much, much, much later, isn't it, than than yesterday. So it was 11:30 yesterday, and now it's 10 to 1 today. So it's moved on by more than an hour and a quarter.
Yeah, but it's great to see. Here we go, surfer in green, Rava on his forehand, cuts back nicely on rail. It's got quite a steep section in front of him. Let's see what Rudder's got for us. Nice carving turn again, back to the white. He's looking for an inside closeout.
This will be an early lead.
A little tentative perhaps, but he's eyeing up the inside. Logan behind him. Nice looking section.
Oh, Rudder could have done with coming out of that last turn, couldn't he? But here we go, Logan.
Logan on the back and nicely done. Nice and stylish.
Yeah, no, that'll be the early lead.
Yeah,
Back.
best wave.
You have priority.
Oh, he might get another 2 for 1 here. He's got an inside section. Just when we thought it was all she wrote, he's got another inside. He's going to make it. Yes, he's got a close-out turn to finish. I'm calling 6s, 6.5.
So, Vaughnie, I did just mention when I was on the couch just then that Pat Langdon Dark is not in the event this morning. Is that the case?
Yeah, we've had poor Pat. He was struggling yesterday with his back. He's woke up this morning and messaged us first thing, like 6, 7 a.m. Just said, I can't move.
Oh dear.
And he's taken the very difficult decision as a competitor and to drop out of the event through to injury. So
Yeah.
that's a shame for Pat.
And he would have been in the next heat.
Yeah, and it was a shame for the event. But in the next heat, who do we have? Harry Cromwell, multiple finalists. So we can look forward to seeing Harry Ube in the red vest. Somebody called Tom Anderson.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to have to go and get I'm a little bit... I wish Pat was here because I was hoping to just get out there and get it done quickly and come back in and sit here for the rest of the day. But
well,
I'm sure Tom Sheldon will sort me out anyway.
Well, I was just about to say, it's Tom Anderson and Tom Sheldon. It's like a battle of the Toms.
It is.
And if you can remember Curran and Carol, but you're both
it's not quite
natural-footed, and I don't think it's going to touch anywhere near Carol and Curran.
So
but we will see.
I'm actually going to go and get ready for that one now. Straight
going, best of luck.
And I'm going to be replaced. Is replaced the right word? I'm going to be upgraded now.
We're going to be upgraded to a grade that's lower than our current grade.
It is. It's Greg Owen. So I'll see you guys in a little bit. Greg Owen into the booth.
So I'll just wait for Greg to settle into position here. So scores on the doors: 2.67 for Logan. For Blake on his first ride. Better than Logan's opening ride, as I thought, just fractionally. Be interested to see what that last ride of Logan got, because he did manage 4 turns. But I think you're going to have some big sections on offer today. I'm thinking the judges might just keep a little bit in reserve, maybe a 7. But we'll see. Was it good to excellent surfing? Well, excellent, no. Good, yes, I would say, for the conditions. So that would put it in the 6 to 8 range. Good morning, Greg Owen.
Morning, Mark. Morning, everybody out there. Hope you're having a good day and not getting into too much trouble.
We are having a good day, Greg. We've got solid waves. After yesterday, it was a bit disappointing yesterday. The swell didn't really materialise. We were looking at the charts last night trying to work out why. There's a lot of south in that swell, but very, very different day today.
Yes, that looks... Even to me, when I look at that, yes, it's a bit windy, but the swell looks more...
It's got guts, doesn't it? It's got power.
The swell's... The wave's got more strength than the wind.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So the wave face looks clean. Yeah, I'd expect to see some good surfing out there today.
Yeah. So here we go. Logan Nickel, there we go. Last ride, 5.5. So they're just under good. So the judges have left a bit in reserve. So we look forward to a day of action, and we're going to whittle down to the finals. Plenty of surfing to come. We're looking on this lovely, tasty-looking left on the inside. And when Logan paddled out just before the start of the heat, he wore one on the head, and it knocked him quite some way out of the lineup position. And he was lucky that he was delayed a start because as we waited for all our competitors to arrive this morning. And say the conditions have been challenging. So, Greg, you got a title yesterday. How's that feel? What's that about? Number 14 Welsh titles?
9. Number 9.
Number 9.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations
Thank
to
you
you.
very
Delighted
much.
for you and your success. Excellent claim after your... it was a difficult conditions tonight, and you were right to claim it. It was a great scene. And a couple of beers to celebrate last night?
Yeah, 2 right. Watch the end of the South Africa game. And
It was the South Africa game, wasn't it? Was there another team in it?
one-sided, really, wasn't it? But then we had a curry.
Nice.
And fairly early night, but I was just so ecstatic, really, with the win.
Yeah, I mean, so you should be. Because, as I was explaining recently to viewers when I was at the GB Cup, once you have a national title, it can't be stripped from you. Now, you already had 8. Now you've got 9.
That's right. Yeah.
So you've got to be zoning in on number 10 now, isn't it? Over
Yeah.
50s next year, Greg.
That's
One to look
That's the
forward to.
plan. That's the plan. We'll probably be back here more than likely in April, won't we?
Yeah, March next year is the Nationals.
there we go.
We brought it forward to try and make the best of the swell windows. This new balcony, new setup here is really working for us.
Oh, styling.
Yeah, we've got to make some. Got a couple of custom tents made, and we're going to be literally actually. It's such a great viewing platform.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the spot to take our surfing forward.
Yeah, for sure. And
realistically,
it is. And look, I don't know many breaks that would handle this sort of wind and swell today on the South Wales coastline. Maybe Langland, Coney. You wouldn't want to be at Rest Bay. You wouldn't want to be at Llangennith. You certainly wouldn't want to be at Fresh West.
I wonder what Manabia would be like.
Manabia is an option. Yeah.
Not that we would have any infrastructure down there. It would just be judges with paper or whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm sure it'd be thumping through down there, wouldn't it? But would it be too big?
Possibly. There's a lot of south in that swell. But I think sometimes it's, here we go, Ride and Red. Call it, Greg.
Red up. He goes for this bottom turn. Nice. The hack. That's good. A little bit hung in the white there.
Yeah.
He's just coming through again. And this will roll up and he will crack that. There. Wicked. It's incomplete. Oof. He goes down, his board's in the air. Just watch your reef, mate.
Yeah, wicked indeed. That would have been a nice strong finish. I think that might have surpassed his 5.5 because that last turn was up there vertical. Yeah. Everything else horizontal. I was listening to Gwen Spurlock just talking now about the judging criteria with the team here, the judging team that are assembled, just saying, stuff on rail, it's nice on the flats, but it's not where the score is. The money is in the pocket through the lip.
Yeah.
This stage of tide, it is going to be a little shouldery, but
paddle.
This is a nice
white up.
One.
White down.
Oh, look at the one behind as well.
Oh, look at the one behind. What a wave. It's good out there. There's good waves out there.
It is.
There's no excuses.
Yeah, for sure. So. Yeah. So we're going to have a replay here of a couple of the ways. So here we go. Logan. And that last one, came off the top, bit of spray, but got hung up, as you said, Greg, in the white there. Sort of bounced his way through, eyed up the inside section, little sort of setup turn here, eyed up this one, went vertical, bang, 12 o'clock, but came undone. And as you say, spectacular bit of board sort of spraying into the air there. So beach announcer,
you can see
in our ear here.
You can see what he's trying to do. Look, he's got 2 5s. So realistically, he's looking to get a 7, really. So he's got to crack whatever he can. So he's not looking to play it safe anymore. He's got his last 9 minutes, and he's got to beat the 2. He's got a 5.5. He's got a 4.77. He's got to beat them. He's got to look for a 6 or a 7. There's no point in getting another 5.
Yeah, I agree. And Logan's in a nice position now. Blake, he's only got sort of 2.67. Rudder 3.1. Trying to work out who's in prior. So we got Rudder in priority position 1. Rob Webster Blythe priority 2 position. He's only had one ride, Rob. Just a 1 pointer. We know Rob can surf. He understands this wave. And I wonder whether Rob will be looking for one of those long running rights towards the latter part of this heat, which we're not far from entering. Only 8 minutes gone. Flown by this one, Greg.
Well, yeah, if he gets that right, which I love, he's got to get back then. And I don't know how strong the rip is at the moment, but traditionally you get one of them, and that's all she wrote. You're out then on the cobblestones.
Yeah, especially when you got this amount of swell.
I mean, Rudder could think about taking the right.
Because he's got a 3.1 in his locker, isn't he?
Yeah.
And Rob needs 2.
Yeah.
Or a 9.
Rob's got to go left first, then right, realistically, if he can hold it together and still think straight out there.
Yeah, well, I suppose if he took off on a quick one just on the left, one crack, and if there's nothing else, then he's got a 2.53, then he can whip back out, maybe look for a right.
That'd be what I'd be looking to do if I was out there now, if I could still think straight.
Yeah.
But with the wind, you can sort of blow you around a bit, and you can sort of...
Well, you're exactly right, because, I mean, from the heats we had yesterday...
right there.
No, itself, I had sort of 50 minutes, 2 heats, one after another, and in that whole time I caught one wave. And if I'd thought about it a bit more,
exactly,
I didn't need a lot more to do anything.
No.
And that's the thing, you can get sort of, the conditions can distract you from what you need to do for your
I felt sorry for you, Mark. You had 3 heats in a row, right? And you're trying to run this place as well, and all what's going on here. You're like just the guy who you had your own issue. I had my own issues yesterday, but your issues were very complicated because I was speaking to Luca about it this morning. Really, you had all this show to run, and everyone's coming up asking you questions, and then you had 3 heats in a row and all that wobbly waves. I'm just thinking, oh crikey, how can he hold it straight there?
Energy sapping. And but look, let's concentrate on this one, Greg. We've got Logan out in front, coming down towards 5 minutes, even 6.5 remaining. A little bit of a sort of lull, but we've got a paddle. Looks like Logan again.
Yeah, red up on a good little wave.
Yeah, there's a bit of speed on this one.
That's a nice cutback.
Yeah. Now, it's got a section here.
That's it. Beautiful.
Oh, is he going to ride out? Oh, I'm not calling that as a finish, Greg.
I'm not sure what they're going to make of that. That's debatable, that is. I'll leave that to the judges.
Oh, I'm just suffering some chronic indigestion here. So if
I can see Logan. He's gonna. I know what he's gonna do. He's gonna come into the cobblestones about waist deep and scuttle across there.
Yeah, Rudder rather.
Rudder's on a good one out the back.
There's some nice looking sections presented, despite the choppy conditions, isn't it? Through the lip makes it.
Right, that's a telling wave. That's going to be an important wave in the context of this heat.
I think if he could got round that next bit and had another chance of a turn.
But
wow, look at that. Logan 7, they deemed it complete.
Yeah, fair enough. Basically, there's a replay coming up with the Logan wave here. So he glides in, bottom turn, mid-face bottom turn, a beautiful cutback, swooped off the soup, another little hack, and then this up into the lip, vertical, beautiful complete. Fantastic surfing, fair play.
Yeah, I say I'm still wondering whether we didn't quite see it completely, but Rob has finally got into a left, and this is good timing from Rob.
Yeah.
Couple of swoops. It doesn't really matter if this is just, a 3, but
that's right.
To be honest, it puts him back in contention. Rudder Rava's last wave through the lip, 4.73, one turn.
Wow. Yeah, telling wave in the context of the heat. Now here's Blue, Rob up, a swoop to begin with, then a nice bottom turn there and a mid-face hack. Back to the white, off the bottom, mid-face hack again. But it's a complete wave. It's a couple of manoeuvres string together nicely. Again, a telling wave in the context of the heat.
Yeah.
There's a fight for second now between Rudder and Rob developing.
Yeah, indeed. Just haven't. If you're wondering why I'm wincing here, Greg, or if any of our viewers are picking up on my funny groans and moans, just having a bout of chronic indigestion, which goes to show up my age, I think, more than anything else.
You're definitely doing too much, Mark. You're falling apart. If you're a car, they'd scrap you. If you're a piece of paper, they'd scrope you up and put you in the bin.
Yeah, well, I think I am for the scrap heap, Greg. I'm definitely for the bin. And there's plenty of big bins at Maclay's where I work, and my post. Here we go, white on a big one.
Off the bottom. That's a good little hack. Oh, make it. Yes. He slid the tail and got stuck in the white.
Oh, that was unfortunate because that was quite a progressive turn there.
Yeah.
And it was a solid wave, the biggest one we've seen.
Yeah.
Over his head. Blake's a tall lad as well. He's well over 6 foot, isn't he?
Here's the replay.
6'2", 6'3", maybe. So he's that was right over. Let's watch this replay now.
Let's have a look at this.
Paddles into it. It's a bit of a bobble, but look at that clean face. Takes off. I say over his good size over his head. Comes up. Pushes that tail, slides it out, and it looked like he'd made it, and that white water just bobbled and dismounted him.
I could see what he was trying to do.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, competitors going to have to be on there, aware of what's happening here, because you're going to need at least every one of those 5 minutes, I think, to get into the lineup.
Oh, you've got to concentrate.
Yeah, it's not the most grueling paddle, but it's just the distance that you need to cover to get out there. So, probably 100 yards from the beach to the out the back.
That's it. You've got to concentrate, really. And time it, really. Timing with the sets. Synchronizing with the sets. Like, the judges don't want to see them on the little insiders. They want to see you paddle out the back, sit and wait for a set and take it, bottom turn and crack the first section, ideally. So, I mean, I wonder if you timed the sets, how often they are coming in. But it just seems to be pouring through.
Yeah, 12, 13 second period, about optimum here for Lantert Major. And, it's a scruffy day, I think is what you'd refer to it as, Greg. But you would be out there for regular surf.
Oh, I'd go 100%. I'd go out there for fun on any given Sunday.
Yeah.
Look, that to me, like I said, I know it's windy, but the power of that swell, there's more shape in the wave. The swell is more the dominant force than the wind.
Yeah.
And for me, that would be, I'd go in there and have fun, no problem.
Yeah, the wind yesterday was strong, wasn't it? But it wasn't the 50, 60 mile an hour that was being predicted. It was more in the kind of late 20s, but it was all day.
Yeah.
It was a really unkind direction. But 2 minutes remaining. Rob Bly's last wave, a 3.33. He's put himself back in contention. And we will wait to see whether Rob will get another opportunity to nudge Rudder out of second place. Logan looks to, he's in a commanding position in this heat now. He's got a 7 and a 5.5, 12.5 total. Rudder needs a 7.7 to surpass Logan, so that would be the highest scoring wave of the event so far. Rob Blythe, he only needs 4.51 with just over a minute remaining. So let's wait and see. So just
an interesting thing, we have got a forecast, if you'd like to see it, guys. I wonder if you can see that now. We got southwest, west-southwest, 15 mile per hour. So, hey, that's very manageable.
yeah.
Out the
Here
back,
we go.
there's that big right-hander we spoke about. Rob's on one.
We called it, didn't we?
Good wave.
Oh, look at this section. He's got a lip to hit.
Oh,
Makes
nice.
it. Oh, this is going to be
Wow.
potentially game-changing.
Yeah. Wow, he's played his cards right with that.
Oh, nice cut back as well.
This is going to double up. Oh. Wow. He did it, Matt. He did exactly what we said he was going to do. He got that little left.
Yeah.
And he got out the back. Ricky tick quick.
And that's contest experience. Rob's done a lot of events
Here's a
over the
replay
years.
now. He's off the top.
Yeah, that's not really going to amass any score, but this one will.
That crack into the lip, they like that.
Yeah, it was a crumbly section, but he did go vertical, and then he just managed this nice on-rail cut back into the white. I'm calling fours, maybe a little higher.
Right.
Logan on his backhand. Big,
Beautiful.
white watery.
15 seconds to go. What a time to get that wave. Finish in style.
10, 9,
Don't think that'll better a 7.
No.
But
What a lovely wave to come in style. Finish the heat in style.
yeah, given the confidence in case he needed it. So Rob Blythe, last wave, 4.17. Just short of his requirement.
Wow.
Wow. I did feel that wave needed just a little bit more. It didn't take your breath away. It was a good size wave, and we held, sort of waited for something to happen, but he had to force the issue a little bit because it was crumbly.
Yeah, the first section wasn't quite as cooperative as he would have wished for. The second section worked out beautiful.
Yeah, it did indeed. And that's the end of Heat 1. You're here, live action, brought to you from the Pura Vida MyPost 2024 Welsh Nationals. Delighted to be running. And we're going to go to a quick advert break, and we're back with more live action. Stay tuned. And welcome back to live action. We're back at the Pura Vida MyPost Welsh Nationals. Conditions are lumpy and bumpy, but solid. Great opening heat there. Victory for Logan Nicol. Now we have Harry Cromwell, Tom Anderson, Tom Sheldon, and poor old Patrick Dark has had to pull out due to a substantial back injury.
Harry's on one.
And Harry's already up and riding. Nice looking floater here. He's looking down the line. White watery finish. Ooh, what do you think, Greg?
It's a start. He's got into one within 1 minute. That's exactly what I always try to do. Get one Ricky tick quick, get two quick, and then try and get and then two good ones. So he's done. If I was him, I'd be happy with that. It's a solid wave to start.
Three fours, maybe three
Yeah.
fours. It's a bit horizontal.
Yeah, he did gas
Let's
it down
watch
the
this
line.
replay. All right, let's have a look. He'll be up in a second.
As I recall, it was one sharp turn in it.
There we go. So he's on his backhand. As you can see, just a sort of...
That's nice.
Yeah, little nothing through the lip particularly. This was, I say, nice little floater, a bit horizontal. Let's see what the judges award it. I'm thinking a 3-5.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if that remains in his scores at the end of the heat. But that's a good start.
Yeah, a very, very good start. And as you can see on your screen here, quite a different day to yesterday. It was a sort of shoulder high at the this sort of stage yesterday, and we're quite a bit overhead on the peak. You can just see there on the screen the left reeling off. Not the prettiest day. The watercolour not the prettiest. The sky not the prettiest. The grey rocks not the prettiest. But we've got waves. And that's all we
tough.
need.
We don't mind the wind. We don't mind a bit blowy. We don't mind it when it's a bit bigger. We're tough guys. We're Welsh.
Yes, well, you've got to be tough at the moment to be Welsh. We're taking stuff in from the South Africans last night, but
yeah.
But the football team's doing well at the moment.
Yes, that's right. When you get stuffed in one sport, just move on to the other one. That's my
exactly.
tactic.
And we
just swap back and forth a bit.
Yeah, and speaking of sort of international performances and surfers, Patrick Dark obviously not here as we just said, but doing very, very well on the European leg of the QS, 5th place at the moment, I believe, 5th, 7th. But he's in with a real shot of Challenger Series if he can put down 2 more good results in the events in 2025. That sort of mid-year cut-off and all that kind of highly complicated affair, isn't it, these days? It used to be the end of December, and then you'd be able to sort of add up the points and know where you are. But now it's mid-season cuts-offs, QS, Challenger Series, Championship Tour.
So Harry's come in with a 5 on that first wave, which is a good score.
Yeah, he's gonna be happy with that.
That's that may end up in his top 2 at the end of the heat.
I wonder whether that, he did that kind of first setup turn, and the second one was kind of
a nice hack.
Yeah, it was, and the floater was, was a bit of commitment to it. It was with the lip, so
I like the rotation he did on the second turn. He got up, he swung the board.
The hips.
Yeah, it was a nice, quick slice off the rail.
Indeed, it was. So 15 minutes or so remaining. Greg, I'm gonna have to love and leave you while you're gonna hold the fort.
Take care of the guys. Rob will be back soon, and I'll look after you out there in your homes or wherever you are watching.
Yeah, indeed. So I'm going to suit up because I'm in the next one, and I'll be back in about 20 minutes.
Okay. Good luck, Mark.
Thanks very much.
I'm sure you'll be fine out there. So we've got a little bit of a lull at the moment. At the moment, it's only Harry Cromwell in red, who has had a wave. The others, you're down there, you're sitting out the back. 5 minutes has gone, and you haven't taken a wave. You're starting to get nervous. You should have gone by now. It's advantage Harry. White paddling. White not good. White didn't get it. Tom, that was our commentator. WSL commentator, as it happens. So, he's making his way ranks up in the commentary world. He was scraping to get for that one. Greens coming to the right. Tom Sheldon, local lad. He's holding position, I guess, because the current there now is obviously taking him sort of up towards Cardiff way. Now, the current doesn't look hectic at the moment. Right, green paddle, no. Set. Someone's got to get that wave.
Current situation, red, you are on 5 points. You are in first position.
Good wave at the back.
On 5 points. White.
2 good waves. Now you got to wonder how someone's out. You got to wonder why there's no one on that wave. There's another one behind it. Are they all just getting flogged by it? Is it a big set that's caught them all out? Yeah, look, I can see. There's 2 of them on the inside just got smashed by it. Where's Shelley? I thought he was wide enough to get out there. I think that set's probably bigger than we give it justice for, or I give it justice for. And it's definitely caught them out. No, someone's really wide to the right. Right, paddle. Okay, green up is Shelley now. It's an up and out. All right, well, at least he got his feet in the wax. It's a start. I'd rather have that than not have anything. but Tom Sheldon, like, he's a local lad, right? He may have taken that just to regain position, to counteract the current.
First of green, 0.83. Red, you remain in first position on 5 points. Green, you are in second position on 0.83. You require 4.18 to move into first. White.
It's a little level. There's a set at the back.
White, blue, yet to score.
It is pouring
White,
through.
you have priority. White
There's a good wave out the back. I hope someone catches it.
Third priority.
Paddling. Didn't quite catch it. That's Harry, that is in red. Paddling green, no. One more maybe out the back. They are struggling to to stay in position.
White, you have priority. Green, second priority. Red, third
Right,
priority.
red up. Nice takeoff. Solid bottom turn. Beautiful hack. Plenty of spray. He's waiting for the bottom turn. There it is. Look at that. Again, slam. Great. Fantastic surfing. Well done. He's off again. Two solid turns. I think the judges will like that. I know if I was judging. But, well, it was noticeably better than his first one, and he got a 5 for the first one. So you'd have to think, well, I don't know what. Wouldn't like to, because the replay now. Beautiful takeoffs. Square off the bottom.
Red, 8.33.
Beautiful hack off the bottom. Straight into it. Jams the tail into the top of the wave. There's the green up and out. Harry got a massive score for that. He got 8.33. The judges loved it. I guess that's modern surfing. You don't need to do 4 or 5 turns. They just want to see you slam it 2 or 3 times, really. And Harry will be over the moon with that. I mean, now he's in a position where he looks to get rid of his 5. He's got an 8.33 sitting there. He's got his 5 sitting there. He needs another 7 now or another 8. He's in the box seat. He's loving life right now. I mean, he's arrived there. He's got 10 minutes has gone. He's already got an 8.33. He's got a 5. He's got a total of 13.33 in 10 minutes. He's loving life. The others are struggling. I think they've just got tangled up a bit with the sets and just wore too many on the edge. Harry sat wider, took his time a bit more. Stayed out of trouble, I guess. No. Was it a right?
Yeah.
No.
Did anyone see it?
No. I didn't.
No one saw it. No one saw it.
Last of white, 1.67. Situation
Okay.
is as follows. Red, you are in first on
Tom, our commentator, just said a little right.
green, you are in second on 2 points.
Okay, there's another wave behind, and it looks like a goodie to me.
You go first.
Hope someone catches it.
You are in
No,
first position
they're a
on
little.
1.7. You require
From what we're.
1.8.
Oh, red's on the end of it. Here goes Harry.
Second.
Harry Cromwell up and right in. It's a one manoeuvre, and he sort of. Well, he just sort of melted into the white water there, didn't he? I don't think he'd be too bothered about that. He's got 2 solid scores. I think he took off on that a bit speculative, really, and just wondering how it could work out. It didn't really work out great, but it might have been worth the opportunity all the same.
Situation red, you are in first position. You have 13.33, comprising a 5 and an 8.33. Green, you're in second on 2.6. White, third, 1.67. Green, you are in priority.
So we're on the 9-minute mark, right? 11 minutes has gone. Harry is going to be very difficult to catch there now. He's got he's got one massive score. He's got one good backup, right? It's a fight for second place between Tom Sheldon and Tom Anderson. So how it works out now, what pans out? Well, your guess is as good as mine. I guess it's going to be who can stay out of trouble. Tom already had a right, so he's going to have a bit of a fight to get back to the takeoff zone. Shelley's in position. Tom Sheldon, he's sitting out the back in the prime spot with Harry. Tom's got a bit of a fight to get back. Tom Anderson's got a bit of a fight to get back to where he needs to be. So he's going to be... Well, I can see him now. He's out the back. He's gassing it back. But it's not going to be simple. In fact, no, he's on the inside. He's done the runaround. I can see him in the little lagoon there. He's scampered across the rocks. And now he's gone the runaround. Okay, so you got 8 minutes. Green out the back. White out the back. Green out the back. It's Tom Sheldon. And he did a nice big off the top there on a set wave. We got a replay coming for you.
Situations changed. Red, you're in first position on 13.33. Green, you are in second position on 3.34. You require...
Okay, here we go. Tom Sheldon out the back. It's a big... He's a bit late up into it. It was a good set wave. Big right-hander. He got to the party a bit late and struggled to complete it. I think possibly bent his legs a bit more at the bottom. He might have had a chance, but it certainly wasn't the easiest manoeuvre out there. Yeah, now he's going to get swamped down with that now. So for Tom Sheldon, his prerogative or mission now is to get wide to the right, paddle to the right, and then try to get back out to the peak. Harry just had an up and out. We've got a replay coming for you. Here comes Harry on the right. We're just finding him now. Oh, there he is. Yeah, no, that's not going to be a wave of any... it's not going to go into his top two. You see what ends up happening here, this sort of stage of tide. The idea is to go out. There's a current, strong current, right, going from Puthcall in the west to, say, Barry in the east, right? So the idea is you get a couple of lefts to counteract the current and sort of make it like a triangle formation so you can get back nice and easy. But towards the end of the heat, there's good right-handers out there. But if you get one, you're going to struggle to get back to the lineup. But if you get one in the last 5 minutes, you can just come in on that, and it could be a good scoring wave. So that's often the tactic here at this sort of stage of tide. 2 left-handers and a right to finish in style. But if you get the right too early, you have to you can't really paddle back. The current's so strong. So they're often a bit of a clamber across the cobblestones. The best idea I've seen is when you're up about waist deep and you can just sort of... That's what the locals do. You even see them bodyboarding waves to just try to get back to position. Or even taking a wave just to run across as fast as you can to get back to position.
First position on 14.23. Green, you are in second position with 3.34. You require a 14.23 to move into first. White, you're in third position. 1.67 is the current score for white. White, you require a 1.68 to move up and a 14.23 to move into first.
So we're trying to pick up the surface at the moment. I got Green paddling as Tom, Sheldon, Shelley, local lad, lovely boy. It's the fight for second place, and I see Tom Sheldon. He's paddling now. He's up and riding. He's running. It's a high turn float foam climb, and it's complete. So that will more than likely better his score. So in this fight for second place, that's a step in the right direction. But he's now on the inside. He's in a tricky place to get back outside there to try and get another one. That might be his last wave. We'll have to see how fit Tom is at the moment, and see if what would I do there? I'd probably just paddle straight out, head down, and try and luck into another right-hander.
Best wave so far. Best of green 2.5. Best of white 1.67. Best of red 8.33.
Red up.
This puts
Beautiful wrap.
Position on 14.
Now we're going to the bottom of the wave. There's the bottom turn.
Green in second on
That's a beautiful carve. Plenty of power, plenty of flow, plenty of speed. I think that I would. Oh, he's got a 5.9 to beat now. I would hazard a guess that will better his 5.9. He's had one hell of a heat. He has. Look at that now. He's got a 5.9 sitting there. He's got an 8.3, and he's got a score to come in off that last ride.
Last of red, 3.77.
Yeah, goes red on the replay. So it's a beautiful wrap there. Back to the white. Control. And he finds the bottom of the wave here. And look at that rail work. Look at the spray. That's fantastic. I'd imagine he's coming in on that. You know, you do well to get back out there in 2 minutes. His work is done. Harry, I would just come in now and have a drink of water and prepare yourself for the semi-finals, because that's where you're going.
As we move towards 2 minutes remaining, the situation is as follows. Red out in front on 14.23. Red 14.23 in first position.
So the fight for second continues.
In second on 4.27.
Can Tom Anderson get back out? Tom Anderson is out there. He's sitting. I know he'll be looking for a big right-hander now. There's two out there. Can he get one? There's a cracker behind it. Look at that wave. Yeah, going well. 3, 2, 1. He's back in the room. Oh, did you get through? Well done, anyway. Joining me back in the booth now is Robert Blythe. Rob, how are you, mate? You were out there.
Hi,
We were
Greg.
watching you.
I was.
How did you
There
find
wasn't
it?
much to watch. I had a bit of a bog rail turn on my first wave, and then got stuck in the rip of doom, and spent a good 12 minutes. Oh, who's this? Tom Anderson.
Is on that right-hander. I thought he might catch. He's on it, and it's his last wave. He won't be getting back out after that. So let's see what. So hopefully it opens up for him now. There's another little swoop
gouge.
there, gouge, and then he's a little bank off the white there. And the wave continues. It just keeps giving.
That, Greg, is a runner.
Yes, look at Tom. Oh, he's almost bolt upright for there. His legs have gone. You had one of them at the end of your heat, Rob.
I did. Did you notice the big bump going up the face on it?
Yeah. The first section was ugly, but the second section you were able to lay into
Yeah,
it.
well, it's one of those ones where you kind of like, it's got that bump, so you can't really push it too hard, because as soon as you do, your fins come out like through the back, and you'll lose any traction. So it was a case of like placing the board in the lip rather than actually doing a turn, which is I think probably the difference in the score, to be fair.
I liked the second turn. The wave face got a lot cleaner. And you had the patience to put the correct bottom turn in to match the right top turn, and it looked good from here.
Thanks, Greg.
Yeah.
Nothing to go with it, unfortunately. And a bit of a soft left as well earlier on.
There's the replay of Tom. This is towards the end of the ride here. He's just trimming along. That's a nice little hack.
It's a nice hack. It's got a bit of a corner, wasn't it, on the wave?
And again, that's a little soup dragon foam climb there. That was one of my favourite moves.
And this is where his legs go there.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1. Your legs have gone. Now you got those lovely cobblestones to deal with there. Now you enjoy that there now. But what a heat for Harry Cromwell. I guess that last one with those two swoops didn't improve his score. But
it's close. He needed a 177.
Harry's come in. He's got a 6 and an 8.33.
Fantastic.
What a heat. What a heat he put together. Right, next heat coming up. We got Ewan Buick in red. We got Elliot Barton in white. We got Mark Vaughan in green. And we got Ryan Thomas in blue. This is going to be a banger. Hope you all enjoy it. I certainly will.
I wonder if Mark's in the lineup yet, because he was in the changing room about 20 seconds ago.
Coming up now, folks, we've got an advert, and then we're going to be back to the heat. Hope. Hello, folks. We're back up with you. Is it Up and Rider? Wow, someone just went for an air. I think I read you and Buick just went.
Bit of a finner, wasn't it?
He went for an air. Fair play on your first wave. That's pretty gutsy. We can see where his head's at. He's just going all out. I guess it was deemed incomplete. The scores come in. He's got a 1.67. So have another go. I think we got a replay coming up. This is going to be tasty now. There's the red paddle. Wow, he launched at that.
Well, you actually almost hung on for a little while.
He did 99% of the work. He did all the hard work. And then he must have disengaged at the bottom of the wave. Here's a close-up of that. This will be good. So we've got to take off here. It's a quick run, bottom turn. Oh, he's up and above it.
Nice.
But it's 99% complete. And it's got to be 100% complete, or you won't get rewarded with the score. So the 1.67 has pretty much just come from the run and the bottom turn prior to it. Unfortunately, Ewan. I mean, I wonder what he'd got for that, Rob, had he completed it.
Yeah, I would have certainly been a big score. We've seen the judges, well, because of the conditions are so challenging, going fairly big for the big manoeuvres, haven't we? Even if it's just a single manoeuvre, the halo manoeuvre,
I reckon
as they call it.
I reckon that. I'd be looking at a 6 for that.
Yeah, I reckon so. It was more of a finner than an air, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Like fins through the back of the wave.
Yeah.
That kind of oncoming section.
He does that regularly.
Nice turn.
That's his white sand special, that is. I've seen him do it down there. And, yeah, it's a great little manoeuvre for a youngster.
So we've 18 minutes remaining in this. Only that one wave ridden for you in Buick, a 1.67, the incomplete, but rather spectacular turn to kick things off. It's really tricky out there. The rip, Greg, is enormously strong. If you get the wrong side of the peak, as we see surf it in green, this is Vorney up and riding. Mark Vaughan hooks into the lip, and he's going to hope for this wave to line up on the inside. It might find the inside and double up.
Back.
Cuts back into the white water. Mark Vaughan, classic, and out the back beyond him we see surfing blue. Ryan Thomas.
Blue now. That's a nice cutback.
Doing the business. This wave's actually standing up a little bit more than
Yeah.
Mark's wave, although it's going to reach that corner and go nowhere.
Those two waves for the boys, I doubt they'll be in their top scores at the end of the heat. However, it's a start. It's something to build upon. That's the way I'd be looking at that. I mean, if you look at it now, Ewan didn't make the wave. Mark's and Ryan's waves, it wasn't the best that they can do, but they were complete. So they're building, and they'll give them confidence. It'll give them momentum.
I reckon they're going to. The judges might reward that one cutback of Surfer in Green, Mark Vaughan's. They're still deliberating on the score. I think it's going to go slightly ahead of Ryan's.
Yes. But
so Ryan was rewarded with a 3.5, but it was what I described in my heat, Greg, as a bit of a soft left.
Yes.
I had one eventually, but
I think
it doesn't really offer you that lip line, does it?
Red zone one out the back. No. Look, Rob, you're right, mate. They didn't really. It's all it's going to offer you is a hack or a cut back, really. It's an alright start away.
So it's actually come in under Ryan. So the judge is taking a bit of a liking to Ryan's opening wave rather than Mark's there. 1 point above it. It's really, really tricky out there, Greg.
Yeah. Is it?
As soon as you're on the wrong side of that peak, you are done.
What's the current like, Rob?
It's really bad.
Is it?
It's enormously strong. If you're watching from the beach, you can't really see it on the close-up angle.
Yeah.
On the pulled back angle, you can see it a little bit more clearly, but there's so much water moving right to left.
Yeah.
From west to east up the channel, that incoming tide.
Yeah. So the protocol, the strategy remains 2 lefts, or 2 or 3 lefts, and then a right at the end if you can.
Exactly
that. As soon as you take that right, though, you're not
getting
back.
Well, we actually saw, before the heat started, in my heat, we saw Logan and Rudder have to reset before the buzzer even kicked things off.
Wow.
So it did seem to relent a little bit before, towards the end of the heat. But yes, like I say, as soon as you're the wrong side of that white water, you're done for. It's time to come in, isn't it?
Yeah, it's always a bit of a current down here, but it's some great waves, and once you sort of learn how to deal with it, there's specific tactics how to surf this place, and the locals have got it sussed.
Well, I was chatting to Guth Vaughan at the end of my heat, and I was complaining, saying I was stuck in that kind of no man's land where you think you might get back if you just paddle really hard, but it's really, really tricky. And he said
100%.
after 40 years of doing it himself, he's still doing it.
Yeah, 100%. I know, I've been there, Rob. You're 1 or 2 meters too deep, and you wear one on the head, and you think, oh, I can just get past this. I can just about get over there where I need to be. And you can see a local lad there. He's about 4 meters over, and you're just thinking, I want to get to where he is.
Yeah, exactly.
And you think you can do it, but I've failed on numerous times. Anyway, red up. It goes, it's you and Buick on the bottom turn. There's the top turn. So he's going to find the bottom again. There's the top turn. Nice. Again, you got the fins out the back there. So this is going to be a wave that is going to be a good counting wave. Bottom turn, into the lip a bit of a drive back. He's off the bottom. Now that's a nice carve.
I think the judges will like that.
Yeah, and he's still going. What a fantastic wave choice that was. And a little slide at the end, and he's out. He's like, yee-haw, I did it. One more of them, and you're through, I'd imagine. So that's the first wave I've saw in this heat that's really of consequence, and it's going to be a keeper. I'd imagine everyone. I'd hope everyone else.
So there it is, a 5.67, Greg.
Good score. Yeah, he'd be happy with that. And look, if he gets another one of them, he's getting out of this heat more than likely. Right, we got a paddle. Blew up, Ryan Thomas. It's a clever manoeuvre that was, and that's a nice hack. Make it, get down low. Oh no!
Really tricky, that wobbly section, and just as it comes over that kind of the pinnacle of cobbles.
It seemed to me he was 1 second behind that wave from the beginning.
He was. You're right.
He was sort of struggling. The wave had the jump on him really.
But he paddled in from slightly west of the peak, didn't he? So he's a little bit behind the whole time.
Yeah, and the first turn was a little bit just out 1 second too late, really, and the second one was 2 seconds too late, and that's why it deemed incomplete. But again, it's a step in the right direction. It's a score of a kind, but I'm sure he'll be hoping for more because he's been surfing really well. Yesterday, Ryan was surfing really well. He won the seniors. So he's on form. I know I was in with him and he waxed me, and he was probably one of the most on form surfers of yesterday. So we look to see him now ride again in the last 12 minutes we got left, folks. It's plenty of waves coming. It's just staying out of trouble really is the main thing out there right now. Staying wide and just being sort of on the peak when the set arrives and not too far in, so you get clonked.
Well,
by
we saw
the set.
you and Buick post that 5.67. He's made his way back into the lineup. The problem comes when you're sitting in the lineup and there's a lull, and you don't know whether to paddle to stay on peak because the peak obviously you can't see it, so the difficulty there. But Ewan has managed it, and he's back out the back. He's on another left. This one a little bit wobbly, but it may well line up on the inside. Finds a little section to slap off. Unfortunately, it fades underneath him. So yeah, when there's a lull and you're sitting out there, you're not quite sure of your surroundings and where you should be sitting. The next thing you know, you've got a set on the head.
Yeah.
And you're in.
That's right.
You're in a roost.
You're trying to. I find myself looking back at the shore and using like triangulation to try and stick in the right spot. I look left, I look right, and I try to put one object in front of the other in the foreground and the background to stick in the right place. And then you're trying to work out how far out you are by looking to the right or to the left, and it's just hard. And you're getting waves on the head, and you're getting blown around, and you're trying to keep your concentration, and it just takes years to suss it out.
Well, you mentioned it earlier, Greg. You can be simply 1 or 2 meters out of position, and you're done for.
Yeah, that's right. And you're just paddling, and you think you can make it. And often the locals just give up and they just come in and they scoot around on the inside.
It's the wise thing to do, I think.
They just say, look, you can't. Sometimes it's just impossible to get back to where you need to be. And you think, all right, then okay, I'll get a right. And all of a sudden you're too deep for that as well. Anyway, here we go. Blew up, Ryan C. Thomas. He's finding the bottom of the wave there, and now he's found a nice cutback hack.
That's a nice hook. The judges will like that. And he's going to find a section on the inside as well, I think. This one's going to line up. Probably double up on the inside cobbles. Ryan just biding his time, cutting back. And this is where he'll go. If he manages to get down this section, that is.
Nice.
Well surfed wave, that.
Yeah, that'll be a wave of consequence. In the context of the heat, look, it's still anybody's, really.
Well, he needs a 3.85 to move into first. And he's done it. There it is, a 4.1.
Wow.
Second highest wave of the heat so far. The judges liking that hooked
Yeah.
cutback, I think.
Yeah, it was. Here we go. It's the replay of it.
That was the one.
A beautiful swoop back, and then again, it's powerful surfing, Rob. He's over the boards. He's got a nice low centre of gravity. He just looks solid on that stick. He doesn't look like he's going to fall for 1 second. Clocks the last section. What the nose is out in front. That'll be deemed complete. And yeah, a well put together wave. I mean, if you look at that wave, there was nice flow to it. If it all sort of connected, there was no points in that wave where he sort of flapped, or no points where the judges would take their eye off him. It was continuous surfing.
It was no frills surfing.
Yeah.
No flapping.
Yeah, and it just put it together. It was just a wily old surfer's wave, really, which was just cleverly constructed. And you'd have to say he utilised the wave to pretty much the best he could.
It's 8.5 minutes remaining in this. It's Ryan Thomas, surfer in blue, out in front. In second, it's Ewan Buick in red. In third, Mark Vaughan in green, looking for a 4.85 to move into second. And Elliot Barton, who I think is a no-show.
Yes, we'd have to think that, because he's got no scores so far. I wonder where Elliot is. I'd have loved to have seen him out there today. He'd be ripping. He's been surfing well, hasn't he? He went to Jersey. He was good out there.
I think he did, yeah.
With the British Cup. Ewan was good out there as well. Ewan's out there now. I think Ewan got to the final.
So this is the last of the Open quarterfinals. We'll be going in to the women's semi-final heat 1 next. In red, we'll have Katie David. In white, Gwennon Morgan. And in green, Josie Hawke. As we look to our screens now, and it's surfer in red. Ewan Buick up into the lip. Belts that one. This one could double up on the inside. It's going to go wobbly for a little section, but it may well catch up with that wave. It doesn't before Ewan kicks off the back. He's going to reset. He needs to get wide of that rip. Otherwise, he's going to end up on the wrong side of it. And we know what happens then as we see surfer in green. This is Mark Vaughan up and riding. Wave selection from the local. Up into the lip. Cracks it. He's looking for a 4.85. That first turn will go some way to delivering that score. And lovely swooping cutback. Engages the fins there. And again, hoping that this one doubles up. It's not going to. So Mark's off the back of that. Looking for a 4.85. I'm not sure if it'll be really, really close. Either way, he will have improved on his situation because he will have definitely bettered that 2.5.
Here comes a replay of Ewan's. Now, at this point, this was the best single manoeuvre of the heat for me. He comes off the bottom there and spanks that. And that's nice. That's the best single manoeuvre of the heat for me at that point. But I think Mark then, I think then Mark goes on this lump behind it.
And
here comes the Mark Vaughan replay. It's a beautiful takeoff. He's into the solid bottom turn there and up into the lip. So, again, which one's the better turn out of that and Ewan's? I don't know. But then Mark gets that nice cutback as well. This year.
Yeah, I like the action.
No,
the one before, but it was kind of in a bit of an odd section on the wave. It's a lovely turn, but maybe, I don't know, we'll see what the judges reward it with. They're still deliberating. The wheels on the laptop in front of us are whirring, showing us that the judges are locking in their scores. Meanwhile, at the back is surfer in red again. Ewan Buick up into the lip, bashes it.
I can see what he was trying to do.
Yeah, plenty of spray. He tried to go up and over that kind of lump, didn't he? Unfortunately, nosedives when he comes back down. So scores to come for last of red and last of green.
I like the way he came off the bottom. He attacked that with vigour. And why not? I mean, he's got, actually, he does need a second score. Here comes the Ewan Buick replay. He comes square off the bottom there and attacks that. But he comes unstuck, unfortunately. He's got 5 minutes. He's got a good score. He's got a 5.67, but his backup is the 1.67. He needs to improve on that. Now, Mark's got the 2.5, and he's got a score to come. Now, the judges are deliberating over that now, probably comparing it to other waves, right? Here's green up, Mark's up again. That's a hell of a big gouge.
That is going to be a very big score.
Wow, and it's a beautiful cut back, and he's back onto another drive and a cut. Wow, he's now found form.
That is the wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, best wave of the heat, and he's still on it. Wow, that was really, really well surfed.
He's going to really like that. Mark got a 4.83 for his second wave. I'm going to posit that this score is going to come higher than a 7.
Yeah, 100%. This first turn, that's hellish, right? That's a big gouge. And then he's just feeling it now. He just
Yeah.
knows he's not
I'm
going
gonna
to
up it.
fall.
I'm going to say it's going to be coming in at north of an 8.
I'd give it an 8,
And I
no
think-
problem. That was
I
a big
think that
gouge.
Mark Vaughan may well have just put himself back in contention for the Barty Spice
Yeah,
£500
he
wave of the
went off.
contest.
Yeah, 100%. That was the biggest single manoeuvre I've seen all weekend. And then he linked it up and got the wave complete with other turns. So I mean,
It's Ryan Thomas at the back, surfer in blue, a lovely hack to start. This wave's going to line up ahead of him, and if he manages to get over this section, he'll have plenty of speed to attack the inside. He does. This wave's slowing up, kind of changing direction, a little bit of a bend back out to sea, but he's going to stick with it, just hoping it does something on the inside. So Ryan currently in second, but with a score still to come for last of green. Ryan's looking to better a 3.5. And you know what? He may have done it.
well, he cruised along and he was patient. I think we're gonna.
Whether it's enough or not remains to be seen, because we've got a score to
Here
come in
comes the
for
replay
last
of the
of
Ryan
green
C.
as
Thomas
well.
wave. So it's a cutback start, and then he's just sort of driving along. It didn't have the flow of this one.
No,
prior.
and
He's sort of struggling on that
it was
white
kind of
water.
stalled.
It's
So
a frothy wave, isn't it?
last of greens has come in, Greg, and well, I think we got a bit excited because it's coming in at 6.77.
Oh, that's a bit skingy, that is, isn't it?
I reckon so. Well, but again, in the context of the heat.
Yeah. Well, you've got to.
The one thing I think,
You've got to really impress
so I
them.
think, well, to mitigate this, so I'm going to stand up for the judges here, and I
Yeah.
think that first turn had plenty of energy in it,
Yeah.
but it was perhaps slightly mistimed. It wasn't entirely clean. The second and third turns were, but we know it's the judges look for that first manoeuvre to really pile on the points, don't they? So perhaps a little bit mistimed. That's all I can think of as justification for that 6.77. I really did think it was going to be a higher score than that.
I think we got a replay, Rob, of this Mark's wave. Right, it's that gouge there. I mean, that's pretty solid, isn't it? There's not many people in Wales who can do that. I know he's been doing it for years. I saw him do that down Monk Nash about 20 years ago, and I've seen him do it plenty of times since. But to come out there and do it on a day like today, fair play.
Yeah, 6.77. I think he's going to be a bit irked with that, perhaps. There we are.
Yeah.
It's taken him into the lead, anywho.
That's my favourite single manoeuvre of the day, so from what I've seen. Red is out the back on a screamer. Beautiful drop. Oh, his waves run off too fast for him.
And now he's going to be in trouble because he's going to be out of position.
Yeah.
Luckily for him,
Clonk.
he is in second at the minute.
Yeah.
He's hoping to replace a 4.37. So Ryan Thomas, surfer in blue, will be hot on his heels, looking for a 5.55. Highly achievable and attainable for Ryan.
Yeah. A set's are pouring through. There's another goodie out the back. Is Ryan out there? Or was he right on the inside?
Ryan was right on the inside, but he's in a good position because he's going to try and make his way around the outside. Although there's only 2 minutes left. I don't know if he'll make it back out in time. Oh, it's going to be an interesting end to this heat, you know. So Mark Vaughan, surfer in green, is in first position with that 6.77 and a 4.83. Ewan Buick, surfer in red, is in second position with a 5.67 and a 4.37. Ryan Thomas, surfer in blue, is in third with a 4.1 and a 4.5. And with just over a minute remaining,
It's the fight for second place.
it's going to be interesting to see whether anybody makes it back out in time.
Yeah,
You see
true.
Ewan Buick scrapping for that horizon. Mark Vaughan's going to probably have a time for one more wave to solidify his position.
I hope they all get a wave each and get another chance. Ewan is really fit. I'd expect him to get out there. Mark is out there. Ryan is on the inside. He's got a lot of work to do, and then he's going to have to spin and go. There's a set out there now. Mark's duck-dived it. I'd hope they all get another chance. For me...
There's 30 seconds.
You got-
There's time for two
yeah.
waves, I think.
Can we see any waves out there? There
There's
seems
a
to
set.
be a bit of a set. I mean, if you were out there, you'd want to get one of them anyway to get yourself in. And finish the heat in style. Mark's paddling. It's a good-looking wave. Go.
He's
No.
not going to get into it. So I think that could be all she wrote with just 10 seconds remaining.
I would just be scraping to get into anything right now. But it's not going to happen for the lads. Okay, so it's going to remain. Mark's going to take the win. Ewan Buick coming in at second. Ryan C. Thomas.
I think we may have jumped the gun there, Greg. We've got two timers in front of us. We may have been calling the wrong one, but there are only 10 seconds remaining now.
12 seconds. I don't think Ryan's out far enough.
8, 7, 6,
Someone go.
4, 3,
That's it.
Oh, she
So,
wrote.
Mark Vaughan takes the
We
heat
can have a
win with
replay.
that lovely 6.77 that we're hoping to see again, maybe. Ewan Buick, surfer in red, also progresses through to the semi-finals. Ryan Thomas in blue eliminated, and Elliot Barton, who was supposed to be surfing in white, was a no-show for that heat. So that concludes the men's quarterfinals, and we're going to go into the women's semi-final heat 1. But hopefully we'll get a chance to see that Mark Vaughan wave one more time. There it is. Do you know what, Greg? The more I watch it, that first turn
That
was
a big gouge. That
a
was
big old
big.
hefty manoeuvre, and he
And he-
carried it all the
look at
way
the
through to
speed.
the inside.
Look at the confidence.
And you know what? This last cutback I really enjoyed on the smaller part of the wave, how he stuck with it right to the end. All rail. He was pleased with that,
Okay.
you could see, as he kicked out of it. So a 6.77 for his efforts there.
Yeah.
It won't put him in contention for the Barty D,
Yeah.
or sort of Barty spiced wave of the contest, the 500 notes.
I don't know what to make of that, but anyway, coming up, we've got an advert for you folks. I hope you're enjoying so far, and stay enjoying.
You should have seen him at the local hall. Now they're playing at the Hollywood Bowl. White lights shining on their bright. First time it gave them a fright. Ow! When the show was over, we all went into town. Made an Eskimo in a white gown.
Okay, so we're back in the studio, and Robbo, your hair's drying out slowly, mine's not. That brings us to the end of the quarter-final round of the Open. We say quarter-finals, it was 3 heats, wasn't it? 3 heats of 4, and we did have injuries to both Patrick Langton-Dark and Elliot Barton, which has opened the draw right
Greg
up.
and I were speculating over Elliot's absence.
Right.
Injury as well, is it? There we are.
Yeah, or illness, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
So, now, you were in the water for the first one. The waves looked really good. Had the rip started in your
Yes.
heat?
Well, I don't know if you noticed, but Logan and Rudder both had to reset before the heat began.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
How did they do that? Coming on the inside?
Yeah,
and go back
exactly.
out
Such
again?
was the power of the rip.
Yeah, I had to do
And
the walk around.
It was. I missed the beginning of your heat, so I didn't see that. But
Yeah.
I had that horrible thing where you get stuck just the wrong side, but in your mind you're thinking you'll be able to get there, and so you spend I spent 12 minutes because I had my watch on. I timed it. I spent 12 minutes a meter out of position, paddling and duck diving waves.
Oh,
which,
that's land to it for you.
unfortunately, I think cost me. But I did get a buzzer. Well, almost a buzzer beater. Wasn't quite a buzzer beater.
Yeah.
And it certainly didn't give me the points I needed anyway.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, similar for you.
Yeah, but point 1 was it in the end? Apparently.
Your one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was something like
I
that.
was
yeah.
trying to entertain, but my first wave was just a repositioning
One more crack,
wave.
Tom would have done it.
Yeah, well, it was just a repositioning wave on the first one. Great to have Greg Owen doing a bit of commentary with
Yeah,
us as well. I
good-
always love commentating.
Good fun
with
having Greg in the booth. We particularly enjoyed Mark Vaughan's high scoring wave. I think he got a 6.77, but
did
before
he?
the score dropped,
Well, I'm glad it wasn't 7.17.
we were speculating
yeah,
that
yeah, it
Mark
is.
Vaughan may have put himself in contention for this. The Barty's wave
Logan
of the Welsh.
Nicol is what this is currently going to be saying.
500
Logan Nicol at
notes, but
7.17. All the rest of the competitors have got to gang up on Vaughan to make sure that he doesn't get it. So, moving on now, we're going on into the ladies, and it's stacked. They're all here, and we're going to be seeing some pretty good action. I think also there's a chance that we're going to be moving down to the point in a little bit as well, which will the waves a little bit cleaner, a little bit smaller, and yeah, pretty hot action. What stood out so far this morning for you then? Would it be Mark Vaughan's wave? I thought Ewan Buick's wave that I saw. I mean, I was low down coming up the rocks at the time. Looked really good.
Yeah,
What did you get for that
Ewan
one?
Buick had a 5.44, I think. So second highest scoring wave of the heat.
Okay. Oh well.
The judges enjoyed it. 3 words to describe the action so far this morning. Rip. Gouge.
Right.
Buzzer beater. That's 4 words. So
Well,
it's
unless you
it's
make
hyphenated.
buzzer beater is a compound abstract
It's
noun.
hyphenated as well.
A
so
hyphenated
yes.
compound abstract noun. There we go. We get a grammar lesson
Right.
for free as well.
We're going back to the action now.
Break, then we're off to the ladies.
You should have seen him at the local hall. Now they're playing at the Hollywood Bowl. White lights shining on their bright. First time it gave them a fright. Ow! When the show was over, we all went into town. Made an Eskimo in a white gown.
We are back. I enjoy nothing more than having to put my name to an incorrect announcement. We thought the ladies were coming up next, but they're not, Robbo. However, something highly enjoyable is coming up next. And that is the longboards. We're going to be seeing Tom Fisher, Blake Jones and Elliot Dudley, and this will be starting imminently. Elliot Dudley is a joy to watch on a longboard, as is Tom Fisher and Blake Jones, but Elliot Dudley is a particular joy to watch when I'm sat next to you, Rob, because you and him, you know each other well, you're dear friends, and you never tend to give him a very easy ride. Have you got any currently amusing Elliot anecdotes for us? How's he coping with fatherhood? I know he's been sort of struggling to get to the gym often enough and all these kinds of things and finding it very difficult.
Yeah, the poor Dabby only surfs 30 times a week now.
Is that what it is? Yeah. Whenever I'm with him and Marie Claire together, I try and stitch him up as much as I can, and I ask detailed questions about the shifts that he's putting in, and then point out how I put much more time in myself.
So hard on him, not letting him surf 1,000 times a week. He's struggling with only being able to surf 3 times a day, which is a shame for him. But hey,
and he's going to the gym at dawn, is he?
Dawn, dusk. He gets in for the twilight session.
He's got a gym in his house?
No.
I know they've got.
Well, Marie Claire's they've recently repurposed.
There's chiropractics there.
Exactly. Yes.
I've been.
So, MC Marie Claire now operating Thrive Chiropractic from the residence. If you need your body adjusting, we recommend going to see MC. She's a consummate professional.
Now, I think these guys, like most other competitors, might need their lineup position adjusting, if not their body adjusting. Let's go through a bit of the messaging, shall we, that we've been receiving. It's quite good fun. We've got somebody called He Tar saying, "Go Tom Sheldon, South Wales buddy. Thank you for WSF live feed. Baby shark emoji." I feel old reading that out. Luke Cromwell from Bali is messaging us. Photo boss, nice to see a bit more swell for today. Good luck to all the boys. We got Craig Davis, sick turn mark. Great footage, guys. James Dodd. I thought Vaughan would have been pensioned off by now. And Nick Newton-Williams, great guest commentary, Grego. Yeah, he is a great guest commentator, Grego. We love having him in, yeah. So there's a little bit of a delay while they make a few adjustments. I got a feeling that the longboards are looking at the point for their
Almost
heat.
Certainly. Across the ledges, it's just coming up to
And
about rideable now.
Harry and I were both saying as we proned in from our heat that our most enjoyable wave, Harry genuinely thought his most enjoyable wave was the one that he proned in that hit the point. And he said he just proned all along the point. I actually stood up to go along the point, which might have been the problem. There's a ship on the horizon there, Robbo, nice and central in the image. I see no ships, only hard ships. Nope, not true. There's a tanker. At least I think that's a tanker, because it looks like it's got...
been there. I think it must be anchored, because it's been there since I arrived at the beach this morning.
Is the tanker anchored?
The tanker is anchored. Be careful saying that. I think ahead of...
maybe it's waiting for the turning tide, Robbo, which we can see there on the screen, courtesy of Diana.
I think it's waiting to go into port, and perhaps just anchored bow facing into that wind that we had this morning.
That wind, which is a southwest, west-southwest, and 15 miles an hour with 30 mile an hour gusts, while it's dealing with the 8 to 10 and later 6 to 8 foot seas. High tide 1:15. I'm not sure that's the AM. Oh, is it? Yeah. Is there no... Yes, there's no afternoon, because the tide is either side of the midday, isn't it? That's interesting. Oh, no, maybe not. Don't know. But there we go. Look, high tide. The tide will be turning in a good couple of hours' time. Point will be looking really good for the later heats. There are the longboards. Somebody's taking a little kid for a walk along the point there as well. I don't know whether that is somebody related to any of the competitors. So they're going to be good to go. They've had the signal. Blake Jones was in the shortboard yesterday. I don't know if you managed to mention it during the heat with yourself. No, of course you didn't, because you were in the water with Blake, Rudder and yourself. There was some fantastic banter going on amongst the Welsh Coast Surf Club overnight, with both Blake and Rudder feeling a little bit salty about the commentary that their surfing received yesterday.
Yeah, I did see that.
And that's obviously an invitation for us to continue in that vein, is it not?
So look at on screen, Tom. Sorry to interrupt, but there are some
Interrupt away.
really nice right-handers
Aren't they
peeling
just?
down the left-hand side of the beach now. So the right-hand point that is called the left here at Lantwit.
Right.
Although it's coming onto the ledges, I suppose, now as that tide pushes in. But there are, whatever it's called, there are some beautiful waves to be had. That's why the longboarders have headed in that direction. Much, much cleaner faces on that side of the beach. Just protected from that wind slightly. There's chatter on the radios, which suggests to me that
I
the
think we're
contest
seconds out.
is soon to recommence.
Ah, there we go. Blake is having a little look. He's wondering if the buzzer's going to go in time. He's having a paddle. And does get to his feet.
The contest,
Oh.
so the heat hasn't yet begun.
The heat
so
hasn't begun. Blake is just going for a bit of a... I wouldn't call that a repositioning. I'd probably call it a depositioning, wouldn't you?
That's exactly what he's done. He's got left himself with a bit of work to do before this heat begins. However, he's on a longboard. He's on the left-hand side of the bay, so the paddle is much, much easier than that of the point.
True that. There's the tanker squaring the screen. Is that the coast of the cliffs of going into Minehead that we can see on the horizon
No, I
there
think
behind
it's
it?
a little bit further east of there.
Is it?
So that'll be...
Coleridge country.
It's the Somerset. It's the cliffs of Somerset,
It's
however.
the stretch of coast from
Sorry, a little
which
bit east of
the
there.
the Rime of the Ancient Mariner set sail. Oh, look at that wave. I mean,
So
it could be Lennox Head, couldn't it?
it could. It's not.
On an off day.
Yeah. So, Minehead,
Minehead, not Lennox Head.
yes, Minehead. What I was going to say is Linton and Lynmouth are more or less directly opposite us here.
Right.
Which means that can't really be Minehead. It's a little bit too far east. Right county, though.
I've heard one likening of Greg Owen to Barton Lynch. I would love to see Greg Owen emulate Barton Lynch's beard, actually. Could that be the next stage for Greg? So there's still a little bit of a delay with getting this thing started, but I'm sure it'll be with you in a second. We're going to go to a quick break because that tends to make things start. So we're going to look at getting that up and running in a second.
You should have seen him at the low. It gave them a fright. Ow! When the show was over, we all went into town. Made an Eskimo in a white gown.
Oh, up and riding here. Blake Jones getting off to a start, but has not managed to get out of the top turn there. So we are now underway with this heat. And actually, while we await these surfers to take off on a wave, I think there is a possibility of being able to look at the 6.77 of Mark Vaughan, is there not? Let's just wait one moment to see whether or not either of our competitors are going to go for this wave here. I think there might be a ride here. It looks to me like Tom Fisher's got the inside line. It's going to be a fairly late takeoff. No, he ejects. That would have been a great wave. But he does the job of keeping Elliot Dudley off it. Dudley looking back and probably feeling slightly miffed that nobody's riding that wave. They'll both be able to see that thing peel off down the point from the back. It's one of the great frustrations in surfing, seeing a wave reel away with nobody on it, isn't it? Yes, let's have a look at this 6.77 then from Mark Vaughan, which I haven't seen at all. I've only seen the... Here we go. Let's have a look. Oh.
Huge gouge to start.
Yeah, a bit of spray.
And he gets to work on the inside.
Oh, nice
There's
tail
another
poke.
2 or 3 turns coming up.
Okay. So I can see why this would have scored more than the wave that Buick had then. Oh, that's a very classic Vaughany turn there. Oh, and here we go, Elliot
Live
Dudley.
action. Dudley riding, I believe that's a Bing Continental. Off to the nose he goes, 5 over and back. Hook stylishly, nice drop knee cut back. And this wave will line up through the inside as he gets back to the nose. Right onto the cobbles, he's actually much further in than I thought he was. And I can, as I glance out of the window,
Fins.
I can see he was more or less on the ledge kicking out of that one.
Fins would have come very close to scraping on the rock ledge there then. I think that'll be a fairly decent opening score for Dudley there. It'll be interesting. This will set the scale. Fisher and Jones back out there. Here we go. We're going to see this wave from Dudley. Nicely lined up. In he goes. Deftly cross steps to the nose. Gets 5. Looking for 10. Doesn't quite go for it. Cross steps back. Drop knee cut back. This has ended up being a 5.5. This has. And then has to make a couple of quick decisions at the end there. Elliot can be quite hard on himself. I'd imagine he'll be wondering whether he could have done a little floater or something to finish that, but I suppose that would bring you even further in towards the shallow inside ledge. Here we have a little wave. Nobody's going to go on that one. 25-minute heats for finals. That 5 minutes often does make the difference. Increases the chances of everyone in the heat having had a fair opportunity to represent themselves, because you do want that in a final.
So as we approach the 20-minute remaining mark, it's Elliot Dudley surfer in green out in front with a 5.5, Blake Jones in white in second with that opening ride of a 3.83, and Tom Fisher yet to post a score. We saw him have a little look at that really nice right-hander earlier, but opt not to go in the end. And actually wore it on the head, and it forced him inside a little bit, so he's going to reset.
Did one of these guys have a bye yesterday then? I'm just wondering how we've got a 3-man final, because there were semi-finals.
Yes, Thomas Fisher had to surf
late take off, Blake.
By himself, so Blake Jones in white from Puffball, the youngster. His second heat of the day thus far, makes his way towards the nose. Not quite getting there, but he will now. 5 over, up to 10 for a very brief period, and he's going to hope to cross step back. That wave fizzles out. So yes, Tom Fisher did surf his heat, but he did it alone, and as we see the goofy foot from the Gower up and riding now, carving down the face, and hoping that this wave
defending champion
to get to the nose.
Hence the red vest.
There he is.
Ooh.
5 over, and he's going to be right on the ledge here. He'll want to get out fairly quickly. And are we going to see another wave ridden? Not in this set. So Elliot Dudley, the lone soul in the lineup with first priority. He'll wait. Elliot surfs Lantuit very regularly, so he'll know
Late take
just
off
which
by
waves
Jones
to go on.
there. I like it. He said he had a bad back. Can't be that bad to be able to get to his feet like that. Attempts the cross step, so this will go in behind the best of green because the cross step in is not quite as dainty. And it comes in at a 3.9, which is good for the lead, but that leaves Dudley only needing a 2.23. So Fisher gets a tap to the nose there, then looking to the inside. And then
This is live
another
action,
wave
Tom.
of Jones. Oof.
Did well to hang on there. Straight to the nose early on, a beautiful cutback styled out there. If he manages to hold on, he might have a section ahead of himself to cross-step forward. He positioned himself really nicely on that wave. And again, he's going to want to get out of there fairly quickly as that wave approaches the inside ledge. Elliot Dudley, surfer in green, taking a little look at a wave out the back. Again, choosing not to go on that one. So Elliot can afford to be patient. He's got the highest scoring wave of the heat so far, a 5.5. He's got first priority, and there are 18 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. So time aplenty to post that second wave. Perhaps better his 5.5. Blake Jones, surfer in white, is now in first position, having posted a 3.83 and a 3.9. And with the score to drop, it comes in at a 4.0. So Blake improves his situation further. He's in first, looking to replace a 3.9 to extend his lead. Elliot Dudley in second, looking for just a 2.4 to move into first. And Thomas Fisher currently in third, looking for a 5.4 to move into first.
I ask you this question often, and the answer's never the same, so I'm going to ask you it again, Robbo. Who'd you rather be? The guy in second with the higher single score, or the guy in first with the two scores on the board?
The answer invariably depends on the time remaining in the heat. In this case, I think it would be second, paddling for this wave with first priority, looking for just a 2.4.
Possibly not second for that much longer. Well, there's a quick 5. Oh, and another 5 on a very tricky section here. And if he gets the nose again and then recovers it quickly, you'd imagine that will be good for 2.4 or above. It'll be interesting to see what the judges do now, because the 5.5 of Dudley had turns on it. Variety, the mixture of traditional and progressive. Oh, does it go slightly lower than the 5.5 then?
I think it's going to come in just above.
Well, I think you had a screen to help you on that one there, Robbo. So, all of a sudden, Elliot Dudley has a fairly commanding lead, because for Blake Jones to take the lead on one wave, he'd need to win 500 quid, Rob.
He certainly would. Great observation, Tom. So you posed that question just before Elliot took that wave. Would you rather be the person in first or second with a requirement but plenty of time? It was definitely the person in second, because now Elliot is in first position.
Yeah.
Surfer in green is out in front with a 6.07 and a 5.5. So interesting to note that the judges really did reward those long nose rides rather than the variety.
They did. 7.57 is almost a combo in these conditions, isn't it? It's not, well, I'm sure Blake's support team will be sitting at home yelling at the screen that he can get a 7.57 in one wave.
Oh, we know he can do it.
Nigel's belief in his son is unshakable. Nigel Jones, if you're watching, how's it going?
Well, we know Blake can do it. We've seen him do it before. However, it was important to contextualise that with a nod to the conditions. However, some beautiful waves on offer, and as the tide continues to push in, we're going to see these rides get longer and longer and longer as the waves feel the point a bit more.
Fisher on the backhand goes for a 5. Would you probably, they might call that what they call it, the cheetah 5, because the back leg is still bearing the brunt of the weight. Now that's interesting. That's the kind of longboarding that sort of suggests, I think, once you start foot paddling and things like that, you're probably thinking that wave might be one that you're planning to replace. Now, I remember as well, when we were in Newquay this summer, I had a fantastic conversation. Oh, here goes Dudley with a little correct. And this probably won't go into his top 2 now unless he finds something pretty spectacular. He's going to ride it anyway. He does enjoy surfing. That's one of the things I love about Elliot. He loves surfing, and he decides not to. There's no re-entry available there because that wave is breaking onto dry rock. João Maia, WSL longboard head judge, Portuguese fella, a good mutual friend of ours, Rob. I was chatting to João about certain longboarding manoeuvres, and I didn't know the name for, I still don't know the name of it, standing on a longboard and turning around a 360 yourself on the deck of the board. Do you think it's got a name?
No.
Because Fisher sort of hinted at doing it just then. And Joao refused to give me a name.
I guess it'd be some kind of
A twizzle?
I suppose if the board was a beautiful opening manoeuvre from Blake Jones there, up to the nose he goes. It's a bigger wave. It's going to offer him an opportunity to cut back, but he chooses to get to the nose because he can see a section racing ahead of him. Some time perched at the front of the board there for Jones, looking for a 7.57.
Did he need a closeout Rio there to...
No, I'm not sure he'll replace his 7. I'm not sure he'll get the 7.57.
I think he'll replace his score, yeah.
I think he will replace his score.
So Joao Maia was kind of refusing to give me a name for this manoeuvre, and I said to him, would you like us to not talk about this manoeuvre when people do it then, so that we can kind of discourage people from doing it? And Joao replied, with a lovely grin across his face, no need. They will be discouraged by the scores, he said, which I think is, they will be discouraged by the scores.
The last of White comes in at a 4.13, so he does better his situation, does better his wave and improves his situation.
Still needs 500 quid if he's going to take the lead. Or still needs to win 500 quid to take the lead. 7.44, highest score across all categories of the event so far is 7.17 by Logan Nicol. I'm sure Logan will be starting to get ever so slightly nervous as the event progresses. Now, you thought though, didn't you, Rob, that the wave of Vorney in quarterfinal 3 this morning had knocked on the door of the 7.17 and the 500
Greg
quid?
and I were convinced.
You thought it had fallen.
But we're not judges.
Yeah. If you compare it to Logan, I think there was a 12 o'clock Rio in that one, wasn't there? I think Vorney, it's gouging. Water displacement, but that 12 o'clock first turn wasn't there. Of course, Logan's chances of 500 quid shot up when Patrick withdrew from the event overnight. Hope you're feeling better soon, Pat. And Elliot Barton, hope you guys are on the mend. Pat with some back pain and obviously a busy schedule as a professional surfer, so has got to be careful. Got to listen to his body and recover. And Elliot off sorts yesterday as well. Went in the water, did his best, but today again opting for recovery over what would have been a pretty unpleasant... Oh, lovely drop knee bottom turn from Tom Fisher there. He's going to look to get to the nose, not quite. And there's a little side chop on this wave, but it's gone into a very shallow section. Yeah, it would have been a very, very... not the heat to take on when you're not feeling 100% this morning, though open heats were in very tricky surf.
Beautiful fade takeoff from Jones there.
It was.
That wave not coming too much after it, though. So we've got a few scores coming in with 10 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. It's Elliot Dudley, the surfer in green, out in front, waiting for scores to drop, however, for surfer in red. Thomas Fisher currently in third, looking for a 7.17. His last comes in at a 3.7, so it doesn't change his situation.
If you do a bit of mental maths, though, you can see that Fisher could catch Blake Jones here, and it would need to be a 3.73 to do that. So if Fisher had 0.03 more on that wave, he'd have gone into the lead, because Fisher would only need to tie Jones's 8.13 to take the lead, because Fisher's got the single higher score, so that's what they go to on a countback. We're going to see a little paddle for green there. Elliot pulls back. And Jones is going to get busy straight away and probably loses priority for that paddle, I would wager. Although he's trying to see if he can regain it. He did lose priority. So they've deemed both surfers to be already in the lineup, so it doesn't matter that Jones tanked it back out again. That was a committed paddle. Now, longboarders are allowed to paddle waves and ride along the crest of them prone without losing priority if it is clear that they are using the wave as a lineup adjustment rather than a concerted attempt to catch the wave. And it is the job of the judges to decide which is which. Obviously, that last one for Jones was an attempt to catch the wave. There was no question about that. But you can sometimes see longboarders engage in the curl of the wave and cruise and not lose priority.
Oh, we've got a double up here. So Elliot's taking a look at this one.
It's a good decision, this. Good wave selection. Drawn out drop knee, cut back, taps it back off the white water, looking for a section. And he's got to get onto the next lump over here. Does it by going to a 5. And if he comes around this section and has room for anything else, we are going to see a score for Dudley. He has to get out before he loses his fins. 5.5 that he'd be looking to replace. I think that is a possibility there, Robbo. What do you reckon?
Yeah, so replacing a 5.5, highly achievable.
Yeah.
He had some time perched at the front of the board.
It was a complete ride.
2 drop knee cutbacks. The judges disagreeing, however, because last of green comes in at a 4.97.
Doesn't even go into his top 2.
And
Wow.
I think that's probably as a result of that second drop knee cutback. It was a little bit messy by Elliot's standards, a little bit mistimed. He had actually kind of overcame a little bit of a lump on the surface of the wave, didn't he? But it did put a bit of a stall, I suppose, in his wave, as we see surfer in white Blake Jones with a beautiful drop knee cutback as
Very
well, repositioning
stylish.
himself there on the wave face as that wave catches up with some kind of water in front of it, making it not the cleanest of waves. But he finds a lovely clean inside section and he gets to work to the nose and then back for another drop knee cut back right onto the ledge. Interesting to note that both Jones and Fisher are wearing leashes, Dudley not wearing a leash. So when they get to that inside ledge, they've all got different tactics of how to get out of there without injury to either themselves or equipment.
Steve Horn, fourth call longboarder who may or may not be watching, claims to me that he thinks longboarding and leashes, that you just shouldn't ride longboards with a leash ever, essentially. What do you think?
I think there's a lot of people that would agree with Steve there, certainly the traditionalists in the longboarding community.
Dudley again.
Dudley with a really late takeoff there, kind of getting a bit held up, but he sees something ahead of him on the wave, and there you see the kick over the back.
And that was to avoid the leash. We might be able to get a little replay of Dudley's ejection here. This is an interesting little bit of skill. We are going to see it. So here goes Dudley. Late takeoff, stuck behind the section. But watch this. He's got no leash. Oh, saves himself. Not just a swim, but a surfboard washing up the rocks is what that would have been. Pretty skilled stuff from Dudley. He holds on to the lead. Now, Fisher has now jumped up into second. The last of Tom Fisher, the 4.67, so having needed only a 3.73 to jump up into second, he got himself a 4.67, which means that Fisher is now in second and now needs a 6.9, which is not going to win 500 quid. Fisher has got it to within the highest scoring heat of the event. And Blake Jones, you see the leash there, saving Blake's board. Dudley's going to go straight away. This is going to leave Fisher in the lineup with priority. Dudley's going to lose priority for the paddle. Doesn't even catch that one. It's going to leave Fisher out back, needing a 6.9. It would be the highest wave of the heat. Dudley gets busy again, leaving nothing to chance. Now, these surfers don't know the scores. They can't hear. They're too far away. Dudley on rail. Recovering it, he is pushing it on this one and now has to get out here, and he's got to avoid losing that board into the rocks. Fisher out back. 6.9 is what he'd need. He doesn't know he needs 6.9. If we look at the scores that Fisher has amassed previously in this event, it would be his best score so far. But Fisher is the reigning champion, and he did it last year in similar circumstances. Jones choosing not to go, so 5 minutes remaining. The surfer that needs the score is the surfer with priority. This is the most exciting possible ending for a neutral. You can hear the beach announcer possibly there, Steve White, indicating to anyone who can hear that there's 5 minutes left. Now, Jones would need a 7.44 to take the lead, so nothing changes for Jones there other than his position. Now, I'm not completely sure what's coming up next. I think it's the women's semis, but I can't be completely sure. I think they're still making decisions on that. Jones with a quick in and out. So we're not quite sure what's coming up next. I think decisions are being made, and we will be able to give you news of that pretty shortly.
Red, you have priority.
It's going to be the Open, I am told. So Logan Nicol, Ewan Buick, and Tom Sheldon. Logan advancing relatively comfortably this morning. Ewan Buick also pretty comfortable. Sheldon squeaking through by a 1/10 of a point. With, you said it was a buzzer beater, didn't you, Rob?
Yeah, I can't actually remember the combination of waves at the end of that heat. I know that there was a flurry of action at the end, and it was just as I arrived in the booth after finishing my heat. So I was all a fluster, but granted a
sterling job.
Sterling job, he certainly did. Of
Sheldon's in
handling the
Falmouth
coverage.
College at the moment, studying sustainable product development. But he's come back for the weekend. He's from Llantwit, so he knows the surf spot well. That'll be a heat. Ewan Buick, the defending junior champion, and either out of Buick or Sheldon will be appearing in their first ever Welsh final, if not both of them. You can see them paddling out on your camera just then. On your camera 2, I think, had a view of the route to the lineup. 2.5 minutes left. At what point is Dudley's next title secure? I would say it's getting longer again. He's just posted a 6.67. So it's a bit further out of reach again now. Fisher is now needing an 8.07 and Jones an 8.61. It would be a huge score for either of the other two. Fisher does have priority. He'll know he has priority because he'll be able to see the LED display from there, but he won't be able to hear the scores. So we're probably going to see rides from Fisher. We'll probably see rides from everyone with 2 minutes left, actually, because Dudley's in second priority. But it is looking increasingly likely that Elliot Dudley is going to take his nth Welsh title. And I dare say he'll be fairly pleased. It'll justify all the thousands of hours that he spends surfing, even post-parenthood, and gymming, and doesn't he weigh nuts? Didn't you tell me, Rob?
He used to.
And why was this? To stay in trim shape?
Yes, it was to monitor his nut intake.
Yeah. Well, he is ripped. He looks not unlike the pallid bust of Pallas from Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven.
With 1 minute remaining,
The bust of Hadrian, even maybe.
final surfer in green is in first position.
So this is Fisher's attempt for the 8.07. It isn't going to be an 8.07. So unless Jones,
Green, you have priority. Surfer, no, you don't.
there goes the surfer in green. So unless Jones can come up with something towards the 9 range in the next 38 seconds, it is going to be Elliot Dudley with another Welsh title. I don't know his total haul. I reckon it's more than 10. Is umpteen the number that we would use to describe an unknown number higher than 10?
I'm sure Mike Dudley, Elliot's father,
Oh,
will
he'll
have
know.
a good clue. He's
Here
currently
goes Jones.
9, 8,
And that's going to be that.
7,
So, in order to be called umpteenth, does it have to be more than 10 to justify the suffix teen?
must do.
Umpteenth. So, if it's an unknown number under 10.
I bet there's a definition somewhere. Let's have a little look.
Sundry. You can also use that word. Elliot has sundry Welsh titles. The word sundry originally meant several. And the word diverse also originally means many. So you could also say that Elliot Dudley has won the Welsh title, the Welsh Nationals, diverse times. Those words have now gone on to mean, words change their meaning through time. One word that doesn't change its meaning is champion. It always means the same thing, and Elliot Dudley is again a champion. Oh, we're going to have a fin first takeoff from Blake Jones here. I'm going to enjoy this, and he fails to catch the wave.
So umpteen, Tom. Very many. Indefinitely numerous.
Oh, but it doesn't have to be a teen number to be umpteen.
Nope.
Very interesting. So we got Logan, Nicol, Ewan Buick and Tom Sheldon coming up. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we're back, there is going to be some action which will be hot to trot.
Welcome back. So we are about to commence with semi-final number 1 of the men's open division, featuring in red Logan Nicol, in white Ewan Buick, and in green Tom Sheldon. Our surfers have moved across to the left-hand side of the bay here. Much cleaner conditions.
They're
on
underway.
offer. And we're in, I suspect, for an exciting couple of heats here. Stacked once again. Semi-final number 2, comprising of Harry Cromwell, Mark Vaughan and Rudder Rava.
Let's make a couple of predictions.
Okay.
Let's do it. Let's have a go at doing this thing you were telling me about yesterday, where rugby players, rugby teams get given head starts, right? So do we just go on their previous scores, or should we do, let's give, I reckon, right, now I love being wrong, so please don't be offended if your friends and family are these guys, because it's their job to prove us wrong, and that's where the entertainment will lie. I reckon if you were going to give a spread on this one for a bookmaker, then that you'd give Logan Nicol a head start of about 3 points. And I reckon you'd put Buick another 1.5 ahead of Sheldon. What do you reckon? Just based on previous performance.
You're basing on some previous results. Interesting. I'm going to steer clear of this conversation. However,
Coward.
However, it's an interesting concept. Whenever surfing has been covered by any of the bookmakers, I don't think I've ever seen a handicap for it. It's just normally a straight heat win. As we see surf it in white, Ewan Buick pumping down the line, looking for a section, finds plenty of speed around that as he hooks up into the lip, carries on, cutting back towards the white water. This way fizzles out, unfortunately. Although he does try to stick with it, almost made it through.
Well, I would say that Sheldon knows this wave well, so I'm going to change my prediction now, and I'm going to make a prediction of Nicol and Sheldon to go through, because Ewan Buick there on that one, explosive surfing, but moved over onto his backside and on the slightly smaller wave. That wasn't quite the start that he had to the last heat.
So I think the work is to be done out the back for the shortboarders here, whereas the longboarders won't manage to navigate through to the inside and get some tip time right at the end. I think our surfers are going to need to get cracking with some early turns as that score does drop, Tom.
A 2.33. So I tell you what, comment with your predictions. We haven't got one of those vote things that the WSL have where you predict the next heat, but maybe you want to comment in the comment section of YouTube. I think there's even a button that tells you how to comment on YouTube on our screen somewhere. We're going to have to try and find it on this dashboard. Steve Horn is listening. And he's enjoying, by the sound of things. Steve's done the Welsh plenty of times himself. He'll have enjoyed watching the longboard in there. A rather decorated longboarder himself. now more into the CrossFit and all that kind of stuff. Runs a lot. Now Sheldon will not be looking to keep that one by the end of the heat either, will he? But Buick's going to go again.
Buick's staying very busy. It's one of the things I've noticed about Ewan's surfing is he gets so many waves. A beautiful crack
There's
up
the
into the lip
lipper.
there. Lots of spray. Cuts back to the whitewater again. Going to find another section through the inside before this thing ends on the cobbles. Doesn't commit to that final turn, and I do not blame him because he was on the rock shelf as we see the camera pan back out to see.
That will go in, right, that'll go in a lot higher than what he started with there then. A 4.5 for that one, a 2.7 for the first of Sheldon. So Sheldon gets the slight edge in the battle of the backups, but Buick now suggesting that my betting spread for him was entirely wrong, because he is looking like he could finish on a heat average of at least 9, if not double figures, if he goes on at this rate, and that has tended to be enough to advance. So Logan Nicol sits and waits. All surfers at this stage of the event will be having half an eye on the chances of becoming Welsh champion by the end of the day. Nicol, a previous 2-time Welsh champion, will be particularly attuned to that possibility. The semi-finalists, by the way, let's give you the full field in this event, are, here goes Nicol. Oh, and a big first turn. Look at that spray. And a second backup turn. And a bit of work on the inside. He's probably going to stay with this. The wave fizzles, but Nicol had done a fair bit of work there. I'd be surprised if that's not the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. The full roster of semi-finalists. Quite exciting results for a couple of these surfers. Ewan Buick, Tom Sheldon and Logan Nicol in this one. And then we have got Harry Cromwell, Mark Vaughan and Rudder Rava in the other semi-final. So, huge result for Rudder Rava, guaranteed a 5th or better. I wonder if Mum Jackie and Dad Rick will be listening in. Harry Cromwell and Mark Vaughan. We can use the words umpteenth and sundry and diverse to describe the number of times that they've been in Welsh finals. So they will probably be the favourites in that one. But Rudder has been turning the book upside down all day. They'll be coming up in 13 minutes and 50 seconds time. So Nicol does open with the highest scoring wave of the heat with a 5.5. Buick going again here, and a big inside
Beautiful
crack
turn
for
there. The judges
Buick. We
will
didn't
like
see the
that.
start of that wave. But there is a possibility that we can get a replay of it. So we're going to find out what Buick had done earlier, I do believe. And here we go. And this is the full ride for Buick. So actually not that much, if that was, yeah, so it's a 2-turner. But that is a proper lipper by there. And that will go close, I suppose, to Nicol's 5.5. Rob, you have a look about you of a man about to say something deep.
I just had a thought. We've been speaking about the Barty wave of the Welsh, 500 notes for the person with the highest scoring wave. And we've been wrongly saying it's Logan Nicol with his 7 point something yesterday.
Oh dear. What have you discovered?
During your heat, and this is why you wouldn't have known, Harry Cromwell posted an 8.33.
Oh my goodness. Harry Cromwell. That'll be a day or two off from the boat.
Yes, and we're seeing him in the next heat, facing off against Mark Vaughan and Rudder Rava.
500 quid, Harry.
Oh, he'll be pleased with that.
Do you think he knows?
If he manages to hold on. I'm not sure he does. I just bumped into him whilst I...
And you didn't tell him?
No. Well,
Did you not know at this
I
point?
didn't have my phone. I wanted to double check it before I got his hopes up.
Oh dear. We're going to have to go back to the couch and hold that check up again in a minute, Robbo. Just to remind everyone of the level of excitement that it has induced, both online and in the car park. Oh,
So that last of white comes in at a 4.4. The judges rewarding that one turn as we see it up and riding it. Sheldon in the green, a beautiful
Nice.
hack back towards the white water. Loads of flow in this young man's surfing.
I do enjoy watching Tom Sheldon surf. I follow him on the Instagram, and he puts up some pretty fun-looking little edits of himself down here at Lantwit, in the kind of surf that I realistically might ride often. You know, none of these kind of West Australian inside-out bowls, you know, pits. I mean, I like watching that stuff, but I do quite like watching our waves ridden by our surfers, and I do enjoy watching Tom Sheldon's surfing posts. So that's the excitement. The exciting bit of this heat is the battle between Buick and Sheldon. Buick out front in the heat at the moment, but he got a 4.4 for that last wave, so it was actually his second highest score. I might have thought it could have been his first highest score. I really liked that inside closeout turn. We might be able to see it again just for posterity. And we come down to 10.5 minutes.
Red, you are in priority.
Nice looking set coming through here. Nobody's going to go on it. Nicole, at the moment, looking like a two-wave heat. There's nothing wrong with a two-wave heat out here. They can be pretty successful. And here we go. We're going to see this wave of Buick again here. And this inside turn, I really liked this turn at the end. So it's just a setup turn, but this, for me, is the turn of the heat so far. Fantastic. And in fact, he's got a 5.83 now, and that is for a wave that happened off camera, not while we were doing that replay. So white got a 5.83. It wasn't for that wave, it was for another wave that we haven't seen, but he's now in the lead, Buick, and that's the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. And Nicol responds, goes in deep, hangs in the pit. A setup turn, he's a little bit behind this, does a bit of work, comes around. Oh, a lovely driving cutback, but there's no section on the inside. He kicks out, needs a 4.84. I think that'll be very close. It could well be that Buick, and then Sheldon's up and riding too. He's got some work to do here, Sheldon. He is behind the proverbial 8-ball, Sheldon. And oh, he's pulling out the bag there, and if he sticks that second turn, we're going to see a score for Sheldon here as well. So now I think this is going to bunch in really tight. It's hard work for the judges. Sheldon needing a 2.81 to go in front of Nicol, but he's going to need more than that because Nicol didn't yet have a second wave. I'm going to predict that Nicol and Buick are both going to end up in the 10-plus range, which means that Sheldon would have needed something in the 7-point range on that wave to actually go into second when we find out about it all. And Buick getting busy again here. I don't know that this goes into his top two, but he's really going to work it and see what he can do. So Sheldon's going to end up needing, oh, Buick right through to the inside. Sheldon's going to end up needing something in the range of the 7-point ride to do it in one wave. But there's no, I think Sheldon's last score is going to leave him right in it. So I would say that Sheldon's going to get, they're all going to pick up scores around the 4-5 mark here. And we were just waiting for them to drop. They get the last of Buick out the way quickly, only a 2.4. Last of Green gets a 5.73, but the last of Nicol a 5.3, which means that Nicol is back into the lead, and it is now Buick who's looking over his shoulder at Sheldon, and Sheldon only needs a 4.61, and Buick only needs a 4.97 to jump into first. So all three surfers have now got great first scores, and we can see those replays as well, so we can have a little go at comparing these waves to each other. Red's now having a look. I think he's going to consider going on this. No, he doesn't. I don't think the surfers can hear the scores, so they might not know how close this is. Sheldon behind the section. He's going to have to do a bit of work if he wants a 4.61. It's going to end up having to be one single big manoeuvre here. And as he comes in towards the rocks, he realises that that's not going to happen there. And that is now advantage Buick and Nicol.
So, Tom, look how many waves you and Buick's caught already.
Oh,
I
he's
said he
going
likes
for
to
it.
keep busy. I noticed this yesterday in his first round heat, and again this morning in his quarter-final heat. He doesn't stop. He's extremely fit. He's back out in the lineup before he seems to have even kicked off the wave. So he's already caught 6 waves in this heat, and there's still 6 minutes remaining. So I reckon he might end up with upwards of 10 waves as we see a replay of his last wave. He got very, very busy.
So this was only a 2.43 this, but you can see how hard he's working. But I suppose he's got to learn heat strategy, hasn't he? And really, Buick shouldn't be riding a wave that's obviously going to be inferior to the backup ride that he's holding right now, should he? He shouldn't be riding anything that is not obviously more than 4.5, even if he can't hear the scores. Now, this is Sheldon's 5.75. This is the second highest scoring wave of the heat. It's that turn and that turn which did it, back to back, right in the pocket. Second highest scoring wave of the heat. And then this is the 5.3 of Logan Nicol. Spray on this. And this one here now, a long drawn-out turn. That's a 5.3. I mean, the fact that Nicol can get similar scores to the other two without going to the inside section does show his potential. It's a narrow lead for Nicol here. First, second, and third could change again entirely. And here goes Nicol. Bit of speed this time. Another check turn. Is this wave going to reform? Hard to tell. A second turn. Could well be another half a point to get here for Nicol. And smack is... Oh, doesn't make
that's
it.
under the dry rocks, Tom.
That's dry rocks. Doesn't make it. Won't go into his top 2. Loses priority. Buick and Sheldon out back. The only thing they're likely to know is who's got priority. They're asking for information here. Situation white. Request. Surfer in white is asking for the situation, so I think beach announcer Steve White is going to give it to him.
Situation is as follows. Red, you are in first position with 10 points.
Now, whether or not they can hear that is another question altogether. This is going to be a really exciting last 4.5 minutes of this one, Rob. I've been trying to pin you down to predictions. Do you think that the results for this heat are going to stay the way they currently are, or do you think there's another twist
No, I think
in the road before we get to the end of this heat?
There is time enough, 4 minutes remaining in this heat, so it is all still to play for. And if you look, Tom Sheldon, surfer in green, currently in third, and he's only a 4.61.
Yeah.
We know he can do that. He's posted a 5.73 already. Likewise, Ewan Buick, currently in second, only needs a 4.97 to move into first, and he's already posted a 5.83.
I'm going to call
do
it. With 4 minutes left, I'm going to predict one more twist in the road for this heat. I am going to predict that the 2 surfers in advancing positions now are not going to be the 2 that advance. It's going to be a different pair of surfers. So I think they're asking for colours in the next heat from the beach announcer as well. Colours in the next heat, the beach announcer's being asked to tell us. So it's Harry Cromwell in the red, Mark Vaughan in the white, and Rudderava in the green. And we've got a change of priority again, which means that Buick has been accused of paddling for something, has he? Buick down into third priority. I didn't spot that happen. Did you, Rob?
Didn't. It's all,
3 minutes.
all getting rather nervous.
I've jinxed it. I've made it all go quiet by saying that I predict the current advancing 2 are not going to be the final advancing 2. I love making wrong predictions. They're what keep. It's what keeps us. Well, I don't know if it's on our toes, but nothing beats a wrong prediction from a commentator. Commentator's curse. Next heat, Cromwell Vaughan Rava. Who will go through in that one? 2.5 minutes. We're counting down. It's getting tight. It's getting tense.
I'm going to stick my neck out and say I think the situation will remain as it is.
Yeah,
Red,
well,
white, green.
it would have been more of a stuck-out neck if you dared to do it 2.5 minutes ago, Robbo. I think with 2.5 minutes left, I've got a feeling you might be right, but here we go. What's Buick going to do about this? He's gone for a smaller one, but it's got a nice bowl on it. Buick into the lip. Doesn't quite tap it. And now he's going to be looking to replace 4.5, and he isn't going to do that. So it is going to be all about Sheldon with 2 minutes left. Does Sheldon realise it? He's got priority. There's 2 minutes left. Tom Sheldon needs a 4.61, so it's more than a point less than his existing highest wave. Does he know that that's what he needs? It's unlikely he knows. I mean, most of these surfers have got a bit of an onboard computer, and they can have an inkling of what they think they need. They have all surfed right next to each other. So Sheldon probably knows that there's a chance he'll need something. And this is going to be it. Is this good wave selection? Uses the foam ball to come around. He's going to need to bottom turn straight away. He gets into the lip. He'll need a bigger turn than that to go to the 4.6. There is one. This could be it. And he's going to go on his rail again. Oh, I think we're going to see a change in the heat stand-ins.
Wow.
There's a minute left.
Brilliantly
I'm
surfed
sure he's
wave
going to
there
get
by
that.
Tom
But up and
Sheldon.
right in, out the back, it's also Buick. And he goes into the lip. Oh, will they give him the make? They will give him the make.
This
Will
will
Buick
be
better the
extremely
4.5?
close, Tom.
What an ending.
So I think the camera just caught sight of Buick's father, who's watching from the shore. Hopefully,
Heart in mouth for the pair of them.
heart in mouth, no doubt. But I think it'd be. I can see his arms raised now as I glance out the window, and I think he's
Decisions for the
saying what you
judges.
just mentioned, Tom, about Ewan choosing his waves carefully. He was in second position.
It's a 4.93 for Sheldon, which leaves Buick needing a 4.83 for that last one. We didn't see what happened before that final turn, but it's going to be close.
So, Tom, you mentioned Ewan Buick going on smaller waves that didn't offer him the scoring potential of his lowest score. That is a learning curve for the young Pembrokeshire man.
Unless he might still get away with it here, because there is one more score to come for Buick. We've only seen the closeout turn, so we don't know what happened before that. The heat is over. Now, Nicol is safe because Sheldon didn't leapfrog him with that last score. Nicol is cursing. Oh, in the water, you can see him shouting. We're gonna see. And here we go. Oh, we're gonna. Now this is Ewan Buick coming in. I'm looking. We've got lots of different displays going. The only display that matters here is the whirring symbol that tells us that the judges are still thinking. So we're gonna watch the scoreboard. That's the only gig in town right now, is the scoreboard. This heat is on hold. The next heat is on hold. We are waiting to find out if Ewan Buick gets a 4.83. It's in. It's a 4.13. So Tom Sheldon and Logan Nicol advance. Sheldon and Buick with buzzer beaters. Sheldon getting the nod. Wow. We're going to go to a quick break. And when we come back, it's going to be Cromwell, Vaughan and Rava. What a finish to that last heat, Rob. What a finish. Tom Sheldon will be absolutely delighted there. And this heat is off to a start as well. Harry Cromwell. Oh, the heat hasn't begun. It's before the heat, so it's a depositioning wave there for Harry Cromwell. Not repositioning, he's depositioning. Not a great start to the heat for him. I'm sure he'll be fine. 20 minutes left, but Cromwell.
He just loved surfing. He had to get going.
Yeah. Well, he did it in our heat as well. When we paddled out, we couldn't tell if the heat had started, and Harry said, well, I'm going to go for one, and if you see the priority neons change, you'll know the heat is underway, and he took off. We saw a red priority light come on, and Tom and I realised the heat was underway. Thought, good on you, H. Taking one for the team. Well, it actually turned out to be a really high-scoring wave and a perfect start to the heat. Yeah, but he caught it not knowing if the heat had begun. Or maybe he was lying. Maybe it's his tactic, although that tactic hasn't worked in this occasion.
Green 10.66, surfer in white 10.33.
So there you can see the wide view of the lineup. And Harry Cromwell has gone into third priority now, which makes me wonder whether they had actually started the heat. Because if you look at it, Robbo, we got 1840. So was that last wave of Harry within the... Well, no, he's in third priority, but there is no score to be added. Now, I don't know how that works under the rules. It's not often, Rob, that we're flummoxed with a surfing rule. I don't understand how Harry is in third priority without having ridden a wave, because I had always thought that there is no priority at all until surfers have ridden waves at the starts of the heat. But Harry, riding a wave before the buzzer to the very inside, has now been given third priority, but no score.
Interesting.
Do you know how that happens?
Very interesting. I can only assume that it's because the other two surfers are in the lineup.
And he isn't.
Exactly.
Yeah, except that would imply some element of priority for the other two surfers. It's going to change quickly. Now you see rudder paddles there and won't go into third priority, see? So by the normal rules of surfing, the priority, you don't lose a priority that you haven't got. So rudder won't go. So Harry has been given a third priority that would suggest... I've always thought the only way that you can get third priority is to ride a wave. Unless the neons have not quite said what they should be saying.
Taking a look at that wave again.
And now we are going to get a wave for Harry.
Here goes Rudder.
Oh, it's Rudder.
On his backhand. The young goofy foot from Porthcawl up into the lip.
Oh, good start, Rudder.
Wave lining up nicely for the man in green. And he's going to pump through to the inside and have a closing re-entry potentially onto the ledge. He kicks out ahead of that. So a great opening wave for Rudder Rava there. And that will propel him into first position because the other two surfers have yet to post scores. But with 16.5 minutes remaining, lots and lots of time left. But
yeah, that's a good
solid start for Rudder.
Oh, look at the bowl on this thing. Oh, wow. Too much of a bowl. Or is it? Cromwell. Goes on rail, gets slightly caught up. So the big turn is yet to come on this one. Cromwell moving back and forth, looking, he's going to have to try and do an inside closeout here to get extra points, and I don't think he's afraid of it. Whack, lands it. What a bowl on that wave.
As you said, it was almost too bowly. He got stuck behind the section.
3.83 for Rava. Harry slightly behind, I'd wager.
Yeah. And I think Rudder will be pleased with that. Kick things off.
Yeah, I think that he will be pleased. But you'd have to think with the scores, so in it comes, 2.77. You'd have to think that probably for a semi-final of the Open in these kind of conditions, the winner of the first exchange is Mark Vaughan.
I see what you mean, yes. I like it. Yeah, Mark's at the back with priority. He just needs a 2.78. Mark posting a 6.33 earlier on in the day, one of the high scoring waves we've seen of the event so far. So we know he can do it. He'll bide his time. He is very familiar with this spot and, of course, these conditions. Local knowledge will come to the fore as he continues his campaign. 15 minutes remaining. It's Mark Vaughan, surfer in white, in third, yet to post a score. Harry Cromwell, surfer in red, in second with a 2.77, and Rudder Rava, the surfer in green, in first position with a 3.83. Looks like surfer in white has priority. It is Mark Vaughan. Here he goes. Uses it up into the lip, cracks off the top, and comes unstuck, tumbling down with the lip. He'll look to get back into the lineup as quickly as he possibly can. So after the initial exchange, it's green first, red second, white third. Last of white is 0.67. 14 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. It's Porthcawl, Pembroke, Llantwit in that order as things stand. Looks to me that Mark Vaughan will be the first of the three surfers to make his way back into the lineup, so priority sticks with the Llantwit man, Mark Vaughan in white. Harry Cromwell and Rudderava doing their best to get back into the lineup as quickly as they possibly can. A set looms large on the horizon, and it's going to be Mark Vaughan who's in first priority, but this set swings wide of him, so Rudderava, the surfer in green, currently your heat leader, takes a look at it. All of our surfers deciding not to go on that wave. It's swinging wide and missing the point, so it didn't offer much in the way of scoring potential, even though it was one of the bigger waves we've seen during this heat. Our surfers using their experience to determine that that wave wasn't going to offer them what they are looking for. So it's Vaughan out the back with first priority, needing a 2.11 to move into second, that progressing position. Looking to join Logan Nicol and Tom Sheldon in the men's open final.
Situation as it stands, green, you are in first position with 3.83. Red, you're in second position with 2.77. You require a 1.07 to go first. Surfer in white, you are in third position with 0.67 points. You require a 3.17 to go first, 2.11 to progress. Surfer in white, you have priority. Surfer in green, you have...
This is surfer in white, Mark Vaughan, using that priority, up and riding on his backhand, the Llantwit man into the lip. That wave only offering him a single manoeuvre, and he's choosing to come in. So deciding that there's not much scoring potential out there, presumably, or looking perhaps to do the run around and get back out the back. He knows he's got 12 minutes remaining in this heat. I don't think it'll be time enough to run across and reposition in the lineup, certainly not over towards the right hand side, so it'll be really interesting to see what Mark decides to do here. He will get a decent score for that one turn on that last wave. He's looking for a 2.11. He gets it and some. 3.33. That propels him into first position. Perhaps upon hearing that, he'll decide to stay where he is, paddle back out. We're going to see a replay of that single manoeuvre for Vaughan. It comes in at a 3.33. It means he's now in first position. Surfer in green, Rudderava is in second, and surfer in red, Harry Cromwell's down in third. So that one turn, poking his lip, his nose of his board up through the lip, displacing some water. The judges deciding it was the highest scoring wave of the heat so or not quite actually. Green had a 3.83, but second highest scoring wave of the heat so far. But it's enough to put him into first. 11 minutes and 20 seconds left. In the foreground of the shot there, you can see Vaughan now paddling back out to sea. So it looked like he was paddling towards the point, perhaps to get that inside track to reposition in the lineup. Up and riding it, surfer in red, Harry Cromwell. He's currently in third position. He needs a 1.07 to move into that second spot to put him through into the final, and he will definitely have done it with that wave. Several really nicely linked turns with a finishing manoeuvre. I'm not sure if the judges will give him the make on that finishing manoeuvre as he kind of drifted over the back of the wave, but it'll be enough to see him into at least second position. Meanwhile, at the back we see surfer in green, currently in second, but he'll soon to be in third after the score of red drops. Rudderava up and riding on his backhand, looking for a section, finds it. Ooh, breathless stuff as he comes unstuck. Rudderava looking to better a 1.23. Jules scores still waiting to drop for last of red. Our judges thinking long and hard about how to reward Harry Cromwell, the young man from Pembrokeshire. I keep saying that, but he's not quite so young anymore, is Harry?
Well,
Young at heart.
He's young at heart, yeah.
So it's a 6.17 last of red. Highest scoring wave of the heat so far. That propels Harry Cromwell back up into first position, and we'll see a replay of it. So it was a smaller wave that seemed to grow down the line as it caught up with the wave ahead of it. Up into the lip he goes, loads of spray with that. And again, a nicely drawn out
it's an
turn
air.
before flying off the end section, but I'm
Doesn't
not sure
make
they
it.
gave him the make off that that last manoeuvre.
Third position with 4 points. You need 5.62 to go first.
I'd call that an A.
Best of red, 6.17. Best score of white.
So Mark Vaughan, currently holding a 3.33, but a low score of a 0.67, needs only 1.74 to pop up in front of Rudder.
So last of green comes in at a 1.23. That's enough to keep Rudder in that second position. He'll be pleased with that. Meanwhile, at the back, Mark Vaughan with first priority, currently in third, needs only a 1.74 though, Tom. Easily achievable for a man of his experience, and with 9 minutes and 5 seconds on the clock, he has all the time in the world to do it.
He looks, from what I could see there, he looked like there was a bit of passion
Well, yeah, Tom
in the way he was paddling and
So-
moving. Here he goes.
sticks with this one, manages to link one turn, 2 turns, lots of spray, bit of an awkward manoeuvre on Mark's backhand, but he finds that end section that I think he was really trying to seek out. He saw that the 3 linked manoeuvres with a strong finishing manoeuvre are what the judges are rewarding. Harry Cromwell getting a 6.17 for his last effort.
There's points in that way for Vaughan. It'll be similar, won't
Wasn't his prettiest surfing, but I think
Similar in
business.
score. It got the job done.
So Tom Welsh, we'll see a replay of that last of white, in fact. It was a good wave selection. Bit of bobble on the face. That made Mark lose his balance for a split second before he found the lip there. Lots of spray. Upon second viewing, it is actually exactly what we said. 4.43. So not quite of the same ilk of last of red as we see
Here's
surfing
Rava.
green. Red of Rava, a beautiful lip line carve. And he goes back into the pocket, hoping for something on the inside in green from Porthcawl. Radarava up and riding 3 turns so far into his 4th. A little check turn, hoping for a steeper section to get the job done on the inside. He decides not to go. Meanwhile, we see Mark Vaughan doing the runaround barefoot across the cobbles. What I was going to say, Tom, is whilst you'd just nipped out of the booth for a second, we saw Mark Vaughan looking towards the shore and then deciding to paddle back out. So I wondered whether he was looking to reposition in the lineup entirely, or whether he's going to do the hop back out.
Well,
with only 7.5 minutes
Yeah,
there.
he won't be getting out to the main peak, will he, in that time? But I think he sometimes does it. I think there's a little bit of the psychology behind Vaughan's decisions to go and surf in different places to his fellow competitors. You saw it backfire twice yesterday in both finals that he surfed yesterday. I think, having been in the water when he does it, it's quite rattling. You start to sort of look around at what he's doing, and you worry, and you don't know what he's doing. But he's doing it with. I'd be surprised if he knows he's definitely in second. So I don't know that it is to put somebody else off per se. He's obviously got a plan that he thinks leads to points. Cromwell throwing priority away there. So Rudder Rava is paddling back out. I mean, if we see Vaughan get back out into that lineup ahead of Rudder now and get priority as a result of this, but look where he's going from around the back of it. Very interesting. If this gets priority ahead of Rudder, then it'll be a masterclass. If it doesn't, then you'd wonder why he did it.
Interesting decision going up the inside.
Well, where is Rava? He's clearly not on screen there. If Rava is to the left of the screen, then this trick by Vaughan could well be about to work a treat. Rob runs to the window to look, and he's going to come back and report on Rava's position. So are we about to see a masterclass from Vaughan in regaining priority off the guy that you were just chasing but are now in front of?
We are. So as you can see on screen there, Harry Cromwell in the red, Rudder Rava in green is about 200 metres to his left.
Oh dear.
In the channel, paddling against the might of the Bristol Channel, the Severn Estuary.
He's on his way to
Blowing
Aberthaw
tide.
Power Station, is he, Rudder Rava?
Yes, just off Roos.
Is he? Has he sent a telegram into Cardiff Airport Mission Control to ask for landing slot? I don't think any of those are the official technical words for air traffic control.
Meanwhile, at the back, it's Harry Cromwell, your heat leader, up and riding on a bigger wave. He's racing down the line, looking for a section. He's going to find it, smashes off the top.
Lovely.
Beautiful manoeuvre there. Lots of spray and plenty of speed generated through to the inside. He carries that speed, deciding not to pursue the wave any further, though. Kicks off the back nonchalantly, without chance.
Yeah. Chalant. is to do with the word chaleur for heat. So nonchalant means cool, non-heated.
I like it. But we see, have you seen the Raglan Surf Report Instagram account? He talks about not having any chalants.
I'm familiar with their work.
So Luke Sederman talks about not having any chalants if you ride a fish.
Oh.
Without chalants.
Mark Vaughan now has priority, and Radorava is sniffing around looking for waves that are going to make no difference whatsoever to his heat total. So this is where yesterday we described Rudder as a gifted surfer who Greg has accused of being completely uncoachable. And Vaughan is highly coached, coach head and coachable, and is currently schooling Radorava.
Well,
he's beating him on strategy rather than surfing, really, isn't he, at the moment?
With 4 minutes remaining, Rudder needs to get a wave akin to his first, a 3.83. He needs just a 3.94, so marginally better. We know he can do it. He needs to find himself in position, and he needs to avoid falling into the Mark Vaughan's priority trap.
Yeah. True. Well, the priority trap is laid, isn't it? And Vaughan will use it. He'll have the onboard computer that good competitors do have. He'll be able to tell, actually, from the way that Harry is keeping busy, that the chances are Harry's got a score on the board. Oh, there goes Harry again. So I think Vaughan will have, he'll have the sixth sense to know that it's probably Rudder that he's in front of, and that it might be reasonably close, and that he's got priority. And then the bit that he's got priority is the knowledge that he will have. So Vaughan is sitting out, here he go, he's moving towards Rudder.
Yeah,
so this is without even hearing the scores. Vaughan knows to do it.
Instinct.
Yeah. And that comes from lots of heats. And lots of listening. This is going to be Radorava's best ever result at the Welsh in the Open. He has won either a youth or an under-12s title in the past. It was one of the two. I think it was an under-12s. Really good surfer, representing for Porthcawl here, Rudder. They'll all be cheering him on. I don't know if Balsa Surf will be open yet. Yes, it will be. It's 12 o'clock. They'll all be in Balsa Surf. They'll have this on the screen there. Shout out to Seiji and whoever else is in there watching. Rudder's close crew, Lee Chenery, probably watching. George Schofield, Max Tucker, Jack Jones. I'm trying to think of the guys who might be sitting there watching Rudder and cheering. Guys, your fella is behind with 2 minutes remaining, and he needs a 4, but one of the most ruthless sharks in the history of Welsh surfing is patrolling the lineup with priority. And if we're gonna, if there was any prediction to make on the next minute and 40, it's probably more likely that we see Vaughan take a solid wave. He's asking for the situation, Vaughan is, in white. And whether or not he can hear, well, he can't hear because he's telling us, he's waving to say that he doesn't know the situation. But he'll have the onboard computer. Watch him move. Now Vaughan kicking. Vaughan, I don't know if he does know what's going on here, because Vaughan is moving around like he thinks he needs a wave.
Oh, here goes Rudder. Up and riding on his backhand, into the lip, smashes that one. Lots of spray, cuts back now to the white water, hoping this wave does something on the inside.
He's got to stay on it.
Sticks with
oh,
it,
no.
Could be in for some points.
3.94. Vaughan's up and riding too. Vaughan looking to replace 3.33. Well, what I can say is that if Rudder did get 3.94, then Vaughan will replace 3.33, because these two waves are very similar. There we are. That's probably Vaughan's heat done. He's gesticulating as if he doesn't know what's happening. There might be time for Rudder to go again here. There probably won't, but you never know. 40 seconds. The longboards, the ladies' longboards are making their way out. That's Georgina Lutus. You see there. Red with priority. Very unlikely that the situation changes there on that last of Rudder. He needed to do more than just that turn. I would reckon Rudder's going to come a point to a point and a half under, would be my prediction. There is 20 seconds. There's a possibility that Rudder can still ride a wave. We don't quite sure where in the lineup he is. It looks from Vaughan's behaviour as though he didn't know what the situation was at the end there, because he didn't make the right decisions. He did let Rudder catch a wave. So this heat is counting down. We're going to be waiting for scores from Rudder and from Mark Vaughan. Harry will get a score for this as well. He is through well, no, he's not through regardless, is he? Because both Rudder and Vaughan could be about to put... And there goes Rudder. Now, I doubt that this is going to be inside the buzzer. And the way Rudder does that last turn there suggests that he knows it's outside the buzzer. Vaughan coming in, probably likely to advance now. I'd be surprised if there's a flip here, but the judges are having a big think. And in comes Rudder. So somebody's fist pumping Vaughan there, as if to suggest that they think he's got it, and he has. A 3.23 for Rudder. Falls 0.7 short at the end there.
That was an exciting heat.
That was a really exciting ending.
Well done, Rudder.
Rudder's best ever result. Well done, Rudder. Ripping. And Harry and Vaughan go through to the final. So our final is set. Tom Sheldon, Harry Cromwell, Mark Vaughan and Logan Nicol. Rudder Rava and Ewan Buick eliminated at the semi-final stage, taking home equal fifths.
Equal fifths.
And we are going to go to a quick break, and then we'll move into the women's longboard final.
Welcome back. We're in the studio after some breathless and fiery action in the men's open semi-finals. Fiery action in the water, Tom, but you'll notice that I'm clutching my chest because it's freezing in here. The temperature's plummeted on land, but it's heating up in the sea.
The doors are all open in this building that we're in here, so we've got a nice through draft coming through. Judges are just taking a quick break, and the action in the semi-finals there, we had really close finishes to both semi-final. In one, the situation did change in the last 2 minutes. In the other, it didn't. Should we start with semi-final one?
Yeah, so you mentioned the situation did change in that one, and it was seconds after I had said that it wasn't going to change. So maybe the reverse of a commentator's curse, something like that.
Well, I'd called it.
That's right. We saw Tom Sheldon overtake Ewan Buick to find that progressing spot into the final with a last-minute wave that was beautifully surfed, it's fair to say. So Tom Sheldon using his local knowledge to hook into one of the highest scoring waves of the heat, actually, right in the dying moments.
Yeah, very good. And it was Ewan at the expense of Ewan Buick. We went on into semi-final number 2 from there, and very close finish as well there. And this time, the surfer in second held on, Mark Vaughan, and he did it with a run-around priority steal. Talk us through what happened there.
Yeah, so towards the end of the heat, we saw Mark Vaughan leave the water, jump on the kind of inside channel, I suppose, at the point to make his way back into the lineup, usurping Rudder Rava for that second priority position, because Harry Cromwell, of course, held the first priority, I think, in an attempt, I suppose, to hold Rudder off. Rudder needed up at
3.7,
something like that. Fell short, but I was actually surprised to see Rudder manage to get a wave at the end. I thought Mark was going to hold him off, so
and
kudos to Rudder for getting
3.2, so half a point
off,
taking Vaughan down. Which means that our open final is set. It's going to be Mark Vaughan, Harry Cromwell, Tom Sheldon and Logan Nicol. Tom Sheldon is going to be the debutant in that open final. He'll be delighted. He's come up from Falmouth, where he's in university, but he is a Lantwit local. Best result of the Welsh to date for Tom Sheldon is a second in the juniors. Was leading that heat years ago, but got an interference at the very last seconds on Blake Jones, which threw the win across to Eli Perrins-Davis. Who's going to have who's going to be in front in terms of who's the book?
Longboard final.
Yeah.
I'll have a little think, and I'll give you some handicap betting on the men's open final.
I love it. Let's talk about the women's longboard final, which is coming up in a few minutes then. So we're going to be seeing in a moment, the judges are just resetting. We're going to be on the point again. And we're going to be seeing Cyndia Sosdian, now of Wales, formerly of New Jersey, from Manasquan in New Jersey. Beautiful place. I've been there, actually. It's a really gorgeous place to be a surfer, although you'd have to pay $10 to go on the beach in summer. Cyndia doesn't have to pay to go on the beach here. Arguably, the most regular surfer of anyone in Lantwit. Cyndia is always in the water. It's an absolute frother.
It's rare to come to Lantwit and not see Cyndia in the sea.
Yeah.
Very, very keen. And it's reflected in the surfer. She knows the wave inside and out.
She's an academic at Cardiff University. She populates her timetable with the tides at the start of every single calendar year.
That's fantastic.
And then when it comes to booking meetings, she guesses, at least if there's waves that day, what time will I need my meetings to be to avoid possible waves. Georgina Lutus, a former Welsh ladies champion from out west, is going to be coming up in that one. And Angharad John, also a household name in ladies longboarding in Wales. Go on then, make a quick prediction on that one.
Oh, hard to do, and bearing in mind we are not judges and we haven't seen anything yet.
And we're not good judges.
I'm going to go with Angharad for the win.
Okay. Well,
if she's
I'm gonna chicken out like you do then, Rob, and I'm gonna say that it's gonna be one of the other two.
Okay.
I'm just gonna play devil's advocate to you there.
So I can hear the heat is now underway. So we're gonna jump back into the booth. Join you in a few moments.
Sure. A little break. Yeah, go on. You come in with me. And here we are, we're underway. Now, there was a last-minute substitution made just then. And I'm not speaking about when they brought Brennan Johnson on and Nico Williams on in the last minutes of the Spurs and Forest games yesterday for Johnson to go and score. The last-minute substitution was Blythe, who's been granted a tea break. That's no bad thing, because I am now in the illustrious company of Gregory Ross Owen.
Hello, everybody out there. Like the guy said in Independence Day, I'm back.
Oh, there we go. That alone makes it worth having Greg back in the booth with us. So, in the water, then we got the ladies' longboard final. Angharad John, Georgina Lutus, and Cyndia Sosdian. So, Cyndia Sosdian, New Jersey raised, Welsh owned, and one of the keenest surfers in Lantwit, lives only a street or two away. And then both Georgina and Angharad are former champions of this event, and there's a pretty gnarly looking wave coming through there, and I think Georgina Lutus makes a pretty good decision not to go on that. Greg, you've been in the car park looking at the conditions. I think we're going to get a ride for Sosdian though.
It's really good down there, fair play. They're really good contest conditions.
Are they?
It doesn't get a lot better than that in Wales. They've got these rights, they're firing along. I mean, Harry was in that last one. He was going max speed. Vaughan did well.
Talk to me about Rudder in that last one then.
Rudder was good, fair play. On the backhand.
Now, we've mentioned several times in commentary that you famously described Rudder in March of this year as completely uncoachable.
Yeah, it was quite true. To try to get him to do it, you've got more chance of getting a cat to do what you want him to do.
That was at the Wilkinson Sword. Tell us about that. It was Rudder ignored your orders to go in on a thruster.
That's right. Tim said, the head judge said, well, if you want to get through the heat, don't take the 20, right? But Rudder was insistent on taking the 20, and I said, don't take the 20. So he come down a beach with his thruster, And then when I didn't look, he running back,
Got
and
the
changed
20 and
that,
ran
got the
in.
20 and ran
He
in, and
sidestepped
didn't
you.
get any waves anyway.
Yeah.
And got knocked out.
We told this story yesterday. You tell it better though, Greg, I gotta say.
What a boy.
Now, in that event, by the way, Cynthia Sosdian posted a 9-point ride. That was on her shortboard. So that was the
Wow.
Wilkinson Sword earlier this year up at St. David's. And Rob's stuck his neck out and predicted an Anghara John win for this one. And
Well-
and he's wrong. Do you know why we know he's wrong?
Why?
She's not here.
We've
This
got
is
two
a
mana.
it's a mano, a womano,
Okay.
a womano.
So they're just. Well, it's,
And Lutus, first blood.
It's silver and gold then. Up and
And
right
here
in.
goes Georgina Lutus. There's a section on this one if she can get through, but it's
All right.
difficult to get. If you end up on that sort of
It's a
the
start.
wrong side of the escalator there, on that section, it can be a bit tricky. So, arguably, first blood to Sosdian just on account of the fact that she's now got priority.
Yeah.
And she doesn't get priority, does she? But what they will do is they will give Lutus a 2 or a 3 next to her name, essentially meaning that the surfer with no priority has priority over the surfer with second or third priority. It's a little bit confusing how these priorities work when heats begin, but once everybody's got a ride in the bag, the priority system kicks in nice and neatly, and then we end up underway. We're going to get a score for Lutus. It's probably not going to be a keeper.
No, you'd have to think she'd get rid of that by the end of the heat.
Did you see the very, very close heat between Nicol, Sheldon and Buick as well, Greg? The first of those two
Yeah, I
semis.
saw Tom, Sheldon, and I saw you and Buick. It was close. It went down to the buzzer beater at the end. And for me, the difference between the two rides was Shelley made his last manoeuvre with just enough water to land it, the manoeuvre before he got onto the ledge, whereas Ewan's wave ran out of water, so he couldn't land it. Well, he could have, but he'd have snapped his board in half.
Yeah. So Sheldon in his first Welsh final.
Yeah.
What advice would you have for somebody in a Welsh final then? Because you've been in plenty of them.
Well, he's done all the hard work now, so it's just go out and enjoy it, really. His body knows the plan. As long as he can sort of cotton on to some fairly good sets, the muscle memory should kick in. He's obviously he's showed he can do it. He showed himself he can do it. He showed the judges he can do it. I would just, if it was my advice, I'd just say go out and enjoy it, really, and try and sit in the right place and synchronise with sets.
And you and I were in a final yesterday evening, which you ended up winning. So you are going to be getting crowned over 40s champion later. Tell us about that final then and how that went.
Well,
there was a bit of controversy in our heat, wasn't there?
Well, Mark went out the back, and we stayed on the inside. So
would you call it that? I'd say he surfed one of the points and we surfed the other point.
True, you could look at it like that. It's a totally different wave, really,
Yeah.
isn't it? But that's his choice. But it's risky, and we didn't have time to get out there. Even if we did want to go out there, really, we would have needed to have made that decision. Well, half an hour prior to paddling out, I suppose. So me, you, and Gary were on the inside, and really we were surfing waves half the size. So we really did have to steam into them and surf it precision, tight and fast. And all Mark had to do really was take a couple out the back and do basic turns, and he really would have beaten us. But he didn't. He had one. But he didn't really get a good backup wave, did he?
And then we came onto the beach and we learned of the result from your son Luca, didn't we?
Yeah, Luca was on the beach and he did the same. He did the same to me. He gave me his arm up in the air. I did that to him earlier on in the year when he won the under-16s.
Yeah, we had it on video, I remember.
So anyway, let's have a look at the green here on the paddle.
Cynthia Sosdian.
Up and riding. She's got control of that wave now. Here we go. Turn.
Oh,
run.
cross step in.
That's nice.
Oh, nice.
That's
and
nice.
back. Oh, this is going to be a score.
Oh, that's lovely.
What a great start.
Drive back to the whites to connect that. And she's off.
Oh,
But
wow.
Hey, nice little bit of footwork there.
Yeah, definitely an early lead. We'll go to Sosdian for that. I think we're going to be able to get a little replay there of that one. I think there was some pretty swashbuckling cross-stepping going on that one there. So here we go into it. Now, this wave looked like a nothing at this point.
Yeah.
She just rode it through, and then this
Got the
reformed
speed
section
there,
here.
the trim, and the little high line footwork.
To get back.
Good effort. Good.
A 4.33.
It's a good start. Good
Now,
start.
We only got 2 microphones here, but we have also got Luca is just sitting behind us. He's shadowing a little bit of the editing action that director Diana's doing. So let's just get a quick word from Luca on that final yesterday. Luca, how was it watching Dad win?
Yeah, it was a really proud moment, and yeah, I was watching him the same way he's watching me in the final when I had my under 16. So it was kind of like a roles reversal, and he didn't know he won until I told him after. So that was a moment of jubilation.
And is it always better seeing your dad win when it's Mark Vaughan that he's beating?
Of course, they got a bit of a rivalry going on, so it's always nice to get one over on your mate.
Oh, that's it.
Very good. Hey, nice one, Luca. Hey, and congratulations to yourself earlier in the year. You must have been buzzing with the under-16s win.
Yeah, that's probably the best moment of surfing in my life. And yeah, things went right for me on that day.
And you're out of it this time with a broken wrist. How long have they given you out?
Yeah, 4 weeks out, which is gutting because I haven't been able to surf this event. And the waves looked really fun today, so I was gutted not to be able to surf that. But there's always many more years I can go in, like next year.
Yeah. Where have you been surfing lately then? Tell us, where have you got some good waves?
Well, Scare's been really good in Porthcawl lately. The lefts over there have been pumping.
Yeah.
And better than Rest Bay because Rest Bay's always got about 100 people everywhere now. So it's hard to get waves.
Hey, I tell you what we're going to do in a minute now, Greg. Right, Luke, he's quite good with his voice there, isn't he, Luca? I'm sure you must have picked up a couple of points when you did your presentation in your Welsh back or whatever it is you do in school. Now, we'll give Luca a go at doing a guest commentary on a ride now when one happens. It'd be good fun. Because I always like to break a statistic, and I reckon how old is Luca?
He's 16 on the 22nd.
I reckon it could be the youngest person to commentate a wave
15.
in the WSF. Here we go.
Green up.
Oh, no.
All right, we'll go for the next one, Luca. And in and out for Sosdian. Pretty valiant attempt. I think we got a possible replay for that one.
0.67.
Let's have a look. So just doesn't quite get to the 1 point mark, but we'll have a little look at what was attempted there for green, because that was a really heavy looking section. Here we are. Look at this from Sosdian.
Go.
And their wave just drops out. Whoa! And I mean, it was worth a go, wasn't it?
She got up a bit too upright, didn't she? She could have stayed lower. White's up in the meantime.
Lutus coming
She's
through the
trimming along
inside, yeah.
On hardly a wave. She reminded me of Jesus walking on water.
No harm, no foul for Sosdian. Back out with priority, and here she goes.
Green
Come on
out,
then, Luca.
green out the back.
Here's Green on a good-looking wave. Oh, no, she comes unstuck again.
Right, I think you're the curse there, Luca. Every time we give you the microphone, the competitors take a tumble. It'll further the lead. It'll be a lot more than she scored last time, but Sosdian's now got 2 waves in the bank. The first one remains the best wave of the heat so far.
She's building more confidence and momentum, really, isn't she? She's starting to put the chess pieces together. Feet's been in the wax. She'll be feeling like it's time now. She's got one good wave. So
yeah,
Cynthia, really, if I was her now, I'd just settle down and try and find either a medium-sized doubler upper or a set wave.
1.5 for the last ride. I dare say Cynthia's crew will be tuning in and watching. Cynthia, husband TC, as he goes by. He's a Kiwi. And daughters Moana and Generosa, both Welsh speakers. And Georgina Lutus. Now, I don't know the names of her family, but I know that Georgina is a mother as well. So I'm sure that Georgina's family are going to be watching. So both of these ladies likely to have kids cheering them on at the moment.
Green swinging. Green
and
swinging for
we're gonna
paddle. Can you get it? No.
Well, but what we are going to do is we're going to watch that ride of or if she doesn't take off here, we're going to watch the first of green.
433.
Oh, and here we go, though. Is it about to be surpassed?
Looks like a runner.
Really sucky section.
Good
here.
wave.
This is the wave of the heat so far.
Good wave.
Sosdian gets on rail. She's going to redirect towards the power source and goes for a little cross step, but not quite got enough weight on the tail to stick the cross step. So I think we're going to get a replay actually of the first of green, because that will remain the highest scoring wave of the heat so
White
far.
paddling. Paddle? No.
And here goes Lutus. Yeah, so there'll be families cheering both these guys on, and both of them will be widely supported by the communities.
This is Green's
The
replay.
Cindia's community in particular, the Channel Women Surf.
This is when she went for the bottom turn, the top, then the mid-face turn, the highline trim with a bit of footwork.
Yeah, this is the
Best
wave of the heat so far. Yeah. 3.23 for the last one, so this was a 4.33. So Lutus now needs a 5.56.
She's building house.
Yeah. Yeah, so the Channel Women Surf will be watching Cindia here. So Cindia is a founding member of that. And they're a registered surf club now, so they could put a team in at the Wilkinson Sword if they want to. And
right, yeah, interesting that.
They've been holding various evenings and movie nights and things like that. They've got a pretty big following, and Cindy is a key figure in that. She's done quite a lot of work in encouraging peers into sport. I actually a few years ago, I invited Cindy in to meet some of my students to talk about what she does, and she brought with her a German girl who was a top footballer, and it was a pretty inspiring talk. We're going to see her last wave now for Sosdian.
This is the 3-2-3. Cindy's second scoring wave. She takes off on a nice angle there.
Section.
She's got the wall in front of her. She backdoored it effectively, didn't she?
Yeah.
10 minutes remaining.
Took off behind the peak, so she ran into the peak. So it's nice speed and plenty of drive. That would have been a fun wave to ride.
Yeah,
I'm sure she would have enjoyed that. That would have been exciting because she had all that in front of her. So it was a little bit of a race.
Yeah.
It was a little bit of risk whether to get through it or not. So that's the sort of thing you want, really, as opposed to being out in front and having to cut back.
Taking surfing closer to an action sport or an adrenaline sport when you would race across a section like that. There's a bit of there's a bit of a whizzing feeling, isn't there?
Yeah, and risk.
Yeah,
it's a thrill.
Especially when you got 9.
Is this gonna pull? Am I going to pull this off or not?
Especially when you got 9 foot and several pounds of fiberglass right next to you.
Yeah.
Sosdian, a very good shortboarder. She'll be looking forward to tearing into these waves on her shortboard as well in a bit. We went, I don't know if you guys have been to any of these. I went with Cynthia because she's really good mates with Breege. Yeah. And we took all of our kids and we met TC. We had a lovely Chinese straight opposite Cardiff City Stadium. Do you know the Chinese by there? New World Chinese straight opposite Cardiff City Stadium. She booked and then after that, full of Chinese, we went to watch the Wales ladies against Slovakia in their Euros playoff. And it was brilliant.
Yeah, right.
2-0 win. Fishlock and Kerry Holland scoring the goals. Buzzing crowd. Good football. Extra time actually, because it was an aggregate game. So they were 1-0. Right. They were 2-1 down from the first leg, and so it was 1-0 to Wales at the end of the game of regular time, which then meant that it went into extra time because they don't do away goals. And then Kerry Holland popped up with a winner about 2 minutes before we were going to go into penalties. It was a great evening. I don't know whether Cindy she was talking about taking her kids again on this Friday come in. Luca, you're a follower of the Welsh football teams. Did you see that game?
The women's game? Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that they were in the qualification process and they've done great to qualify. What was it for the World Cup?
It's the Euros, yeah, and they've got Republic of Ireland on Friday night. What do you reckon?
Oh, I reckon they can beat them. They got some good players like Fishlock and that striker from Bristol City. Morgan, is it? Yeah, she's a good player as well. So I'm sure with experienced players like that, they can hopefully get the job done for Wales.
What about the men's national team? You see that game the other night, Luca?
Yeah, they played really well that game, and there was like a 5-star performance attacking. Oh, here we go, Greens going on the wave. Oh, a bit of a close up, but she comes around the section. Cut back, maybe. Nice.
Yep.
She's still going.
Oh, highline trim.
Floater. Oh.
Dismount. Yeah.
I reckon that'll give the last wave of green a little bit of competition. 3.23, the last of green.
The one which she backdoored the peak. There.
There's another one to come though. 3.8.
Yeah, fair play.
Building house.
She's going forward. She's building the score. She's doing. That's exactly what you want to be doing, really. As you go along now, there's no point in getting waves that are worse than what you've already had, because it's not going to go into your top two.
No.
So you need to look for a wave that's better, that can offer more potential. You can score more.
Oh, on cue,
White
White.
paddling.
Georgina Lutus.
White's glided in. Georgina's in. Footstep. Oh, she fell off the
Yeah,
back
it's tricky to get.
into the channel.
You've got to get down the face of the start. Those waves are so bowly that if you don't come into the right part of the face, because I've done cutbacks out there before where halfway through the cutback I realise I'm actually not on the wave. And there's a strong rip still as well, isn't there? Rudder was in danger of ingesting some of the runoff from Aberthor in his heat. He made it so far down, or he was popping up on air traffic control at Cardiff Airport as an obstacle.
Well, it's mad because on the incoming tide, you're battling not to go to Barry, aren't you? Really, and then on the outgoing tide, it's trying to take you back to Porth Call.
Yeah, yeah.
And so you've just got to switch on to that pretty quick, or you find yourself wildly out of position, thinking, "What is going on?" And the next thing you know, you're looking at your competitor getting some great waves, and you were just battling, and you.
Rob was saying that in
Yeah,
his
really
heat,
savvy.
he said he was a metre away from exactly the right place and paddling the whole time, and that metre kept him believing all the time that he had a chance of making it.
I've been there hundreds of times. You got some local guy who's 4 meters over from you, and you think you can get to him, and you're paddling your heart out, and then you see a good wave, and you're like 2 meters too deep for it, and you're like, "Drat, I'll get the next one." You can't quite get there, and you see a lot of the time the locals.
Yeah, you're never going to make it.
You think you can, but you can't.
If it was Rest Bay, you'd cover those 2 meters.
That's right.
You'd have a choice of where exactly you wanted to catch the wave, whereas out here you've got no chance.
No, you see the locals. They often just come straight in, concede defeat, and go round in the rip and reset, realign again.
I did that.
Using triangulation, they sort of look up. You'd put something in the foreground and sort of angle it up with something in the background to make sure you're sort of lined up straight, and then you sort of look left or right to see if you're
Lutus needs
far
a
enough out.
6.13 on this one. 4 minutes remaining.
It's her best wave.
Oh!
Well, he's still a nice drop and a nice speed run.
She's going for it. She's doing what she can.
She'd be happy with that.
I think she'll shorten the requirement, actually, because if this goes in above a 2, then there'll be a situation, well, we would call this a 2.3, so we would call this a slight situation change. She now needs a 5.83, so she's lowered the requirement. I dare say this will be a well-watched heat. The Channel Women's Surf will they'll be following it. And
Green
here
paddling.
goes Rostian. Is this a victory lap? Oh, now that wave. Look we've got a bit of wind in the face there as well.
Yeah, that went a bit Pete-tong for her then. Unfortunately, I think she's got time though. She's got 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I just reset. She needs. I would look for something. There's the replay of White's better wave. In fact, this is White's best wave. Beautiful glide in, take off.
Yeah.
Comes around the section nicely, nice and strong. She's sturdy and on the feet. There goes a little bit too high, and unfortunately,
It's
falls
wind.
off
The
the back.
wind. When you take a longboard that far up the face, you've got to turn against the wind as well as the water, haven't you?
Yeah.
Rostian
I would just.
out front.
I hope they both get another chance
I think they will.
to finish in style.
I think they will, Greg. There's been plenty of waves ridden in this heat. 10 waves have been ridden in this heat between the two surfers. That's a wave every... Well, given that we're 22.5 minutes into the heat, that's a wave every 2.2 minutes, I think.
They've been busy.
It's a good rate.
I mean, you come in and you're going, well, I've had 10 waves in 20 minutes. That ain't bad.
Oh, it's fine.
I just hope they get another chance here now. Green is out the back. Like, she's got 2 4s. She's got to be looking for a 5 or a 6 now to come in and finish in style. That's what I would be doing.
Now
if
you can
I
see the
was-
bodyboards are making their way out. George Bevan, Ty Jackson and Alex Clark.
Oh, they'd have a laugh out there. And then...
Guy, they'll be loving that inside section, won't they?
Yeah, full on.
Don't have to worry about fins. 2 minutes remaining. Is Rostian going to hold on? So Lutus would need the highest scoring wave of the heat to take the win. But then again, if you are going to win a Welsh, you might as well win it with the highest scoring wave of the heat. Lutus has won this in the past. She's come very close before as well.
Yeah, right. So they're fighting it out for gold. And hey, look, they're going to get silver, whoever comes second. So it's still a good result.
Yeah.
It's a trophy, and it's a trophy to be proud of. Fair play. I always, you know,
A pot's a
second's
pot.
Good, yeah.
A pot on the mantelpiece.
Yeah. And anyway, they'll just remember the day forever. It's a good day at the beach.
Even in this weather and wind. Sostian, here we go. This is going to be her
Okay.
chance. Oh, she looks to swoop. There's a minute and 10 remaining.
I wonder what's out the back.
It's unlikely that they've heard scores.
Cynthia paddling.
She is going to go.
1 minute remaining.
Oh,
No.
good. I think it's a good decision there because she'd have been having to chip shot through a steep section.
Cynthia paddling. Cynthia up.
You have second priority.
Okay.
45 seconds
That's a poor wave, though.
So
She's
it's
coming in.
It's a redirect, so it's all going to be on whether
Oh, what?
Lutus, here she goes. These are
Beautiful drop.
5.83. If she gets the inside connection, it might be on the cards here.
Go on, run,
Lines
wave.
it up. This wave is going to go through. It's going to
She's
be a
styling.
grandstand finish.
Oh,
Oh,
look, she's run through another section. And she's still...
oh, are we going
Hey!
to see a last minute change
That
there?
was
What?
it. That
Oh,
was
the
it.
judges
That
have got
was
something to
Georgina.
think about.
Yeah, that's Georgina's best wave.
Buzzer beater. The bell's going to go.
She had the control on that one like she didn't have on some of the
Oh,
earlier
what was that?
rides.
The 5.83. I think it's probably going to come just under. But you
Cindy
can't
up.
ask for more than a.
Cindy having
a
a Here's the
finish.
replay. Check it out. Nice late drop. And the wave just kept doubling up for her. It just kept finding different sections.
Through
at this-
she goes.
Look at that
Oh,
little lump
the-
in front of her there. Speed run.
The score is in.
Off she goes.
The score is in. Did she take the lead? It was a 3. So Cynthia Sosdian is the 2024 Welsh Ladies Longboard Champion.
Yeah, and Georgina will be happy that though. At least she got the finish in style.
Though absolutely, that was a great heat. And they'll be cheering back at her house. TC, Moana and Hannah Rosa will be, they'll be throwing,
Up next, the boys on the bodyboards.
they'll be throwing a party.
George Bevan's gonna out there. Ty Jackson. And Alex Clark. So
We're
I'm
going to
sure-
go to a break, and we'll give you a bit more info on that one.
Welcome back. We are in to the bodyboard final featuring George Bevan in red, Ty Jackson in white, and Alex Clark in green. How was the women's longboard final, Greg?
They were good. Cynthia was really good. She won. Georgina was good. She finished in style on a nice, her best wave, so she'd be happy. Fair play to the girls. I mean, they would have enjoyed it. There's two of them out there. It's pumping ledges. I'm sure they would have enjoyed it. Here goes Ty on his first wave. He's gone a spin there, 360, and he's continued it in style. I wonder if he'll get an inside section. No, the wave's run out of juice.
Well, what we're likely to see with the bodyboards is them really using that end section. We see the surfers have to kick out to save their fins.
Yeah.
The bodyboarders can just ride on through, can't they?
Launch it up and just ride up the ledge.
Right up the ledge. Why
I-
not?
you know, Yeehaw.
So that
Now
first
Richard,
white.
Rich Livock, Rich is in, oh, he's not in the water. Hang on. Oh, we got Ty Jackson. Now, he lives in Pembrokeshire. He's a member of the RNLI Lifeguards. Ty's been bodyboarding for 4 years. And so we'll keep an eye on Ty. I think Ty's fairly young. He's in white. He was on the last wave. So Ty's had the start. So he'll be happy. His nerves will be a bit settled because he's gone on one. I mean, you don't really... Look, 2.5 minutes has gone. That's fine. But if you sit out there for 5 minutes without going, nerves start coming into the play. And then with nerves come bad decisions. And bad decisions means poor surfing. And you sort of start losing your cred and slipping down the...
Pressure is a privilege. Pressure is for tyres.
Yeah. George is out there. George is in red. We're looking at him now. George lives Menai Bridge, North Wales. So he's come a long way. He surfs the Hell's Mouth area and Anglesey. He's white up now. A little stall.
Ty Jackson, current heat leader, sitting on a 2.17.
Ty on
Very similar wave to actually his opening
it's
wave.
very similar.
This one might end up...
He's looking left, he's looking right.
Yeah, this one might go all the way through to the ledges. So we'll see if he does what you asked him to do, Greg, and ride right up the ledge. Kicking his fins furiously. You're hoping for that end section. He's not going to offer it there. 21 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Ty Jackson slowly building house. The other two surfers yet to post the score, but here goes red. It's
red.
George Bevan.
Now, George won it last year, so he's a former champ. Here he goes. So he's got a nice little wave. He's trimming along and he's out. Bit of speed. He's
Tricky
up and
wave for these
running.
bodyboarders. They quite often like an oncoming section, don't they? So they
Yeah.
can project up into the air.
Yeah, they're going to need to backdoor that section, really.
I think so.
So they can, can give them a bit more...
It's tricky to get into the wave, though, isn't it?
Yeah. I'd be looking to backdoor that. And I think I bet by the time we finish this heat, they've had a couple of screamers and gone flying into a field.
I expect so.
But George is the former champ. And, well, he's been bodyboarding for 12 years. Like I say, from the Hell's Mouth area and Anglesey, Menai Bridge, Menai Straits up there, North Wales.
So we saw, Greg, this is a repeat of last year's final. Last year, George Bevan taking the win with a combination of 7.73.
Yeah, right.
Ty Jackson last year finishing in second.
Yep.
Just behind him, needing just 0.69 to overtake him, and Alex Clark ending up in third, a couple of points behind. So the situation today, however, is that Ty Jackson is in first, having had two scoring waves so far.
Yep.
George Bevan with a quick in and out at 1.17, and Alex Clark yet to get off the
Al
mark.
gone. Yeah, Al hasn't gone. So, yeah, Ty and George had a right tussle last year. Let's hope it's a three-way tussle this year, and Alex gets right involved with it. But may the best man win. And you get stuck in. They got some good waves. I'm sure they're enjoying themselves.
Well, whilst the women's longboard final was on, Greg, and you and Tom were doing a brilliant job of commentating it, I just went and stuck my head out of the door to get a better idea of conditions. It's fine. It's brilliant watching it on screen, but quite often, as you can see on screen now, we've got quite tight shots in on the surface. It's nice to get a pulled out angle, and you can really see what the conditions are like. So if we look to the west, to the right-hand side of the bay, lots and lots of swell, lots of bump, lots of wind. Meanwhile, down on the ledges where the competition is currently taking place, it's so much cleaner. It's protected. Bit of protection offered by the cliffs, bit of protection offered by the cobbles on the beach as well. And this is where our competitors are currently doing their utmost to outdo one another. 18 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Ty Jackson, surfer in white first. George Bevan in red second. Alex Clark in green in third.
Yeah, I wonder where Al is. Obviously on the small screen here, I've lost him. I'm zoned in on George here. I can see George. I'd like to see Al get a wave. Alex Clark. Are we dead sure he's even in the sea? Are we dead sure he's here? Have a look if you can see him. Can you see green out there, Rob? No, I don't think Alex is here. It's a two-way tussle between Ty Jackson and George Bevan.
Two-way tussle.
They had a real tussle last year. It was super duper close. So I really wouldn't want to call this, guys. This could go either way.
Well, we've had a few people no-show today for a range of reasons, from illness to injury. And I dare say that the weather forecast, the passing of Storm Bert in the early hours of this morning into actually some of the later hours of the morning, has perhaps either put people off or made it difficult for people to get to the beach. I know there's a lot of flooding in certain parts of Wales this morning. I had to change my route to the beach this morning. There's a tree down in the road.
and Merthyr Mawr, well, obviously the river was full there. You couldn't go that way. And even on the roads to land to it, it was like massive, like pools of water. Luke was like, floor it down through there, Dad, floor it. And I'm like, well, as much as I'd love to, I don't think it's very good for the engine.
No, that's right.
Floor it, Dad.
Take your bumper off.
Yeah.
So 17 minutes left in this one. Not put off by the weather. Ty Jackson, your current heat leader, and George Bevan, absolutely.
They'd be loving it. Like, they got that peak to themselves.
That's it.
I mean,
how often do you get to surf this by yourself?
Yeah, on a Sunday normally there'd be quite a few out there, wouldn't there?
Be a couple of windsurfers as well.
Yeah. If I rolled up here, I'd be straight out there on any given Sunday. I think there's one behind coming in.
Priority lies with red. Red, you are in first priority. White, you are in second priority.
No, that's not you. Unfortunately.
Situation currently stands at white. Surfer, you are in first place with 4.84. Red, you are in second place currently.
Oh, paddle, red up. Red's going on a good wave. Speed, nice trim. That was arguably the best wave anyone's caught, I reckon. He had, that wave had more power in front of him than the others. I'm sure he enjoyed that. So, what do they score that then? Okay, we're still waiting for the score. Basically, if we look at it now, Ty is the replay coming up of Red's last one. So George swings here, stroke, kick, in. Ball in front of him, mid-face trim.
Managed to get a little change of direction there as well, that the waves thus far haven't offered our bodyboarders.
He's out. Okay. Well, at least he had speed. Nice little wave. It's a paddle there. White's trying. He's going to go left. He has gone left. It's a bit of a close out. But then, okay. I think he's going to use this wave. There's a spin on the inside. Go on, Ty. You know it. And again the other way.
He might get up the ledge.
He's going up the ledge, boy. Do you know that left? That turned out to be one of the best waves. Who'd have thought? Who knew?
Who knew? You can go left.
Yeah, and I think that helps him get back out there. So it might have been a bit of a positional move as well. Get that? Anything that's functional that helps make life easy. I'm all for it. Here's the replay now. So there goes Ty Jackson. He looked at that and thought, right, okay. And then he's like, oh, hold on. The fun ain't over yet. He goes for a spin. And then he goes, hang on. There's more. Go the other way. Fair play. Well thought out. Yeah, good imagination. Red's on the paddle. Red's trimming with speed. He goes up into the lip. He's spun El Rolo. Incomplete, however. Right intention. A little bit more dedication and he'll get a completion and he'll be styling then for a big score. See Ty's wave, that last one, the left turned into the imaginative spins. He's got the best wave of the heat, the best score of the heat. That's coming at an average of 3.33. So he's got Ty has now got 2 solid scores. He's got, well, if you average that out, he's got 2 threes, right? He's got a 3.33, and a 2.67. Average that out, 2 threes. There's the replay of red.
That's what they're looking for, that section.
There.
Something to hit.
Yes.
El Rolo.
Well,
Doesn't manage to hang on to that, though.
Ty's done. He's built the first layer, so he's got something to build upon. He's got 2 threes. He should be looking for 4s, 5s, and 6s now. George paddling now. Let's see what he's got.
Non-stop action in this heat. We've seen 7 waves ridden already. This being the 8th. This is George in red, looking for just a corner. He's looking for something to bounce off, to change direction on. At the minute, all these waves are quite straight for the bodyboarders, aren't they? Doesn't give them too much in the way of options. Up the ledge.
Up the ledge you go.
We asked for it, and we see it.
Ty, get off there. He loves it. He
Great
doesn't
little angle
mind.
from the camera there.
Ty's happy. He must have, after that last one then, I don't know if he got another one.
Yeah, I think it was it was another wave. Yeah, there
Oh,
we
he's
go.
got a screamer.
Yeah, so it was off camera most of that wave, but it comes in at a 5.17.
Right, we've got a replay of Ty's last wave, that 5.17. This is going to be interesting now.
So we missed the beginning of it.
How did he end up on the ledge?
Hopefully we'll get a chance to see it. Brilliant.
Best wave of the heat.
Well, he ended that wave on the ledge, so perhaps we'll see a bit more ledge action, Greg. Now they know they're going to get scores.
I'll get up there, boys.
So we've just got the crew working on a replay for us.
Yeah.
So this is the end of last
all
of red, George Bevan, and then we saw a quick change of camera across to Ty Jackson.
Oh, here we go.
And I think we just got the end bit as he does right up the ledge.
Go on, Ty, get up there, lovely
Spin
boy.
to win on the ledge.
Spin on the ledge.
He is a
thrill seeker.
A legend.
Legend. Yeah. What a boy. Action man. He should consider stuntman work in Hollywood.
So 11 minutes. And a couple of seconds remaining in this heat. Ty Jackson in first position. A combination of 8.50 comprised of a 5.17 and a 3.33.
Ty, get out there.
Bevan in red. Currently in second. He needs a 6.77. So that would be the highest scoring wave of the heat thus far to take first. I think if he's going to do it, he's going to be doing it in 2 parts.
Yeah.
So perhaps trying to improve on that 1.73 and then another score.
George really needs
He's to reset, doesn't he?
Yeah, he needs
get back
a couple of 5s.
He wants
needs
I'll tell you what he needs to do.
What?
Get on that ledge.
He does. He does. I think the judges like that for entertainment value alone. It sure does entertain me, I gotta say.
There's 250 quid available from You've Been Framed for the right clip.
Yeah, Ty has made more momentum. He's made more ground. He's put more building blocks in place. Like he's got a 5. He's got a 5. He's got a 4. He's looking for 6s and 7s now. Whereas George, I mean, the only thing George can do now is skip the 3s and the 4s. He's got to go straight for 5s and 6s, which is fine. It's just a little bit more pressure on achieving that.
Time enough though, just over halfway gone in this heat.
That's right.
Bit of a lull in the action at the minute. It's approaching 1 o'clock. Greg, I know you're somewhat of a lover of rugby, the oval shaped ball.
Yes, I am.
The egg shaped ball.
Correct.
This afternoon, Scotland take on Australia.
Yeah, I noticed that.
At Murrayfield.
Yeah, I noticed that. I'd like to think that Scotland can do it.
The bookies got them as favourites.
Oh, that's good.
Australia got a 4-point start on the handicap betting.
But, however, from what I've seen of Australian running backs recently...
Well, they've had the return of, I forget his name now, but the rugby league players come back to them.
Krevy?
No.
Centre, no?
No, he's... the winger. I forget his name. But he's recently returned. I say recently, in the past year. He was touted as a prodigy a couple of years ago, and rugby league snatched him up.
I'm trying to think who that is.
And he's come back. And he's looking very sharp indeed.
We'll find out and get back. But from what I've seen of the Australian backs, they are running and they're passing ball and playing some good football.
It's the old Wallabies, isn't it?
Yeah, they're exactly what they used to do. It's funny, isn't it? Like a couple of years ago, they were so dire, and now wow, they're a force again.
Oh, they got Joe Schmidt at the helmet, and they
That's
former
it.
Ireland coach.
Yes. Well, they did a job. They did a number on Wales the other day, didn't they? Really, even when they got that guy carded, they still
try in the time.
They put 3 tries on us in the meantime, which is really bad.
Hey ho. Our attention though is firmly on this. The bodyboard final, 8 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. The situation remains that surfer in white, Ty Jackson, is in first position with an 8.5 heat total. In second, George Bevan in red, looking for a 6.77. 7 minutes and 50 odd seconds on the clock.
Yeah. So we're hoping for some more sets, right? So these lads can launch that El Rolo. That's really where the money is for this pair. Up into the lip, spin over, like a barrel roll, we'd call it in surfing. But El Rolo, I think these guys call it. Here goes white now. Ties on one. And the thing is, though, that's not such a good wave. So realistically, he's just burning his time. He needs to sit and wait for like either a good medium-sized double upper or a set wave, ideally. Because like he's got a 5 and a 4. So there's no point in getting another 3 or a 4 because it's not going to go into your top 2. You're just wasting your time. He needs to sit and wait for a set. That's what the judges want. They want set waves. They want you out the back on bigger, best waves. They want you utilising the wave to maximum.
Lasted white 0.97. Red, you have priority. White, you have second priority. Our situation is thus. White, you are in first with 8.5. Red, you are in second with 3.43. You require 6.77 to move into first.
So
Red with priority. White, you have second.
got 6 minutes left, guys. Hope you're all comfortable in your house there, or wherever you are. It's nice. It's some good waves down here in Lantwit for the Welsh Nationals. At Welsh Surfing is the Instagram. There's the finals. We're in the final of the bodyboard now. We've got some other. Well, we've got the rest of the finals coming up soon. The open final will be the climax of it. But I'm sure between now and then, we've other finals that are going to be a real good watch. But stick around. So I'm sure we'll try to keep you entertained. White's up and riding. Ty's going for that El
There we
roll.
go, and he rides
Complete. Okay.
So
that's the best single manoeuvre of the heat, isn't it?
big spin, sticks
And
with
the
it.
spin.
We're going to see some ledge
That's
action.
the best wave of the heat. Get up the ledge, Ty. Go on, boy. You know you want to. It's a
Reverse spin.
Reverse spin onto ledge. That's a good idea.
Oh, he's going to get a little section to hit here.
What the
Go
wave?
on, back
Ty,
yourself.
go on, you can do it.
He's done
That's
it.
the hammer. Up the ledge.
Fantastic.
Well done, lovely boy.
Going to be a score there.
Oh, you're not entertained. Look, he's giving it the claim. Fantastic, Ty. Yes, I am entertained, Ty. Well done, mate. You diving head banger. Well done.
We enjoyed that. 5 minutes remaining. Ty Jackson in white, entertaining Greg no end.
Ty, you're the man. I'll buy you a drink later, mate. That's
So
fantastic.
he's looking to replace a 3.33. I reckon he's done it with that.
Oh, that's the best. That's the best scoring wave of the heat. Look at him go.
Fantastic stuff.
Total reckless abandon.
Others call it commitment.
Yeah, look the way he had no, how would you say, no care for his own self-preservation at all. He's just like, whatever for the cause, up the rocks we go. Go on, Ty.
And the claim afterwards as well. Hands in the air, hands aloft, and he gets a 7.67
Ty,
for
you're
it.
a massive score.
7.67. He'll enjoy that.
Wow. If you look at that now, he's constructed a fantastic heat, hasn't he? He started with his 3s and 4s, then he got that 5, and he sat out there and waited for a set, which what I advised. He's got his set wave, and he's just gone berserk on it all the way up the ledge.
You're spot on, Greg. It's a well-surfed heat, leaving us 2 high-scoring waves for right at the end. We see a little El Rolo there for
George went for the El
Bevan
Rolo.
in red.
Incomplete and for George, have another go.
So great to see Ty Jackson with his 2 high scoring waves right at the end of the heat. So it's a really well measured heat.
Yeah.
Started slowly, built house.
Yeah.
And you said it, laying the foundations early on.
Yeah,
and now he's
he
putting
took
the
the
finish. He's
pressure
putting the
off.
tiles on the roof.
100%. 100%. He took the pressure off himself. You gain momentum. You gain confidence. You start synchronizing. You got your swagger. And all of a sudden, you got the big scores.
So
And people are entertained like me.
So it was George Bevan that took the title last year, besting
Yes.
Ty Jackson, and this year it looks like it might be Ty Jackson getting one back, avenging last year's result. But we see George Bevan on a nice looking wave, goes for a bit of a spin, but unable to stick with that wave.
The bizarre
Jackson
thing,
racing back out.
what I didn't expect to see was them going left. And realistically, Ty's best waves were left.
Yeah, I think there's a bit more lip line for the bodyboarders
Yeah,
to work with.
yeah,
It'd be really
yeah.
tricky to surf it standing up, but
Yes.
the bodyboarders are able to find some scoring potential on them.
Yeah. Steeper sections, isn't it?
That's it, onto the ledge, which of course stand-up surfers wouldn't be able to do because they'd be
No.
dragging their fins.
We've got to leave this to these diving head bangers. We'd be off that earlier than that if you stand up. Like Rob said, otherwise you'd have your surfboard would be in 2 pieces, at least.
2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in this, the bodyboard final. Ty Jackson, current heat leader, with a combination of 12.84. So that does mean surfer in red, George Bevan, is in combo land.
Yeah.
He's looking for a ticket out.
Ty's heat. Ty's got it. Ty Jackson is going to be almost impossible to catch him now. You'd have to be like, you'd have to have 2 full-on sets and just go to town on them. But this late in the game, it's so difficult to do because the pressure's going to be on him, and he's not going to be feeling that ultimately confident, unless of course he doesn't know what Ty's done. He might be.
I think you're right. Time is his enemy here.
Yeah.
We have White in first place with 12.84.
All I want out of this heat now, I'd like to see both the boys out the back, set wave each, finishing style, entertain us some more, and then, celebrate as you got the beach boys. Happy job well done. Trophy each, bronze, silver, gold, more than likely gold for Ty.
Yeah, well, 1 minute remaining.
It's Ty's heat.
That's going to be all she wrote. But there is time enough for both surfers to get other waves, entertain us more.
I'm looking at the average there of Ty's last wave. One of the judges gave him an 8.5. I mean, he was entertained.
He sure was. That would have, had he got the 8.5 across the board, he'd be in contention for the Barty
Oh yeah,
wave of the Welsh,
yeah.
the £500.
Wow. And who is the heat? Is Harry?
Currently Harry with an 8.33.
8.3. Yeah. This morning the two big vertical re-entries on the left on the way in, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. But we still got the final where that
Yeah.
could change.
Oh yeah. As we see, with
Right.
17 seconds remaining, this
Go
is
red,
George
go.
Bevan. Nothing to lose now.
He's got the left.
They look it's one of the better waves of the heat actually.
Yep.
George getting
It's the
to
spin.
town there. Oh, unfortunately doesn't manage to
Oh.
ride out of that.
Okay, guys. Hope you enjoyed. I'm going to step out for now. Tom stepping back in, guys.
Thanks, Greg.
Stick around. Enjoy the
I was
surfing.
entertained.
Thanks, Rob. It's been great doing it with you. I'll speak to you soon, lovely boy. Here's Tom.
Welcome back, Tom. As Greg departs.
That was very exciting. I enjoyed that. And obviously getting the sort of, well, it's a back row seat to yours and Greg's commentary then. That was a real pleasure. Very good. Well done, bodyboarders. Good stuff. Ty Jackson
Up the ledge.
is the winner. So I think was it Bevan was last year's winner. So that's a
right.
new name
So
on the
it's a little-
trophy.
It's a flip of last year's results.
Mm. And now we go into the ladies' final. And Cynthia Sosdian and Georgina Lutus, both from the longboard final, are straight back in. And they're going to be joined by Katie David and Josie Hawke. So Hawke, I don't think Hawke has got an open title yet. She has won the 14s, 16s and 18s all in the same year. But I think that Hawke, I think she was in the final last year. No, she wasn't. No, Katie David was last year's runner-up behind Emily Williams. So there's going to be a new Women's Open champion after this heat, because I don't think any of these guys have ever got one before.
Exciting stuff.
David in the red, Sosdian in white, Lutus in green, and Josie Hawk in the blue. So we've been having a little bit of fun making predictions before these heats.
Yes.
So I'm going to make one in this one. And I am going to make a prediction. I'm going to say this is Hawks to lose.
Okay.
I think Josie Hawk has been going from strength to strength.
I think
since
she's
she took
probably the bookies' favourite coming into this after a successful year of competing.
But all of the other surfers in this have got the scores in them.
Yeah. Oh, there's plenty of pedigree in this heat.
Yeah, there is. So we'll wait and see. This is going to be the first ride of the heat, and this is Katie David, last year's runner-up.
First blood drawn.
Straight on rail.
Unfortunately, that wave going into deeper water, forcing Katie off the back of it. She'll paddle back into the lineup. 23 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Lots and lots of time. 25-minute finals today.
We're having a weather delivery.
Squall.
A huge squall of rain driving through during this one. So there'll be a lot of windscreen wipers, I think, being used to watch this in the car park.
Well, I'm just glancing out onto the balcony where the judges are
There goes
situated.
Hawk.
Measured surfing there, sticking with that wave through the deep water section, knowing that this section lies ahead of her on the inside. Up into the lip she goes, generating speed around the white water. Perhaps a little bit more scoring potential after that, but she opts to kick out. Meanwhile, at the back, it's Cynthia Sosdian, surfer in white on her backhand, the goofy foot wrapping back towards the white water. Unfortunately,
They might not
again,
give the
falling
completion on that,
victim
though.
to the deep water channel. So, Tom, as I glance out the window, our judges are being buffeted by this squall. Bless them.
Buffeted
They're under a
is the
tent.
word.
They're well covered. However, the wind
Buffeted is the word.
being driven horizontally by the strong westerly or west-southwest wind. From the one angle, in fact, as I look over the balcony, it looks as if the waves are going to come through the window, such as the height of the tide now and the size of the swell.
So it's exactly high tide. I think the tide has turned just a few moments ago. Low tide now going to be at 7:15 this evening. Here you have the information. There we go. The tide is right on the turn as we speak.
Last of blue, 3.5,
And
last of white, 3.7.
a decent sized tide as well.
Current situation stands.
So
You are in first.
Sosdian opens well there with a 3.75.
Second,
Hawk with a 3.5. David and Lutus.
place on one.
Not a keeper for David, and Lutus has been caught by that set and pulled onto the inside.
Green, you have priority.
Easily done.
Red, second priority. Blue, third priority. White.
So you and Greg enjoyed the bodyboards then, Robbo?
It did. Highly enjoyable. Only two surfers in it. Unfortunately, Greg and I thought, well, we know that across all of the categories we're missing a few competitors either through injury,
Was Alex Clark not there?
illness, or perhaps on account of the weather. Perhaps on account of the weather. Storm Bert has wreaked havoc across much of South Wales today. I've just seen some photos online from different parts of the country underwater. There was a tree down on my journey here this
Was
morning.
there?
Made me change direction. I noticed that you were scuppered by some floodwater near Mythmow.
The Ogmore River had decided to take a diversion around the Dipping Bridge. It thought, I'm not going to go under that bridge, I'm going to go round it. It had been reading Michael Rosen's Bear Hunt. We can't go over it, we can't go under it. Oh no, that's wrong.
Yeah.
We'll have to go through it, around it. So, look at that! I got caught out trying to quote a bit of children's lit and getting it wrong. Oh well, never mind. Speaking of children's lit, Sosdian and Lutus, their kids will be watching them and cheering on. I know Cynthia's kids, Moana, Henna Rosa, and husband TC. They'll be in the house cheering. They've already seen Cynthia pick up one pot today to put on the mantelpiece. What size will the second one be? Currently, she's in the lead. Now, what I will say is, although I made a prediction that Hawk would be the likely
James White, you are in first position with 3.
front runner in this heat, Sosdian knows the wave.
She does. She surfs perhaps more than anyone. She surfs Lantwit more than anyone. If you turn up at Lantwit, you can bet your bottom dollar Sosdian will be in the water.
And betting dollars with Sosdian would make perfect sense because Sosdian is an expat American from New Jersey.
New Jersey.
New Jersey. Although she doesn't talk like that.
Hey, Tom.
No, she doesn't.
Come on,
Yeah,
surfing.
she doesn't. She doesn't.
No,
she doesn't lean out of yellow taxis and shout "jackass" at people.
There we see Katie Davies.
She's
coming
from
in stuff there.
Manasquan, which is a very, very nice place. I did say earlier, but you know I love saying things for the 500th time.
Yes.
Surfed there. Managed to beat the. When I surfed there, I managed to get there early enough to get onto the beach before they start charging $10 a head, like a nightclub.
Yeah, well, there's a bit of coverage of that in the surf.
There's been some
media
excitement about
recently.
it, isn't there? And I think every now and then somebody fancies becoming an Instagram star by going and getting themselves arrested for not paying to go on the beach. And it makes quite good.
Yeah.
I'd call it content
I
rather
like
than
it.
art, wouldn't you?
No, I like it.
Getting yourself arrested? Or is that art? Is that making
Well, it
art or
depends.
is that making content?
I think it depends what it's for. I think in a fair protest against some seemingly unjust fee to enter a public beach.
It is an unjust fee.
What's
It
the
is.
reasoning behind it?
Well, this is rather interesting that you say. My father lives... Watch this for a sidestep of the question, but this is relevant. My father lives in Ventura, right, as you know, in California.
Heat leader Sosdian.
You've been to Ventura, right?
Spent a lot of time in Ventura.
Yeah.
Beautiful part of the world.
So my father lives in Ventura, and so I've had plenty of opportunities to ask people in Ventura about why there are such strict rules about beach use there. And the answer is very simple. In Ventura, what they say is the weather and the lifestyle there is so clement to being homeless that if you didn't have lots of rules about beach use, homelessness on the beach, people would just check out of paying their California bills and just live on the beach all the time, which sounds great. I'm sure that's not the reason in Jersey, because Jersey
rather cold
has
in
a
the winter.
winter. There's winters, and then there's Jersey winters. So I think, well, I don't want to knock these fine people from Jersey, but I would imagine that it would be straight up. Well, what's the word for wanting lots of money?
Oh, yeah. Well, I think one of the justifications I read
Money.
about was
It would be money that
it
they
was
do it for.
obviously finance related, but it was to pay for lifeguards, beach facilities, showers, so on. But
Okay.
it seemed quite a steep
It's a lot. It's charging everyone a tenner. Yeah, but I suppose if they don't have well, the lifeguards here are a charity, aren't they? The
Yes.
RNLI, they're a charity.
It's
Although
run by the
it's
fire
royal,
department in America, I think.
Is it? Because it's royal, isn't it? So normally when a charity has royal on it, it means the royal family actually give a bit of money to it. So I would be imagining that they might be using some of the royal family's ill-gotten gains to pay for our beach lifeguarding, which is only fair. But out there, you reckon it's the fire department. I've been ordered off a beach there before in Jersey, a place called
To be fair, Tom,
Sandy Hook.
no one wants to see that.
No, it was a thunderstorm,
I thought it was the time.
and it was, and I was ordered off the beach. I was surfing Sandy Hook, Jersey, from where you can see the New York skyline. Trying to ride we were trying to ride a wave and take the chance to look up. As you ride a wave and look up, and you can see New York as you ride a wave. And there was then a thunderstorm, and they ordered everyone. They evacuated the beach in a thunderstorm. So it's another world. Cynthia, I think she's got a brother or a sister who's a police officer as well, I seem to recall. So they'd know. They probably evacuated beaches, and I wonder that would be good. When if Cynthia's brother or sister are listening, have you ever arrested someone for not paying their £10 entry fee to the beach? And if so, what chokehold did you use, and whose Instagram were you filmed on? Rob, would you do that for content? Get yourself arrested on a beach?
I'd rather not. I quite like the idea of sticking it to the man, though. Standing up to power, certainly for things that I
Agreed.
would deem unjust.
Hawk has now posted a second ride, hasn't she? A 3.3. So Sosdian doesn't need a lot to take that lead back. Now, I'm not sure that we saw the 3.3 of Hawk. I think the weather is making life ever so slightly tricky for the cameras at the moment. But, oh, here we go. Sosdian having a look. The waves are out there. 14 minutes remaining. And there's Lutus opening an account again. We're not sure what was done before that. As you can see, life not that easy for camera anchor. And I think is Max Aylesbury shooting one of the cameras as well today? Is it? Are we on a one-man crew for the cameras today? Craig Nicol, camera anchor. Got director Diana Del Puerto on the buttons for us. So it's a slightly shrunken team compared to yesterday. Either way, I'm not sure that we saw the 3.3 of Hawk. And if we did, and I didn't commentate it because I was busy talking about New Jersey bylaws, then I do apologise. Now, a place where you don't have to pay to go on the beach is Galicia, where our director Diana comes from. We love a bit of Galicia. And I believe Diana is from the A Coruña area of Galicia. Doniños. You've competed at Doniños before, haven't you, Rob?
I have. A beautiful part of the world.
Great wave, Doniños. Powerful.
So many beautiful spots around there. Lots of little river
Pantene.
lefts. Open beach breaks.
Cold
nooks
water.
and crannies.
Cold water.
Cold water, but warm hospitality.
It's like Pembrokeshire, but with better waves.
And better
And New Jersey is like Glamorgan, but with better waves.
And beach finds.
And beach finds. And New York right next to it. So Lutus on the inside here now. So it's quite exciting here now where the Sosdian, she is within striking distance of Hawk. Hawk would have arguably been the favourite from the start. She's already a seasoned competitor. Something teen years young. I'm guessing Hawk's about 15. Would be my guess.
So much wave action in this heat. We're in quite a close angle here of the surface, and we are just seeing relentless waves. Lots of duck diving.
Sosdian, I think, in a pretty good position there. Priority is with Lutus now, though. And here she goes. Oh, and that will be a priority switch. So Katie David, last year's runner-up, is now in first priority, and Sosdian goes up into second priority. Hawk is on the inside with no priority at all, and so Lutus goes to fourth priority. And here goes Sosdian having a look. So this is an important wave in the story of this final. Bottom turn hard. Needs to get out of that. Pumping.
Yeah, so Cindy is trying to generate lots of down the line.
Probably back to the drawing board.
Rather than trying to stick near the whitewater looking for that steeper section. Again, using that local knowledge, she knows that wave was going to race off ahead. If she just got over that little lump and bump, she could have been on for a bit of a better score. Unfortunately, that wave going into the deep water, not allowing Cindy to pursue it any further. 11 minutes and 10 seconds
It's
left
a very
in this
low
heat.
score, actually, that one, a 1.6. So the judges are effectively saying, try again.
So Sosdian looking for a 3.05 to move into first, of course. All the requirements at this stage, the business end of the competition, are for first position rather than a progressing spot, because this is the end of the road. Last heat of the women's event. Sosdian taking another look at that. It's Hawk in blue in first position with a combination of 6.8. She's looking to replace a lower score of 3.3. It's white Cindy Sosdian in second position with a combination of 5.35, requiring a 3.05 to move into first. Katie David in red in third position needs a 5.75 to move into first. And Georgina Lutus in fourth at the moment, the surfer in green, needing a 6.25, 10 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, all to play for. And we see our surfer in blue now, Josie Hawk, your current heat leader, up and riding. There's going to be a section ahead of her, bashes off the foam there. Spray displaced, loads of speed through the inside. She'll find another section, but opts to fly over the back. So one really nice
Yeah.
turn.
Does she
Oodles
replace a
of speed.
3.3 with that turn? I think she probably does, don't you?
I would say that she does. She carried so much momentum out of it. It was a really functional turn.
Yeah.
We know the judges like function.
Yeah, I think we'll see a high. I don't think it goes to 4, but I think it'll be comparable to Sosdian's 3.75. That'd be my prediction. I am not a judge, and if I was one, I would be a bad one. So watch me turn out to be spectacularly wrong. So beach announcer is just reading out the 1.6. Steve White on the beach announcement today, reading out the 1.6. And so Katie David with priority. Sosdian has regained second priority. So both Katie David and Sosdian are there or thereabouts. So in the last of Hawk, oh wow, it was way off. Go on, it was. The judges have gotten very excited by that one, Rob.
5.75. So that's the highest scoring wave of the heat thus far. We'll watch a replay of it to get a feel for how the judges rewarded it with that score. So we see
one turn, 5.75 for one maneuver.
Yeah, we see Josie Hawk eyeing this one up from a while off. She had first priority at the time, I believe, and has a bit of a rolling with the whitewater there. Straight away, that wave catches up with one in front. A big, steep section. She flies off, she projects down the line, carries loads of speed, and then I dare say, had she bounced off that oncoming section, we could have seen the score go even higher.
Fantastic manoeuvre, that. Very good.
8 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Hawk has extended her lead. White in second. Sosdian now requires a 5.51. Katie David, the surfer in red, needs an 8.2. And Georgina Lutas in green needs an 8.4. A big ask in these conditions.
Yeah.
I would say that in order to do that, our competitors are probably going to have to do it in 2 parts. The conditions, although very contestable, it's going to be hard to push it above a 7, I think.
Yeah, I think Sosdian can get the 5.51 in one wave, but I think the 8.2 is a really big ask, isn't it? Hawk's going to go to the backhand here.
This is David in red.
Oh, it's Katie David, sorry.
So she's currently in third, looking for an 8.2. She's not going to get it with that. She will improve her situation. She'll replace that 1.05. It's a 1.3. 7 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Yes, like you say, Tom, she's going to have to do it in... Our surfers in red and green will probably have to do it in 2 parts, 7.95. We've seen very, very few waves score anywhere near that throughout the entire event. The conditions, although very contestable.
One wave by Harry Cromwell is the only one that's done that.
An 8.33. So Harry currently sitting pretty. His name's yet to be written on the big check because we've got a heat coming up after this. It's the men's open final featuring Logan Nicol in red, Harry Cromwell in white, Tom Sheldon in green and Mark Vaughan in blue. They'll be preparing and making their way down to the water's edge shortly as we see our surfer in red, Katie David, coming unstuck there currently in third. She's seeking out a 7.95 or a combination to push her up towards the 9.25 requirement that's been posted by Josie Hawk, who is our surfer paddling for this wave. Another roll in for the surfer in blue, but she's in and out. As she stood up there, Tom, she stretched to her full height and looked out to sea.
She knew what she was doing, yeah. Very interesting to see. Canny competing. Very canny. Yes, 6.5 minutes left then. All about whether Sosdian can get the 5.51 now. David slightly reduces the requirement there on that last one, but not really to within a one-wave score, most realistically. And here goes Lutas. So this would need to be in the 5s to really break the combo.
Nice
Oh, this is a really good wave here for green.
Rides down out of it. She's got
coming right through.
A long wave.
Fantastic.
What will the judges make of it?
Yeah,
she's
that's
going to 8.4. She's not going to get it with that.
It might be good for jumping up a couple of spots.
Certainly going to replace her lowest scores of 0.55 and 0.85.
A 1.8, so she jumps into third with that one.
Judges not appreciating the length of ride there. They're looking for manoeuvres, aren't they? And we saw Georgina Lutas with a couple of up and downs, but no real significant changes of direction.
So Sosdian still looking for the 5.5. Now has priority. Hawk with second priority. Hawk is sat slightly further out than Sosdian, so I suppose that kind of forces your opponent's hand. You know, Hawk can make Sosdian use her priority, possibly unwisely. We'll see. Awful weather, so we've got to congratulate Craig Nicol on doing his absolute best to keep tracking these guys with his camera. It's quite hard work. Hurts the eyes. You've got to keep looking up, see what's in the lineup, and then looking through the viewfinder, looking at the lineup, looking at the viewfinder. When you've got a slightly bigger team, you have a camera on each surfer, which we've seen that done quite often. We've managed that here at one point. Today, with lots of cancellations and it being quite late in the year, Craig's on his own, so we've got to commend him for the job he's doing. But that's why your screen is shaking around a bit. It's because Craig is trying to keep track of where everyone is. He's looking out for rides.
It's worth noting as well that there's an awful lot of wind coming in with this most recent squall.
Yeah,
That's causing
huge.
some shakeage as well amongst the camera crew.
It has. They're doing a sterling job in stunningly difficult conditions.
I've had to don the beanie, Tom. I've gone up ever so cold all of a
It's
sudden.
blowing right through the booth, isn't it, that wind?
Here we go.
Sostian!
Katie David.
Camera's
up and
gone the wrong way,
riding.
never mind.
Surfer in red on her backhand. One of the rare lefts we've seen this afternoon now. So
Camera had to make the decision it made, but Sosdian's ride is the one that could change this heat. We haven't seen it. So
fret not, the judges will.
the judges will have seen it, and it doesn't look like it did a lot because it's come in quickly at a 1.55. Now Hawk is in a decent position for sure, because Sosdian has still got to get all the way back out. Looks at one on the inside. Sosdian. I mean, I'd still say that Cynthia is going to be happy with a second in this. Katie David, second last year. So this year, at the moment, looks like it could be a place off. Here goes Katie David. Oh, and that would have been a big Rio if she'd stuck that. And then we've got Hawk going to the backhand.
Beautiful turn there.
Oh,
Heat leader.
that would have been a victory lap if she'd stuck that.
Looking to replace a 3-point.
If she replaces it, yeah, it might do with that first turn.
That's a real bash.
Well, she got 5.75 for one turn on her previous
That
wave,
is
didn't
absolutely
she?
Right, 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining.
Let's have a
There's
look.
Time enough for one final exchange before the buzzer blows the signal the end of this, the women's final. Coming up next,
They're
as I
having a
mentioned,
think
is
about
the
this
Open
last one for
men's
Hawk.
final featuring Logan Nicol, Harry Cromwell, Tom Sheldon, Mark Vaughan, and it comes in, Tom, it's a 2.25.
Yeah,
So
not enough.
it was a nice turn, but it was just a turn, and I don't think it was as critical as that one we saw on the right that was so rightly rewarded with that 5.75, the highest scoring wave of the heat so
This
far.
is it. This is the moment. This is the moment. This wave will likely determine... Oh, I didn't get to finish my sentence. Well, no, that means there's time enough for her to get another one, though, with 2 minutes remaining, but the priority will flip. She's going to have to try and wrangle away from both Lutus and David and Hawk. She goes to fourth priority. That would have been the wave if Cindy was going to do it then, but it just didn't have a wall on it, did it? So it looks increasingly likely that Hawk is going to hold on.
Approaching the 1 minute mark in the women's final here, we have blue in first position.
Yeah.
With 9.25,
So
white in second.
Sosdian looking for the 5.5. 90 seconds remaining. That probably is enough time to get out there.
2.85. You require a 7.7 to move into
It's
green. You are just
there. You can see Sosdian paddling alongside Katie David. This is where the action is. Craig Nicol will be hearing the beach announcer, so he'll know which colours to try and follow. And here we go. There's a possible wave coming through there. They're going to both pass this one up. Katie David would need a 7.7 if she's going to try and take it in the last minute. That would be the buzzer beater to end all buzzer beaters if that was to happen. But you never know. And now this is Hawk. And now this could put it beyond everybody's reach. On rail.
Beautiful driving.
Oh, this is going to do it, isn't it?
Carve
Here we
on
go.
the lip, and she'll find a section to smash off. That's the victory lap. Tom.
Sticks that.
That,
Oh, will they give her the make? But
I reckon, will be the high scoring wave of the heat.
well, it depends if they give her the make on the last turn, doesn't it? I think it's going to go in over the 3.5. Does it go over the 5.75?
Georgina Lutus with a quick in and out.
20 seconds remaining.
I'm going to say it's going to average about 7. Let's see.
Steve White reckons he can see ahead of us and that it's going to be in the 6 range. This is Sosdian. She's going to have to crack this, and she
Oh,
does.
Wow.
Oh, it's not over yet.
Wow.
And again. What a finish. Well, that's a buzzer beater for Sosdian there.
Wow.
But was it achievable? Because 5.5 is not the score that she was going to need. It's going to need to have been higher than that. But that was 2 big cracks.
Well, 2 of the best
I'm
waves
not
of the
sure
heat
if we might have
in the
replays
dying
available
moments.
here. It's possible.
How exciting.
And the judges have got a big thing to do. So it depends now which of these scores drops first. So Hawk, I think, very likely to replace a low score of 3.5. Every point that she replaces it by would go on to the 5.5 that Cynthia needs. So if Hawk gets a 4.5, Cynthia needs a 6.51. Hawk gets a 5.5, Cynthia will need a 7.51. I think that last wave of Sosdian was a 5.51 or more, in my opinion. I'm going to put my neck out and say that will have been that.
That first one was brilliant.
So it will just be a question of what they give. Now, I think Hawk came unstuck on the inside Rio. So I reckon Hawk's score is going to go in a little bit behind her top wave. And I think Hawk's goes in between her 2 scores so far. But we've got the spinning discs on the screen just telling us that the judges are in the process of entering scores. None of them have been typed in yet, so the judges are having a real big think about this. A huge, huge pair of scores to deliver. Will there be a last-minute twist? And apologise for the weather is making it extremely hard work for the cameraman at the moment, so if it's making you feel a little bit nauseous, it's because camera anchor is trying to see if he can anchor his camera onto the next heat.
Our judge is having a long, hard think about these scores. Tom, they know it's going to make a
and we're going to get... let's have a look at the scores. Well, Rob, go on. What's your prediction? I'm going to make a prediction.
I'm going to say that Hawk.
I think Hawk ends up with it. Yeah,
yes.
but very close. I think Hawk.
Close. I think Sosdian's going to post a high score in wave of the heat.
Yeah, I think Hawk puts it 2 points higher for Sosdian, and then I think Sosdian gets about a point towards it. So I reckon it's going to end up being about a points difference. That's my prediction. I would love to be wrong. I love being wrong with any predictions I make. And you can see now the camera's settled down. This is because I think that the open surfers are at the top of the point, aren't they? So they've decided to all follow each other out into the maelstrom. Still, the judges think. So we're getting a relay through the walkie-talkie about what's going on with these scores.
You can see on screen our surfers waving, signalling. They want to start the heat. They're
The
stuck
open
in the
men
rip
wanna
on the
go.
point, but the judges are still deliberating.
Yeah, we can't start this. And so Hawk drops a 6.25.
Wow.
Which means that Sosdian would have needed an 8.25. I think that's a big ask. If she gets it, then she could well be winning 500 quid and the Open Women's title. Was that an 8.25, that last wave of Sosdian? I don't think it quite goes there, but I've seen it given. 2 huge backhand blasts.
Great image on screen, Tom. Red and white in the next heat.
Cromwell and Nicol.
Waiting patiently.
6.75. So it's the wave of the heat for Sosdian, but it brings her in 1.1 points too low.
As you called it.
What a finish. Congratulations, Josie and Cynthia and Katie and Georgina.
Breathless
What
stuff.
a fantastic heat. We're going to take a quick break, and the Open Men's is round the corner.
it gave them a fright. Ow! When the show was over, we all went into town, made an Eskimo in a white gown.
First of blue, 1 point. First wave of blue, 1 point. That puts blue in first position currently on 1. Red, white, and green yet to score. Recap of the women's final. Blue came first with 12.
So I think we're back on screen now. And I just stuck my head out the door to get a better idea of what's going on, because we have got, quite interestingly, a split between where our surfers have chosen to sit in the lineup. We have got, to the north end of the beach, Logan Nicol and Harry Cromwell sitting on what would I suppose be High Tide Point. And we've got Vaughan and Sheldon, blue and green locals, choosing to take a
The
spot
ledges.
at the ledges.
Wow. Well, it's a bold move to decide to sit somewhere different to the locals at Lantuet, but then I suppose
Well, Logan.
maybe their idea is there might
Logan
not be
knows the
enough waves to
speech as well as
share.
anybody
he
as well,
does.
so-
Well, Harry knows it
And
well
Harry
too,
does,
doesn't he? I mean, his
spent plenty
dad
of time, yeah.
doesn't. Either his mum or dad live in White something or whatever it's called. There was a little village near.
Well, Harry spent a lot of
Bumbleton.
time here through his
Yeah.
youth. But perhaps
the
no
name
one
of the
knows the
village.
speech better than Mark Vaughan, who has
Yeah,
opted
there's a
for the
little village
ledges.
near Boverton. I've been to his mother's house. I'm sure. Don't know if she still lives. If Sean still lives there now. Yeah, I don't remember the exact details of where it was. I remember, but I'm pretty sure he's kind of half lived around here at some point, growing up, so knows the place pretty well. And there's going to be a first wave of the final, and it's written out a screen. Here it is.
Sheldon.
And it's Sheldon, but he falls.
Sheldon and green.
I would say Sheldon and Vaughan have made the right
I would-
choice, wouldn't
I
you?
reckon so. Looks far more pleasing anyway down to the left. doesn't
Yeah,
it?
I mean,
Far more manageable.
yesterday, at a similar stage of tide, the 35s and
You're
40s
right.
finals back to back, it was the guy on the point that came a cropper, and the guys on the ledge that won things.
I can see in the corner of the screen, Tom, a bather in shorts.
Oh yes, so you can.
Bold. It's the 24th of November.
I'm told that El Presidente Hugh John likes bathing in the winter
Oh, yes.
in Budgie Smugglers.
Ah.
He can be seen at Coney in the morning. Yeah, they've got a club that go out there in the morning at Coney.
To watch him.
Early out, no, not a club that goes out to watch
Oh,
him.
right.
Club they swim early in the mornings. They are called the Blue Tits.
Oh, well, I went to the Bant Film Festival at the Pavilion in Porthcawl,
Oh yeah,
and there's a documentary about the Blue Tits.
about the Blue Tits. Yeah, Hugh John. He's I don't know if he's a member of the Blue Tits, but he does like a
There's
freshwater swim. Oh no,
there's-
not a cold water swim.
There's a joke to be made in there somewhere.
There is. The snowballs apparently is
Ah.
the male equivalent.
Okay. The
Yeah, or the
hailstones.
hailstones they're called, yeah. So, do you know, I do like a dawn exercise myself, as you know, and I
So
can
now-
sometimes find the
look at this,
motivation.
Tom. Now we see red and white both opting to paddle down towards the ledges.
Is that what you think they're
I
doing?
think it's exactly what they're
Oh,
doing.
split screen. Oh, I like that. And yeah, I like a dawn exercise, and sometimes I have the motivation to exercise pre-sunlight. And I will tell you, I have in the winter been exercising down at Rest Bay, either running or riding a bike. Please don't associate me. We're not talking like road bike and lycra. We're talking, just mountain bike along the prom or something. And I've seen the Blue Tits walking to low tide with torches in the dark
I don't know about that.
to go, and they walk really slowly.
Fair play to them.
Like they don't run. Like if I was going to jump in the sea at that time of year, I'd run. Look at the way that person's just walking.
I think that's due to the cobbles.
Yeah, there's no excuse. You saw Vaughan run on them earlier.
Well, Tom, last winter I purchased an ice bath, a tub to put in
Did
the
you?
garden.
Have you used it?
I used it pretty much every morning last winter.
Really?
Yeah, and it was
You're nuts.
exhilarating. Well, didn't have many.
First
whilst
wave
using
of the final is not going to get ridden there, and it's not going to get. Well, mind you, Sheldon's already got one, hasn't he? 1 point rides for Sheldon and Vaughan. Nicol and Cromwell. The trouble is, you can't stay in place out there very easily, can you?
Here we go. Paddle. White. Harry Cromwell taking a look at this one. He's going to get the roll in on the whitewater. Up and riding on his backhand. He's going to carve. Change direction. Back towards the foam. This wave's going to stand up. It's going to allow him a big turn. Floats down over that section. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, we can see Sheldon up and riding on his forehand. So we've got split screens here. Sheldon on the left of the screen. Cromwell on the right. Cromwell making the most of that before coming unstuck. Sheldon
Cromwell be
coming
kicking
unstuck
himself
a little
at
bit
that
before
fall.
on the left-hand side of the bay. Well, that's going to be the high-scoring wave of the heat so far.
He'd done the important bit, but he'll be wondering what was left on the end of that ride there with the fall, and he's going to reposition himself. Cromwell is going to go again here. Cromwell busy on the inside there. Not necessarily the sort of surfing that you'd imagine being required to win the Welsh, but it's an interesting bit of repositioning. Now, will Cromwell now abandon the top peak? It's interesting to see which way he's trying to paddle, because you'd imagine that to get back out to the point, Cromwell would have to come in and would have needed to have proned off towards the left there. So it looks to me as though Cromwell's going for a reset to the ledge. So just for the viewer who doesn't have the geographical understanding of where we are, the cameras are both facing out to sea to about the southeast. So, in fact, the two spots that the surfers are in are in relation to each other in the way that you see them on the screen. So you've seen Harry in the white posting a 4.5, following it with a 2.9, and then paddling off by the looks of things to the left of the screen that he was on, which means he might start to arrive on the left-hand screen from the right. You know, Rob, when I say left, I mean left and not right. Right?
Left.
No, right.
Right.
Right. Right you are. And a score from Tom Sheldon of a 3, which you also saw on your screen. So Cromwell takes an early lead. I mean, it's not that early a lead now. There's nearly 10 minutes of this heat done. There's a reasonable chance the 4.5 could end up ranking somewhere there. You'd have to imagine that all of the surfers in this heat are aspiring to more, but the conditions are tricky. And there you see Cromwell. He does appear to be repositioning, I think. That is not the main peak where Cromwell is there. That is the no man's land between the point and the ledge. Now, please don't be confused by the fact that we're using the word ledge, because nothing looks like a ledge type wave out there, does it? They call it the ledge because it runs up a ledge at the end of the wave. Nicol having a think. So Cromwell went left. Here we go. And Sheldon again.
Oh, lovely wrapping turn there.
Yeah. So Cromwell went left. It's amazing. It shows how strong the rip is that he went left and still ended up losing line-up position to the right. Although he did go right straight after the left, didn't he? So Cromwell is now likely, I would say, to surf the rest of his heat out down the point. And here's Nicol. Oh, stuck again.
So it might have been a piece of strategic
Brilliant.
master play.
Get yourself a
by
score up the
Cromwell.
point and
it
then go
seems
down
like
to the
point
ledge.
has maybe stopped working quite as it was as well, with that high tide now.
Very interesting to see. Harry
Master stroke.
Cromwell. I mean, we're not putting any pressure on him here because he can't hear us. But I'm going to say the factoid that people like to say about him, the strap line they like to give him, and we stand accused ourselves. I think we did a We did a whole podcast with him where we kept calling him it, don't we? The
Racing
best
down.
surfer.
Tom Sheldon is keeping so
Oof.
busy. Up into the lip he goes.
The best surfer never to win the Welsh. That's what they say about Harry Cromwell. And Vaughan always adds the word yet. Could today be the day that both those comments become irrelevant? If all was to stop now, it would be a Harry Cromwell Welsh Nationals win. He has won a title in the junior categories back in the day, under 16s I do believe. And he has come second in Europe as a junior, losing out to a buzzer beater. And do you know who rode that buzzer beater? Jeremy Flores, you're right. So a 4-point ride for that last of Sheldon there. That was for one manoeuvre. So Sheldon's got it in him.
So 13 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Cromwell in white in first with a combination of 7.4, looking to replace a lower score of a 2.9. Sheldon in green in second, looking for a 3.41 to move into first. Blue, Vaughan in third, needing a 6.4 to move into first. And Logan Nicol in red, yet to post a score, requiring 7.4.
It's pretty exciting. The low scores keep things really exciting.
A low score in heat can still be an exciting heat.
Absolutely. Can it just?
Parted those pearls of wisdom on me yesterday.
What's going on in Nicol's mind there? I mean, I'll tell you the one thing that I think there's Vaughan. I think he looks a bit stuck behind that one. The thing that I think would be frustrating for Nicol, you'll know this feeling. Any of you who are surfers will know this feeling. It's not a nice feeling when you're in a heat.
Moves out here on the right of our screen.
Is to be sitting in foamy water.
There he goes. Up and riding,
And
bashes the
way.
lip, releases tail, holds
And
onto that one. A beautiful opening maneuver, wraps back, lots of spray. Only 2 maneuvers, but they were 2 very strong maneuvers. Now Logan Nicol pointing, he's going down to the ledges as well. I think, acknowledges that he's going to struggle.
I think he's done a better job of Harry's strategy there. I think that's going to be a bigger score than Harry got.
I think he's acknowledging he's not going to be able to paddle against that rip, and off he goes, stroking through the.
I think that's Logan going into the driving seat there. I reckon
rough waters.
We're going to see another 1.5 on Harry for my money. Tom Sheldon posts Vaughan posts a 5.
So wow, it's all coming together
Highest
now.
scoring wave of the heat so far. So we saw him stuck behind the section, but he must have done something before that. Logan moving very fast. So we have, I'm just going to fill you in as viewers. We don't have replay because what we've done is director Diana, showing true leadership, has chucked a dry robe on and gone out to woman one of the cameras. So it means we've got 2 camera people. So it means both cameras can now track the surfers. And here goes Logan, backing up his first wave, which is yet to drop. I think they're still finding it challenging to locate the surfers in such poor visibility, but so we got no buttons, because Diana would normally be on the buttons, but instead she's behind a camera. And as I say that, I think it looks like Diana seems to be returning. So Diana is going to push a button or 2. And we're off the split screen, and this is because all surfers are now in the same spot. So we've gone back to the one-man camera crew, and director Diana is removing her dry robe, taking a deep breath of warm indoor air. I say warm air, it's not that warm indoors either because all the doors are open. But she's done a quick bit of camera work there, true leadership, and here goes Nicol. I like the
third wave. First of Nicol comes in at a 5.5, second of Nicol at 2.3. This wave won't better either of those, but Logan Nicol is now in first position. Nicol in red first. This
Cromwell.
is your number 2 surfer, Harry Cromwell in white. A beautiful lip line.
Oh, they'll
Almost
give him the
laid
make
back.
on that, won't they?
Yeah, Harry with a 4.5 and a 3. Be interesting to see where that wave comes in. One turn, but it was a very good turn.
Well,
needs a
did he
3.31
do
to
anything
move into
before
first.
that? If he did anything before that, the turn we did see was brilliant. So if he did anything before it, you might see a You might see a score from Cromwell as well there.
He needs just a 3.31 to move into first.
I think he'll get that.
Big shake-up of
but
the
it's
rankings
whether
there. So Nicol currently in first. Scores the drop for last of red and white. Harry Cromwell in white in second. Tom Sheldon in green in third. Vaughan in blue in fourth. Vaughan needs a 2.81, but he has one of the highest scoring waves of the heat, a 5. And with 9 minutes and 20 seconds remaining and second priority, there's a very good chance he'll be able to do that. He's sitting just inside Tom Sheldon, who has first priority.
It isn't really. So Cromwell does go into the lead, gets a 5.3, and here he goes again, straight away, off the bottom hard, smashes the top. He's going to have to go on rail here and dags it. Great single turn on the inside there. Now, Cromwell is, I don't think he's going to better his 4.5 with that, so 5.3 and a 4.5 for Cromwell. Again, if the music were to stop now, it would make starting up the point exactly the right thing to do. 4.35. So, well, if he'd gone on after that turn, he would have really stood a chance of cruising on into the glory books there. But Cromwell is now on the inside, so has lost priority. Didn't have it in the first place at that point. Logan Nicol is going to go for a reform here. So third priority, doesn't matter. And if this thing reforms, there could be the scope to go to the air or something like that. But Logan Nicol is in second. Now, do any of the surfers know the situation? It's not that likely they do. But all of these surfers will have the onboard computer. You talk about this. I say that surfers with a lot of heat experience will still have a very good idea how they might be doing in their heat, especially with everybody together, bunched up. They've probably spoken to each other too. It wouldn't be that unusual. Well, you know, they might not choose to tell each other the truth, but it wouldn't be that unusual, I'd say, for Harry and Vaughnie to ask each other, "You had anything yet?" You know, those kind of conversations.
Barely, mate, yeah, barely.
They do sometimes do it,
they'll
but they
say
might not tell each other the truth.
Exactly.
You had anything yet?
Or
No,
I
not
don't necessarily.
really.
It's a case of not telling the truth. I think it's a case of quite often in a heat situation, you
Sheldon.
lovely wrapping cut back there into the white water, loads of speed generator, and he goes again using all that body torque, upper body spinning, pivoting, dragging his legs and board around behind him, and he's going to carry on through the inside. 3 of those turns so far, the first being the best. Sheldon kicks out. So as I was saying, I think it's quite common not to not tell the truth when someone asks, "Have you had any?" But it's instinctive just to say, "Oh no, not really," and kind of undersell yourself.
Or to tell them you have, to rattle them. But it's all a game.
Last of green, 4.25. That improves his situation. Slingshots him into second. So it's Cromwell in white in first, Sheldon in green in second, Logan Nicol in red in third, and Vaughan in blue in fourth. Vaughan needs 4.81. Red Nicol needs a 4.3. Sheldon needs a 5.55. And here goes your heat leader, Harry Cromwell, a late takeoff down with the lip. He'll pull through the back. Doesn't really sacrifice much as he had
we
third
come to
priority.
the 6-minute mark exactly. As we hit the 6-minute mark, in about 20 seconds' time, but this is the 6-minute mark by the time you heard my question. I'm going to now ask you my favourite question. Would you rather be white, green, or red in this heat at the moment, or blue? Who'd you rather be?
White at this point.
Would you?
Yes.
You'd rather be white than red. You don't think that red only needing the 4.3 with second priority, or Vaughnie need...
Only
So
5 minutes
blue
remaining.
and red need 4.8 and 4.3, and they have priority. And they've got scores of that score already.
Well, I'll tell you for why.
Go on then.
So,
you'd rather be white.
5 minutes remaining. The highest scoring waves of the heat were both posted on...
The point.
No, I tell a lie. The highest scoring wave of the heat was posted on the point. Here goes Nicol, the owner of that highest scoring wave, wraps loads of spray. Will this wave offer much more? Bit of a gentler turn
It's going to
for
have
the
to go
second.
to the air or something. Oh.
Slams vertical.
Ooh.
Gets the ride, likes it.
Yeah, they'll give him
Body
that.
language suggests
that
they
could be a
like
4.3.
it. 4.3, I think that probably will be.
So that might be the lead. And then Vaughnie kicking, you can see the wind spray coming from where he kicks.
See, I spoke too soon once again.
Yeah, I would have always wanted to be red from that position there, but we'll see. Now, if red doesn't get the score here, I think suddenly you would rather be white, because he'll be out of position and priority will have changed over and
I
everything.
think he'll get it.
I mean, it was a small wave to just go and get the stuff.
5.7.
Yeah, he's got it. So white, right? Okay. Now, who'd you rather be?
Red.
Okay. Not white. Only second priority, and needing a 5.9. I suppose the thing is, you don't really want to be needing the biggest score of the heat, do you? And that is what he needs. Harry did get a 4.35 4-1 manoeuvre a few moments ago, and that was on the
slap
inside
of the water
too.
there
So
from
you
Vaughan.
kind of, I think if Harry actually does get a good wave, it's not beyond the realms of possibility here. So Vaughan, you can see the wind spraying where these guys kick and splash. Any displaced water just blows away in this driving southwesterly wind, which is a kind of almost a cross-shore wind on this point. We've wrapped so far around the bay by the time these guys are surfing here, but you can see that there's more of an onshore look to that at the moment because the wind is coming from the south-southwest at the moment. Nearly blowing straight in. It was blowing straight into the point where they began. 3.5 minutes left. Well.
The three wells.
There's a grandstand finish on the cards here now. Oh, we love mixing our sporting metaphors there. A grandstand finish on the cards. Is it written in the stars? Vaughny. Oh, I enjoy that. Splashing water. Here goes Harry. He's chosen an odd wave here. Oh, I don't think that's very good wave selection at all from Cromwell. With
So we actually saw a bit of a splash of water from Vaughan about 5 minutes ago as well. So
that was a
proper
recurring
theme.
splash of water then, wasn't it? Cromwell's thrown away second priority there now on a nothing wave. Probably doesn't know that he needs a 5.9. Now here goes Vaughan, needing a 6.2. I mean, the scores needed for everyone are scores that they've shown the ability to get. Sheldon almost needs a 7. But there's nobody way out front here. Logan has stayed on the inside. So if somebody were to jump into the lead. Oh no, Logan, no, hang on, he's up back, isn't he? Oh yes, he is, he's up
So
back.
it's Vaughan, Logan, Cromwell, Sheldon in that order in the lineup.
But the priority is Vaughan, Cromwell, Logan, Sheldon.
And the heat standings are Nicol, Cromwell, Sheldon, Vaughan.
So they are. And will they still be that at the end of the heat?
Here we go, set approaching. It's going to be Vaughan with first priority.
It's looking closer and
1
closer
minute
to
and
Nichols.
40 seconds left.
To Nichols' heat this. Here goes Sheldon. 6.95 needed. Be surprised if this is the kind of wave that can yield that up. He's going to have to do something really exciting on the end here. And tries to.
On the rocks.
I think Logan, right, that's not going to do it. So a ride of blue or a ride of white. There is white. Oh, but we don't know what he did outside. A ride of blue or a ride of white gives the judges something to think about. Now, there is a ride of white there, but we only saw the very end of it, so we don't know what was done before. I'd be surprised, given the body language with which he pulled out and the fact that there was a lot of shoulder on that wave and that it wasn't finishing with a closeout section. I'd be surprised if it is going to throw up the score, and it doesn't, a 1.6. So Logan Nicol is out front with 40 seconds left. I think the only person in the water who realistically can pick off a good enough wave is the person losing his temper with the sea surface. Mark Vaughan. We might see even more of that. Now here goes Cromwell. This needs to be...
Last gasp.
It needs to be an 8.65 because Logan has just posted an 8.25.
Wow.
We didn't see the start of that. This will have to be an air here. Oh, he's done what he can, Cromwell. Wow. If that hadn't been after a higher score from Logan, that might well have gone there. Great finish to that wave from Cromwell. Logan's going to have won this
the
thing.
last two waves of the heat get him the scores.
8.25 because we only saw the very, very, very end of that thing. And it was a fizzling out bit of shoulder at the end, so he must have done something huge before that.
Breathless finish to that men's final.
Forney
Fantastic surfing.
Is tamping.
And Cromwell gets the 5.9, so it would have been enough.
He would have got the score if Logan hadn't
posted the 8.25. One judge went to a 10 on the 8.25. We got a 9.5, a 10.
They
Sorry, a
did.
9, a
A
10,
9,
a
a
7.5,
10,
a 7.
What did he
Averaging
do?
out.
I wonder whether anyone from the car park filmed it or saw it.
Brilliant.
What did he do? He won the Welsh. That's one thing we know he did.
Ooh.
So Logan, is that a three-peat now? Well, it's not all in a row. I think that's his third.
Congratulations, Longy
We're gonna take a quick break, and then we're gonna take a break. Then we're gonna break it down. We'll be on the couch, and we'll try and tide everything over until the presentation. And here you see your champion making his way in.
You should have seen him at the local hall. Now they're playing at the Hollywood Bowl. White lights shining on their bright. First time it gave them a fright. Ow! When the show was over, we all went into town. Made an Eskimo in a white gown.
And welcome back. We are in the studio here to break down, well, what was a breathless end to competition here at the 2024 Welsh National Surfing Championships. What a fantastic and a fitting end to the men's open final. An 8.25 dropped in the dying moments of the heat by Logan Nicol. One judge even going as far as a 10 for it.
And if he hadn't dropped it, Harry Cromwell would have got the score that he needed.
Yes,
So
he got the 5.9, did he, right at the end,
so
which, exactly,
the lead,
moments earlier, and he'd have jumped back into first.
Yeah, he'd have jumped back into first. So it ended up being the winning wave, ridden at the very end. So both the winner and the runner-up rode their best waves at the very end of that heat. And likewise in the ladies, with Josie Hawke and Cindy Asosdian, and that ended up being right down to the wire as well.
And it's, like I said earlier, it's absolutely fitting that the two landmark events of the Welsh, really the men's and women's open finals respectively, ended in such thrilling fashion.
Yeah, absolutely great. Waves ended up turning up absolutely fine. Difficult weather, but couldn't complain.
Another Welsh ticked off when it seemed all hope was lost. 10 postponements in the run-up to
Is that
this.
what it was?
That's what Vorney claims. I said I thought it was 8. Vorney reckons 10 plus.
Wow.
So
and we're going to be seeing a name go on that check shortly, aren't we? For the wave of the Welsh, we think it's Cromwell, don't we? We just got to check the books once and for
all.
all.
I think it's Cromwell with an 8.33 in his quarter-final. However, Nicol came ever so close in that final with an 8.25.
Yeah, very,
so
very close.
The boffins are checking it out.
And here's a fact for you. You're going to like this. Logan's fiancée, Nicole, would be called Nicole if they were to follow through
You're
and
assuming
make good.
that she would
If
take
he was
the
to
Nicol
make her an
name.
honest woman.
It could be a progressive.
Oh yeah,
take
that's
that
true.
name.
And guess what? It's her birthday today.
Ah, Pembroke Happis Nicole.
Yeah. So.
Oh, perhaps Logan will dedicate the win to her.
But will he have 500 quid to spend on her for her birthday? I don't think so, because we think it's
it's
Cromwell.
going home with Cromwell in the
It's
pickup.
unconfirmed. The judges are going back in and checking it all to make sure before we declare that. But
the boffins in the lab coats are
they're
trawling
loving
through
it.
the statistics. And
Bodyboard wins earlier. You saw that?
Yeah, riding up onto the ledge. It was Ty Jackson with
Really exciting.
a
It's the
clutch
first.
win, so taking the title from last year's winner.
Yes. So that's Ty Jackson's first.
Yeah, Ty Jackson's
And then
first.
Cindy Asosdian.
Coming ever so close.
Yeah, winning the ladies longboard. And
Coming so close in the women's final as well. Josie
Yeah.
Hawke pipping it to the post
yeah.
right at the end of that heat. So 2 clutch finishes. We're soon, as you can see, the infrastructure getting built around us, going to be doing the presentation. And we are in the way of the presentation. So
Yeah, so you better stay tuned. But we're going to have to change the set.
we'll see you back here in
Who
10
knows?
minutes.
Who knows? There'll be a sign up on the screen telling you. And thanks for tuning in so far. Stick around. There's going to be a couple of good moments in this presentation. My highlight of the presentation, I want to see what happens when they put a first place pot in Greg Owen's hand again for the umpteenth time.
Yes.
And knowing that was at the expense of Mark Vaughan. I think that'll please
Absolutely.
Greg. I think there's going to be a pretty happy winner of the over 35s as well from yesterday, Ryan Thomas. Looking forward to seeing that.
I reckon so.
So you want to see the great and the good of Welsh surfing take to this podium? This is the channel to do it on.
See you then.
It gave them a fright. When the show was over, we all went into town. Made an Eskimo in a white gown.
because I know some people have a really long journey back to deepest, darkest West Wales, and the weather obviously has been horrendous. Not too bad here. Been quite sunny, to be fair. I think we were expecting worse, but we've got away with it. And big thank you to everyone who's made it. I know a few people have drifted off and weren't able to get here today, but yeah, great effort. And I know all the cancellations, postponements, and have been challenging for us all. But great to see everyone here, and a really good Welsh Nationals in decent way today. Couple of quick thank yous. Lifeguard building, this new balcony is awesome, and we'll be developing off this over the coming months, so we can look forward to a March 2025 Welsh Nationals. We're going to try and make the best of the swell season. Maria at the Beach Caf for the food, thank you very much to Maria, and of course all our sponsors, Pura Vida, Jim, My Post, Barty Rum, and the incredible £500 Wave of the Welsh, so some of you taking that home, and a big smile, and of course all the goodies from Mystic, and just making sure I'm not missing anyone. No, I'm not. Welsh Coffee Co. Yes, I am. Welsh Coffee Co. Hugh and Alison, thank you very much for all your support. It means the world to us. So I'm not sure, I don't think anyone of them are here, but if you're watching online, thank you so much.
Welsh Surf Federation does a whole load of work, which I think I was just literally scribbled down some notes here. When we think this year that we sent a team to the World Longboards in El Salvador, the junior team went also to South America. We had the Para Championships recently. We saw Sponge retain his World Championship title in California. Yeah, indeed. A Euro junior team go to Portugal. Most recently, we saw our competitors for the Welsh team represented at the GB Cup in Jersey. We had a World SUP Championships that we WSF sent a team to. Two Welsh nationals, junior and a senior. The Wilkinson Soul, the Toxic Trophy that we were a part of. And of course, everything that Phil Sadler and Emily Williams are doing on the coaching side. And we're seeing that hard work paying off. So there's a lot of events, a lot going on. That's not working ever again. I'll buy a new one. So yeah, look, that's a whole load of events where you just think about that. That's like, I don't know, 12, 13 events. That's literally one a month. And there's a whole load of work goes on behind the scenes from people like Tim, Hugh and Linda, Phil and Emily, that was mentioned, Steve White on the PR. There's just a whole load of us involved, and it's great to have the support. So a big hand to the WSF team, I think. Part of that team is the webcast team and the PR team. Say Craig Nickel, camera anchor, and Max, survival stands, who literally was survival stands for Max on the back of that camera for the last 3 days, 2 days, so still in the rain. So excellent job, Tom, Rob, Greg, who stepped in on the commentary. So thank you very much to them. Great skills, and I think that's pretty much. If I missed anyone, please tell me now, because I always miss someone and they tell me after. No!
We missed you yourself, yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to hand over to Rob Blythe now, who's going to do the. There he is. How I miss somebody who's 6'3".
I'm under very strict instructions. Well done, Mark.
Well done. Thank you very
Big
much.
hand to Mark again. Oh. Now, this is for the benefit of the webcast, not for you. So if you can't hear it, don't panic. I'm under very strict instructions from Ang Harrod about the order and nature I'm going to do this. So I'm going to be very, very careful, but I'm also under strict instructions to get on with it from Vorney. So without further ado, we're going to start with the women's longboard event. And in tricky conditions, it was a straight final this afternoon. And in second place, please put your hands together for Georgina Lutas. There we go, out of the way. And taking the title this year, it's Cynthia Sosdian. I imagine that we're probably going to want some pictures. Good smile. Fabulous. Round of applause, ladies and gents. Okay, and from the women's longboard straight into the women's open. Again, a fantastic final that we enjoyed watching this afternoon. And in fourth place, again, Georgina Lutas. In third place, it was in red, Katie David. Once again, in second, Cynthia Sosdian. And your new Welsh Open Women's Champion, Josie Hawke. Another straight final. This time it's the bodyboard. It's worth mentioning it as well. There are a lot of people missing from certain events through injury, illness, and no doubt the inclement weather this weekend. So it's a straight final. It was last year's 1 and 2 battling it out, but this year is a reversal because in second place in red, George Bevan. And if you're so inclined, I urge you to go back and listen to Greg's commentary of the bodyboard final. Up the ledge. And up the ledge for the win, it was Ty Jackson. Fantastic. And sticking with my strict instructions, I'm on to the men's longboard now. And looking at this, I've just realised I forgot to tell you something, Vorney. Yeah, is no one here? Oh, well, that saves my skin then. The results were in third place, Blake Jones of Porthcawl. No Blake. In second was last year's winner, Tom Fisher. And taking the win, this is what I forgot to tell you, Elliot Dudley, who's taken his daughter Orla to a concert. So he apologises. Yeah, give them away. He said give them away. Into the over 35s division now. This was hotly contested. Big names. We actually saw for the over 35s and over 40s final names that wouldn't look out of place in the open final, and indeed some of them were in the open final. In fourth place in the over 35s, it's Mark Vaughan. In third place, Harry Cromwell. In second, local man, Craig Bright. And with a long journey ahead of him this afternoon, Ryan Thomas taking the win. Right then, boys. And we move swiftly into the over 40s category. And there's going to be a return of one or two people here. In fourth place, I'm not sure he's here, it's Gary Lewis of Porthcawl. In third, my co-commentator, Tom Anderson. In second, my other co-commentator, Mark Vaughan. And taking yet another Welsh title, another co-commentator, Greg Owen. Woohoo! Brilliant. Right, Greggy. And finally, on to the men's open final. It was I'm sure you'll all agree, those of you that watched it, a fantastic final, some really high scores. And in fourth place, once again, Mark Vaughan. Mark said earlier he was going to aim to be the oldest Welsh winner ever in the history of the world, and I pointed out that he already was. But that was 10 years ago. In third place, another local lad, Tom Sheldon, a fantastic performance throughout the weekend. Worth the drive from Falmouth, Tom? Yeah. There we go. There we go. In second position, and again, those of you that watched it will have known that first and second flipped round a couple of times towards the end, and indeed right at the end. So in second position, pipped at the post, Harry Cromwell. Well done, Harry. And taking the win again with a fantastic performance, an 8.25 scored in the final, comprised of everything from a 10 to a 7.5, I think. A brilliant score. It's Logan Nicol. Hi, Logan. Amazing final. Good job. I enjoyed the final. I enjoyed your slap in the water.
Well done. And I'm just going to, before we disperse, I've been looking forward to giving this out. I don't think I can go any further. Not pipped at the post this time from his quarter-final wave, 500 notes to Harry Cromwell. Before you all disperse, if you were a finalist, can you or a winner? Don't run away because we need to get some photos in the rash vest before you all
Could have, the winners in some rash vests, please. That would be awesome. We can have some photos here. Thank you.
That's it. Round of applause.